Chapter 1622. The interior of the 100,000-year iceberg was made entirely of ice and stone. In the belly of the iceberg, Ling Xiao couldn't see very far with his eyes. He saw a giant claw on top of an ice sculpture. This claw was like a dragon's claw, with 4 toes and a sharp and indescribable shocking power. Not only that, this giant claw was covered in layers of dark blue scales, which were especially thick and hard. "This is a dragon claw," Ling Xiao exclaimed with certainty. He had seen many true dragon mythological beasts, so he could tell at a glance that this was undoubtedly a dragon claw. However, this dragon claw was much larger than dragon fifths. However, he didn't know if this dragon claw was just a part of an ice dragon, or a broken limb. Ling Xiao forced himself to calm down. He focused his divine eyes, trying to see through the layers of ice crystals. He wanted to see if this was a broken limb or if there really was an ice dragon sleeping here. When Ling Xiao's divine eyes saw through the layers, he really did see a huge dragon's body, dragon scales and dragon tail. However, he couldn't see the dragon's head. It wasn't that it didn't have a head, but it was too far away. It seemed to be more than 10,000 meters long and he couldn't see where it went. This is definitely an ice dragon. I didn't expect such an existence to be hidden in this 100,000-year iceberg. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Ling Xiao didn't dare to disturb this ice dragon. This was definitely a peak existence. Even if they shared the same source of draconic energy, their source of power was different, so it wouldn't give him face. However, if this ice dragon woke up and wanted to devour him, he wouldn't have any room to resist. However, he discovered that there were dragon spine ice vines growing on the dragon's body not far away. Dragon spine ice vines were divine objects that were born from being contaminated with draconic energy. They were shaped like a curved dragon's spine, and there were protruding sections of the spine, with the aura of a true dragon constantly revolving around them. Generally speaking, a 5-segmented dragon spine was considered a sacred herb, a 7-segmented dragon spine was considered an ordinary divine herb, and a 7-segmented dragon spine was considered a supreme divine herb. However, the 3 stalks in front of him had a total of 11 segmented dragon sprouts. They were already top-notch supreme divine herbs. If such a syndicate dragon spine ice vine were to be swallowed by an ice-attributed holy beast that was stained with dragon blood, it could almost achieve the sign of dragonization. Moreover, it might even condense a dragon ball and become a true dragon. If a human ice attribute supreme being were to consume it, he would be able to produce dragon spine and dragon chi, which would multiply his strength and increase his battle prowess. Ling Xiao had seen a 9-segmented dragon spine gold vine in the Golden Dragon clan's territory. He didn't expect to see a top-notch 11-segmented dragon spine ice vine here. It really made his heart beat faster. However, the dragon spine ice rattan was on top of the dragon's ice sculpture. If he took the dragon spine ice rattan, he might awaken the ice dragon. What's there to be afraid of? I'll take it and run. Maybe it's not asleep but dead. Besides, even if it's alive, it won't devour me. After all, we both have dragon blood. We're of the same race. Ling Xiao struggled internally for a while before he finally made up his mind. He had always been courageous. Even if there was danger, he didn't want to miss out on such a rare divine treasure. Ling Xiao retracted his aura and used his divine soul doppelganger to break through the ice with the phantom sword. Ding ding. Originally, Ling Xiao had already gotten used to the sound of ice breaking. However, at this moment he couldn't help but be alarmed. He was afraid that he would awaken the ice dragon. A distance of 100 meters was like 100,000 meters to Ling Xiao. He was extremely nervous. Finally, when his divine soul reached the dragon spine ice rattan, the ice dragon didn't move. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He immediately used the phantom sword to dig at the ice crystal where the 3 dragon spine ice rattans were growing. These 3 dragon spine ice rattans were several meters long. They were almost touching the dragon's back. When Ling Xiao dug, he had to be as careful as possible. The ice chi in this place was extremely dense. If not for the fact that Ling Xiao had refined some of the ice chi and could barely withstand the cold, his divine soul doppelganger wouldn't have been able to move so freely in that position. The sword gently slashed across the dragon's back, cutting out the area where the dragon spine ice rattan was wrapped. Done. Ling Xiao let out a soft sigh. His palms sucked the ice crystal back to his real body and put it away. However, just as the dragon spine ice rattan was about to be pulled away, there was a sudden change. The surrounding ice layer seemed to tremble. Not good. Is it waking up? Ling Xiao exclaimed. His divine soul power erupted and he quickly pulled the dragon spine ice rattan back. However, the ice hole that Ling Xiao had just cut was instantly frozen, preventing his divine soul from returning. Ling Xiao didn't dare to delay. The phantom sword in his hand continued to cut open the ice hole. However, the nearby ice layer trembled more and more violently. The dragon's body seemed to be trembling as well. Damn, it's really waking up. Ling Xiao was scared out of his wits. With great difficulty, his divine soul doppelganger was only 10 meters away from his real body. The dragon's claw actually moved and grabbed at his divine soul. As the dragon's claw moved, the surrounding ice crystals were all under its control. Ling Xiao's divine soul was completely sealed in ice. He couldn't return to his real body. Ah! Ling Xiao felt a pain in his sea of consciousness. He couldn't help but scream in pain. His divine soul source was frozen. Even his real body had suffered unprecedented damage. Damn it, break for me! Ling Xiao roared. He waved the Imperial Dragon Heaven-slaying art with all his might. Every fiery fist melted the ice crystals. Bang! However, his efforts were in vain. The dragon's claw moved again and grabbed at his real body. Heavenly fire burning ice break! Ling Xiao roared. He let the heavenly fire pearl unleash its heavenly fire power. He wanted to burn the ice layer completely. The power of the heavenly fire rose up in an instant, and a firebird rushed out in a flash, melting the layers of ice that were pressing down on them. However, although its firepower was strong, it couldn't immediately burn the extremely cold ice layer. Ling Xiao roared once more, "Black Tempest, tremble!" The Khanate sinister wind pearl appeared. It emitted clouds of black death chi, which turned into a black storm. It grew stronger and stronger, turning many of the nearby ice crystals into ice water. The two heavenly jewels exploded at the same time. The ice layer on the divine soul doppelganger's side was finally cracked. Ling Xiao seized the opportunity. He sent his soul power over, causing the divine soul doppelganger's power to soar. He raised the obscure shadow sword and attacked in all directions. He opened a path of survival. He grabbed the dragon's pine ice vines and returned to his real body. The two became one. At the moment of fusion, Ling Xiao moved the ice crystal that was wrapped around the three dragon's pine ice vines into the medicine cauldron with a thought. Go! Ling Xiao didn't dare to hesitate. He shouted and charged out of the ice mountain with the obscure shadow sword in hand. The sword shadows that filled the sky swept across the world. The terrifying power directly impacted the layer of ice, causing the layer of ice to tremble incomparably and fall down. If it was a normal mountain, Ling Xiao's attack would have destroyed it and allowed him to escape. However, every piece of ice here was incomparably thick, comparable to ordinary divine weapons. It was impossible to break them in an instant. Fortunately, the two heavenly jewels opened a path. One was fire and the other was wind. The wind and fire helped each other, forming a red and black disc. They protected Ling Xiao in the middle. Like a Tai Chi, they broke through hundreds of meters and escaped nearly 1,000 meters away. However, this had caused a huge commotion. The ice dragon finally woke up. Its body shook, and a dragon's roar came from an unknown direction. The dragon's roar rumbled and many layers of ice were destroyed. Countless layers of ice collapsed into icy water. Ling Xiao and the two heavenly jewels were embedded into the ice by the powerful impact. Ling Xiao was bleeding profusely. His eardrums were broken and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. His spirit was shaken. This was definitely the first time he was attacked by such a terrifying sound wave. He didn't have any room to resist. The two heavenly jewels were only knocked over by the force, but they were still very protective of their master. They completely destroyed the ice around Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao endured the pain. He got up again and rushed out. It still needs some time to turn over. I can definitely escape. Ling Xiao's divine power circulated rapidly. His injuries healed quickly. His strength burst forth like a rainbow, and he broke through the ice once again. Ling Xiao once again escaped into the disc form with the two heavenly jewels. Like a Tai Chi spinning rapidly, Yin and Yang Chi intertwined to form a mysterious power. It kept grinding the ice to pieces. Ling Xiao felt that the incomparably thick ice was not as hard to break as before. He was overjoyed. I didn't expect the heavenly fire jewel and the Yin wind jewel to fuse and form the power of wind and fire. Its destructive power is so shocking. I should have thought of this earlier. Ling Xiao was no longer affected by the ice. He raised his speed to the limit. In the blink of an eye, he was thousands of meters away. As the ice dragon turned over, many layers of ice were destroyed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. This huge ice mountain that had existed for millions of years was actually trembling. It shook the surrounding ice mountains and made them feel like they were falling. Many ice attribute holy beasts that lived here were frightened and flew out of the ice mountains. They were all extremely frightened. They crawled towards the ice mountain, their bodies trembling. It was as if they felt the majesty of their king, forcing them to submit. On the other side of the mountain range, the ice race felt the strong tremors. They were all extremely shocked. A few ice race supreme masters appeared again. They first comforted the ice race people, then rushed towards the ice mountain range. When they arrived, they were shocked to find that the ice mountain, which had not melted for tens of thousands of years, had caved in. Many ice rocks and snow were rolling down like an avalanche. Not long after, a figure wrapped in red and black energy rushed out of the ice mountain. It was like a real dragon with a very strong aura. However, the figure was rushing towards the sky in a sorry state. Chapter 1623. That's Alchemist Ling. He's been in the iceberg for 3 years, yet he can stay there for so long. He's even more resistant to the cold than us Ice Tribe members. Bing Han Fong exclaimed. Look at what's above his head. Such a strong fire and a black storm. Are they two completely different origin energies? So powerful. No wonder he could stay in the iceberg for so long. Bing Bingshua exclaimed. Look closely, those are 2 heaven beads. Such a strong origin energy. Bing Ming also exclaimed. These 2 extreme heavenly beads should be rivals, yet he managed to fuse them together. He's a rare genius. The Ice Tribe's patriarch exclaimed. Brr. Suddenly, another terrifying dragon roar rang out, scaring them so much that they almost fell from the sky. What is that? Could it be that there are some terrifying holy beasts under the ice mountain? No, it's not a sacred beast, it's a divine beast. Look, it's an ice dragon. Such a huge and mighty ice dragon. Has it been sleeping in the iceberg all this time? Oh no, it's been angered by Alchemist Ling. What should we do? The Ice Tribe Supremes were horrified. The Ice Tribe had lived on this land for hundreds of thousands of years and knew that there were many sacred beasts with ice properties. They often came here to tame some as their mounts. However, they didn't know that there was a top-notch ice dragon divine beast in the largest iceberg. This was too shocking. The Ice Tribe members in the distance also felt the mighty dragon aura, which made them tremble in fear. That 10,000-meter-long ice dragon emitted a deep blue divine light. Ice crystals flickered in all directions. That mighty dragon head roared at the sky. That powerful dragon body coiled and coiled. Its dragon scales glowed with a dazzling light. Its dragon claws swaggered and its tail swept in all directions. It was truly majestic and divine. The ice dragon broke through the iceberg and shot straight up, chasing after Ling Xiao out of the 9 heavens domain. Brr. Another dragon roar rang out, shattering the 9 heavens barrier and causing many astral winds to sweep in. As soon as Ling Xiao landed in the outer space, he felt his blood qi turn over like a rising sea. His internal organs were shaken and he vomited blood. His god body was about to explode. Terrifying. This was the only word that flashed through Ling Xiao's mind. He was incomparably shocked and wanted to escape as fast as he could. If the ice dragon caught up to him, he would definitely die. This was an existence on the same level as the Dragon King. Dragon Fifth was far weaker than it and there was no way he could fight it. Human has disturbed this king's sleep. Do you think you can escape? The roar of the ice dragon was vast and mighty, like rolling thunder. It was enough to kill anyone below the mid-level supreme martial artist realm. Even a high-level supreme martial artist would be severely injured. Ling Xiao lost his balance. He rolled on the ground as his god body was hurt badly. He could not make his god soul doppelganger appear again, because he had already injured his origin. He had to use the soul-controlling art to heal his injuries before he could fight again. Moreover, he was afraid that his god soul would be frozen and destroyed again. If that happened, he would suffer a heavy loss. Just as Ling Xiao was about to choose to fight back against the ice dragon, an extremely cold force attacked him, and the space tens of thousands of meters in front of him was completely frozen. This kind of cold qi was the most difficult existence to fight against in the belly of the 100,000-year-old iceberg. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had already refined the nether snow cold force, and he had also refined this kind of cold qi before, so he could barely resist and not lose consciousness from the cold. Otherwise, he would not even have a way to save himself. At this moment, Ling Xiao's 2 heavenly jewels spun out again, and the 2 forces merged to break through the layer of ice. However, the ice dragon was already chasing after him. The dragon's claw seemed to be a casual slap, but it already had the power of a thunderbolt, completely destroying all the ice crystals. Ling Xiao's god body could not bear it anymore and it completely exploded. Fortunately, the dragon phoenix divine hoop on his head once again played a powerful defensive role, so his head could not be destroyed. Otherwise, even a peak supreme being would die from this attack. It must be known that his body was already comparable to a high-grade ancient god artifact, but it could not bear the power of this attack. It could be seen how terrifying the ice dragon was. After flying far away, Ling Xiaofan reconstructed his body once again. At the same time, he released his dragon-shaped battle chi without any hesitation. Brr. The golden dragon roared, and it glared at the mighty ice dragon from afar. It emitted a dragon-shaped battle chi that came from the origin. As expected, the ice dragon that was about to charge over stopped in its tracks. Its two dragon eyes emitted a bone-chilling light. Golden dragon blood chi, you have devoured my clan's bloodline. Unlike Ling Xiao, the ice dragon did not reduce its killing intent towards him as Ling Xiao had expected. Instead, it roared angrily, and the space within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was completely frozen, so that Ling Xiao had no chance to escape. At the same time, its dragon head rushed towards Ling Xiao, and it wanted to devour Ling Xiao alive. Ling Xiao was so angry that he vomited blood. He originally thought that the ice dragon would think that he was from the same clan and let him go. Now, it was the opposite of what he wanted. Lord Ice Dragon, let's talk this out. I have not devoured the golden dragon. I am good friends with them and the water dragon clan, and I have entered the dragon transformation pool. Ling Xiao hurriedly explained. At the same time, he summoned the dragon lady. The dragon lady belonged to the water attribute, and she looked similar to the huge ice dragon in front of him. However, be it in terms of length or size, the dragon lady appeared much smaller than the ice dragon. The cold pervaded the air, and even the dragon lady could not bear it. She exhaled the dragon pearl, and barely managed to prevent her body from being frozen. However, water would freeze in the face of cold, and she felt extremely uncomfortable in this environment. However, she sensed that her boss was in trouble, and discovered the existence of the ice dragon. She could not help but roar at the ice dragon a few times, and stood guard by Ling Xiao's side. The huge ice dragon stopped once again, and its eyes shone brightly. Its nose twitched a few times and it faintly said, "The princess of the water dragon clan? Greetings, Ice Dragon King." The dragon lady also felt the huge pressure from the ice dragon, and the blood of the same clan was boiling within her. She could not help but respond. "You did not lie to me, human." After saying that, the ice dragon opened its mouth and immediately sucked all the ice crystals within tens of thousands of miles into its stomach, removing the seal. "Hee, I'm known as an honest little man. How could I lie to Lord Ice Dragon?" Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and forced a smile. The explosion of his divine body just now had caused him a lot of damage, and he had to use the ancient Emperor Divine technique to quickly recover. "You should die for disturbing my sleep, human. However, you are related to my clan by blood, so I'll spare your life for now. I'll ask the Water Dragon Princess and see if she's under your control. I, the dragons, will never become a human servant beast," the ice dragon said, and instantly transformed into a human. He turned into a middle-aged man, but his handsome and strong physique did not decrease at all, and his body was still emitting a cold aura. He walked towards the dragon lady step by step, and spoke in dragon language as if he was questioning the dragon lady. The dragon lady also transformed into a peerless beauty, and let out a roar that Ling Xiao could not understand. After a while, they stopped communicating, and the ice dragon's expression also eased slightly. "It's been 1,000,000 years since I slept. It turns out that there are still many other branches of my clan. On the contrary, I'm afraid only the Ice Dragon clan has this old dragon." The Ice Dragon suddenly said with some emotion in human language. 1,000,000 years. Ling Xiao was instantly stunned. He had long guessed that the Ice Dragon might have been sleeping in the iceberg for tens of thousands of years, or even more than 100,000 years, but he did not expect it to be as long as 1,000,000 years. That was something that had reached the ancient times, infinitely close to the ancient times. He finally understood why the ice dragon was so terrifying. He was afraid that it had reached the peak of this world and no one could subdue it. The ice dragon ignored Ling Xiao's surprise and continued to say to the dragon lady, "Now that the water dragon clan and the golden dragon exist, I, the old dragon, will not be lonely anymore. Bring me back to see if all my old friends are still there." After saying that, he actually ignored Ling Xiao and pulled the dragon lady away. "Hey, Lord Ice Dragon, you can't do this." Ling Xiao hurriedly shouted. "Why, do you have a problem with that?" The ice dragon glared at Ling Xiao and shouted. Its voice was deafening and it made people's blood boil. Ordinary people would not be able to withstand the impact of its voice. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, No, why would I? I just think that it's better for me to bring you to the Golden Dragon clan. The Kim people live with them. Is what he said true? The Ice Dragon asked the Dragon Lady. The Dragon Lady nodded and said, what the boss said is true. He is also a guest general of the Water Dragon clan. We are indebted to him. The Dragon Lady naturally sided with Ling Xiao. After hearing this, the Ice Dragon's expression softened a little and said, you humans are cunning. However, your child's words should be true. In that case, let him lead the way for this old dragon. I will forgive him for disturbing you. It's my honor to lead the way for Lord Ice Dragon. Ling Xiao said happily. If I can trick this Ice Dragon to protect me, that would be great. Ling Xiao said happily. However, the Ice Dragon seemed to be able to see through Ling Xiao's thoughts and said, you are not qualified to let this old dragon take care of you. If you dare to lie to this old dragon, I will swallow you alive. Ling Xiao waved his hands and said, no thank you, Lord Ice Dragon. I just feel very close to Lord Ice Dragon. You are like an elder, very powerful and extraordinary. To be able to stay with you, I feel comfortable all over. The Ice Clan Supremes who had just rushed out heard Ling Xiao's words and almost vomited on the spot. Can this guy be more shameless? Chapter 1624. Before Ling Xiao took Ice Dragon away, he didn't forget to ask the Ice Clan for the Icy Soul Rejuvenating Spring, the Ice Tree Ginseng Fruit, and many other divine items of Ice class. Of course, Ling Xiao wanted to disturb them, so he gave them 2 Supreme God Pellets. The incipient God Realm experts of the Ice Clan were very grateful to Ling Xiao. They had witnessed Ling Xiao's terrifying prowess. Even the Ice Dragon was fawning over him. They didn't dare to offend someone as unreasonable as Ling Xiao. At the same time they felt regretful. If Ice Dragon was the divine beast of the Ice Clan, it would be much better. However, they didn't have the ability to subdue a true dragon at such a terrifying realm. After the warriors of the Ice Clan saw them off, Ling Xiao took Ice Dragon and Dragon Lady back to the Dragon Mountain Range. It had been 4 years since Ling Xiao had come to the mysterious Sky region and the Ice Clan. This time he had saved Xiao Feng and gained a big harvest. It was enough to satisfy him. Along the way, Ice Dragon pulled Dragon Lady and talked non-stop. He didn't care about Ling Xiao's flattering words. Eventually Ling Xiao couldn't bear it anymore. He had to give up the idea of recruiting this Ice Dragon. He could feel the power of this Ice Dragon. He was afraid that it was in existence at peak of level 11. As long as the top 10 experts of the Supreme list didn't show up, no one could be its opponent. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. This old dragon is so stubborn. I was born by the will of the heavens. You should follow me. Ling Xiao took the 2 dragons back to the Dragon Mountain Range and brought Ice Dragon to the Golden Dragon's territory. Except for a few people who could enter the Golden Dragon's territory freely, the other Kim people couldn't get close to it. And Ling Xiao was the one who could come and go as he pleased. As Ling Xiao's dragon-shaped battle force grew stronger and stronger, he grew closer to the dragon race. When the Ice Dragon arrived, it turned into its original form and roared, causing the entire Golden Dragon clan to tremble. This time, the 2 Dragon Kings of the Golden Dragon appeared at the same time. They roared and collided with the Ice Dragon in the sky to show their affection. Only the supreme experts of the Kim people could see this. They couldn't believe their eyes. Where did this true dragon come from? It looks like an ice dragon and it's extremely ferocious. It's on par with the 2 Golden Dragon Kings, but it seems to be even more powerful. Even I'm feeling a little uneasy from its frosty aura. The true dragon is the most powerful divine beast clan since ancient times. Legend has it that many of their branches have already been destroyed. I didn't expect to see an ice dragon here. It seems that our gold clan is as powerful as the heavens. That's most likely the case. Only Elder Ling Xiao, with his unimaginable physique and bloodline, can be so close to the dragons. I heard that he also has a water dragon to protect him. That's most likely the case. Only Elder Ling Xiao, with his incredible physique and bloodline, can be so personal with the dragons. I heard that he also has a water dragon to protect him. The Supremes of the Kim people were all whispering to each other, their faces full of envy and joy. Ling Xiao brought the ice dragon to the Golden Dragon and took the opportunity to ask the Golden Dragon for some metal-attributed divine items as his reward. He was really a person who refused to suffer any losses. It was fate that brought him here. Just as Ling Xiao was about to return to the Dragon Gate, he heard Ling Bo's summon and rushed over without hesitation. In the meeting hall there were only Ling Bo, Ling Qiu and a few elders. When Ling Xiao walked in, other than the faint smiles on their faces, each and every one of them seemed to have a heavy heart. Ling Xiao would not easily peep into other people's thoughts. After all, these were all his own clansmen and he would respect them. Shower, did you bring that ice dragon back? Ling Bo looked at Ling Xiao and smiled. Ling Xiao nodded lightly and said, it's just a coincidence, but it might not stay here for long. This was the Ice Dragon King. He felt that it was impossible for it to stay in the Golden Dragon for long. Sooner or later, it would return to the other side of the Ice Mountain range or find another place to sleep. What a pity. If it could stay in the Dragon-Gazing Mountain range, that would be great. Ling Qiu sighed at the side. It's good enough that our clan has the protection of the Golden Dragon. We can't expect too much, Ling Bo said, and then said, Shower, have you been to the Medicine Union recently? Ling Xiao shook his head and said, not yet. A beautiful figure appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of longing in his heart. Sure enough, it seems that there are some things you don't know. The territory gates of the Heaven Source area and the Sky Tiger area have been completely sealed. The two areas have disappeared, and in the Southern Territory, the Supreme Masters of the two areas have joined forces to fight. If there is nothing important, you shouldn't go to the Southern Territory. Some of our clansmen went there to look for the Source Stone, but they all died. Only one person came back. It is said that an ancestor of the Dark Shadow clan, Ing Ma and Bai Mo of the Godly Axe gang have joined hands and formed the Dragon Slayer Union. They swore to eradicate the Kim people in the Dragon Gate. Whoever goes to the Southern Territory will be killed. Now they are accumulating strength, hoping that one day they will come back to the Heaven area. So we have to be careful. There's such a thing? Ling Zhao's face darkened. He should have guessed that Ing Ma and Bai Mo would take revenge, but he didn't expect that they would join hands. The rallying power of the two Peak Supreme Masters was amazing, and he believed that they would become stronger quickly. When they returned to the Heaven area, it would be a disaster for the Kim people. Now Tai Meng Ancestor has brought a few elders to the outer area. They plan to imitate them and form a gang to deal with any changes in the future, Ling Qiu said. If only Tai Meng Ancestor was here. I heard that he formed a gang with the wind god, Feng Qingyang. If we could use the power of this gang, we could kill Ing Ma Bai Mo and the others to prevent future troubles, an elder said gloomily. We have already used the clan altar to send out the summons. The clansmen who have been away for many years have returned, but the two ancestors Tai Meng and Wu Di haven't come back yet. Sigh. Another person sighed. The people present all had heavy expressions. They were facing these powerful enemies, but they couldn't kill them all, so they were more or less anxious. Xiao'er, you have to remember that there are still 3 more Genesis stones. We will buy them from all over the Heaven area, and see who can exchange them. If not, we will have to rely on Tai Meng Ancestor. I believe that the Ancestor will listen to him. You can't take the risk to go to the outer area, Ling Bo reminded. Ling Xiao nodded in response, but in fact he had another thought in his mind. The matter between the Heaven Source area and the Heaven Tiger area was actually related to him. Now that the two areas were at war, it was definitely the beginning of the dispute. He wasn't worried about what would happen to the Heaven Source area, but he was worried about the woman who was the young temple master. She must be hoping that someone could accompany her and support her. Maybe it's time to go. Ling Xiao thought in his heart. Ling Xiao returned to the Dragon Gate and called Yao Qingmin. Among the many women, this woman was definitely the one who was the most lazy to cultivate. Her brain seemed to be lacking a brain, and she had a carefree personality. She often went to the auction outside the Dragon Gate to preside over the auctions, which won her the fanatical pursuit of many men. She was like a young and invincible beauty, giving people the feeling that she was the most approachable, the most girl-next-door feeling. In the past, there were many men who fought over her heart. However, this woman seemed to have some bad intentions. She waited for the other side to decide the winner before weakly saying, I'm Ling Zhao's woman. If you can be as handsome as him, as strong as him, and as proficient in alchemy as he is, and if you can defeat him in all aspects, I might consider it. The group of men who thought they were capable immediately retreated after hearing this. No one dared to challenge alchemy god Ling's prestige. Now Yao Qingmin was also a god king, but she was only a low-level god king. Back when she reached the demigod king realm, she relied on the god king elixir to break through. Her face was flushed, and her beautiful eyes flowed with a hint of amorous feelings. Her figure was plump and smooth, and she revealed the charm of a mature young woman. She was truly capable of moving the hearts of others. Husband, you were looking for this servant. Yao Qingmin walked with lotus steps. Her jade-like pearls lightly moved, and her clear voice entered the lungs. Yao Qingmin had been in and out of the auction house for a long time, so she had an additional air of worldly affairs. However, it gave people a more personal feeling. Minner, what are you doing? Ling Xiao glanced at Yao Qingmin in astonishment. Why did he feel that Yao Qingmin had an additional allure similar to Yu Lian's? Yao Qingmin didn't respond to Ling Xiao. Instead, she coiled around Ling Xiao like a snake and used her plump and mature body to press against Ling Xiao. Her delicate hands gently caressed Ling Xiao's chest and her jade lips licked Ling Xiao's ear. This servant missed you to death. Ling Xiao suddenly felt a surge of heat throughout his body, and he almost couldn't help but shiver. He knew that among the many women the most proactive was Yao Qingmin. Her teasing always made him the most unable to control himself, and it was very easy for him to get excited. More often than not, when Ling Xiao wanted it, she would refuse and welcome it. Her natural seductive body was not inferior to Yu Lian and Wu Meinyang. Yao Qingmin pulled Ling Xiao's thick hands towards her ample bosom and said shyly, "You go out for so long every time. This servant wants it?" Ling Xiao lightly held that soft place and couldn't help but pull this woman into his embrace. He immediately and tyrannically kissed her jade lips. This kiss was very long and Yao Qingmin was almost unable to breathe. However, she didn't mind. On the contrary, she felt a burst of joy in her heart. She hooked her arms around Ling Xiao's neck and twisted her body. Her fragrance pervaded the air, and the mood of spring rippled. When Ling Xiao was about to let go of her, she said, "Husband, I want it." Finished speaking, she once again blocked Ling Xiao's mouth. Her delicate hands actually tore apart Ling Xiao's clothes. Her voice was like a spring song, and her movements were wild, stimulating Ling Xiao's long-hidden intense desire. He unceremoniously covered her plump buttocks with his palm and kneaded them, responding to her request. Chapter 1625. A storm-like pleasure caused a man and a woman to embrace each other in satisfaction. Yao Qingmin's naked, sparkling body was like an octopus clinging onto Ling Xiao's body. The rosy color on her face did not fade for a long time. After so many years of painstaking guarding, every time they had sex she would take as much as she wanted, until she felt exhausted. Ling Xiao couldn't help but caress Yao Qingmin's shoulders with pity and said softly, "Have you suffered all these years?" Now, he more or less wanted to live a peaceful life for a while. He didn't want to run around, he didn't want to search for spirit items, and he didn't want to seek the strongest peak. Instead, he wanted to cherish everything he had now and take good care of them. How could that be? We sisters all know that you have a lot of things to do, so we don't want to drag you down. It's just that sometimes we can't help but think of you. We want you to sleep together and go crazy together. Without you, the days are too boring. Yao Qingmin said emotionally. Yes, I'm sorry, but all of this will be over soon. As long as we find the other 3 Genesis stones and rescue the old ancestor, I will accompany you all around the heaven realm. Even if you want to go to the outer realm, I will help you. Ling Xiao said seriously. Although he said it was fast, how could the other 3 Genesis stones be easy to find? Yao Qingmin didn't linger on this topic anymore. Her body slid down towards Ling Xiao, and her full chest was still squeezed onto Ling Xiao's body. The 2 firm and bright red spots seemed to be teasing Ling Xiao's chest. Husband, why did you call me here before? I don't believe that the first person you thought of when you came back here is me. Yao Qingmin blinked her beautiful eyes and asked. Ling Xiao smiled and reached out to hold her full chest. From time to time he would play with the 2 bright red spots and said, "Why can't I think of you first? Husband is here to compensate you." She stopped Ling Xiao's hand and said, "Think about it, every time you come back you either look for Big Sister Yin first, or you look for your ex-in-er or those 2 demons. When did you look for me first? I don't believe it." Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. He had never paid much attention to this. Every time he returned to the peak, he would try his best to take care of every woman's feelings and not leave any of them out cold. He didn't expect this woman in front of him to have such a competitive mentality. All right, your husband will look for you more often in the future, but only if you can serve your husband in bed with the other sisters. Ling Xiao said jokingly. Husband, you are still as bad as before, but I like it. Yao Qingmin lightly patted Ling Xiao and said, "All right, your husband has something for you now. You can enjoy it with your master." Ling Xiao said and handed over a spatial ring to her. Yao Qingmin did not stand on ceremony with Ling Xiao. She took the spatial ring and impatiently looked inside. Her expression instantly froze and then she exclaimed softly, "This? So many ice attribute divine objects, and that cold stone, why do I feel a very powerful icy cold power? That is a dark snow ice stone. I believe it will allow you and your master to condense the dark snow cold force, but you must not be too hasty when refining it. You must refine it bit by bit, otherwise, it will be very troublesome if you are frozen, Ling Xiao reminded. He then said, those ice attribute divine objects are enough to increase your strength further. You can't be lazy anymore. Right now you are the weakest. Yao Qingmin happily kissed Ling Xiao's face and said, at least you still have a bit of conscience. Remember to think for me and Master. If only junior sister was here, she could also refine these divine objects with us to become stronger. I wonder how she is doing now. She should be fine. Ling Xiao responded. He also wanted to know the whereabouts of Bing Ruoshui. She was together with Yun Mingqi. With two great beauties traveling together, he couldn't help but be a little worried. He could only hope that they had some kind of opportunity. After Yao Qingmin obtained these divine objects, she once again took the initiative to ride on Ling Xiao's body, and after a round of craziness she took the spatial ring and happily went to find her master. After Ling Xiao sorted out his things, he went to meet the other women one after another. Their cultivations had all increased by a lot, and a few of them were still in seclusion or going out to train. Ling Xiao was only trying to speed up their cultivation as much as possible, but they still hadn't experienced much, so it was impossible for them to reach the Supreme Being level like him. That required a lot of comprehension and accumulation. Even if Feng Xinyun's physique was extraordinary, her cultivation had slowed down a lot, stopping at the high-level Divine King realm. Unless she went out to temper herself, enhance her comprehension, and solidify the foundation of her divine power, she might be able to speed up her cultivation. Among the many women, the ones who worked the hardest were Yuro Fei and Dongfang Jing. The former was the oldest among all of Ling Xiao's women, but she used to be the strongest. Now she still maintained the strongest momentum, reaching the peak of Divine King realm. Unfortunately, she lacked the divine objects of the light attribute. Otherwise, she could definitely try to break through to the half-incipient god realm. After all, she often went out to train with Mad Monk, so her fighting competence was definitely the strongest among the women. As for Dongfang Jing, she had caught up from behind. She almost forced herself to cultivate, and ever since she came to the heaven realm, she rarely stayed with others. She often went out to train, and when she returned, she would go into closed-door cultivation. She could be called a cultivation madman. Every time she knew that Ling Xiao was coming back, she would take the initiative to accompany Ling Xiao for a few days. From time to time, she would ask Ling Xiao to help her cultivate. Even Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel touched by Dongfang Jing's efforts. Moreover, he had given her more cultivation resources than the other women. This could be considered as a form of consolation for her. After staying in the Dragon Gate for about a month, Ling Xiao once again chose to travel far. This time he didn't bring Dragon Girl. She had been commandeered by the Ice Dragon King. She still had to bring the Ice Dragon King to the Xianling continent to see the old Dragon King of the Water Dragon clan. Ling Xiao first rushed to the Sky Sparrow region and let the prodigal go to the Nirvana space to cultivate with the Vermilion Bird Divine Beast. The Nirvana space was full of the fire attribute, which could help the prodigal improve faster. Now Ling Xiao couldn't think about him alone. He had to make the divine beasts and holy beasts that followed him stronger. He couldn't let them be buried. As for the ghost, it couldn't break through for a long time, so it was also released back to the Thousand Demon Mountain range. In the Thousand Demon Mountain range, there was a divine item that could increase its divine power. It could help it break through one last time and reach the advanced stage of the 11th level. Now the three holy beasts that followed beside Ling Xiao were Xiao Jin, Muscle Man, and Dragon Horse. No matter what, Ling Xiao had to raise them to the intermediate stage of the 11th level first. After arriving at the Sky Sparrow region, other than meeting Xinyu Yi, Xinyu Xiangma, and Xia Xianxian, Ling Xiao specially went to the Yen clan and the Gu clan. He went to the Yen clan to build a good relationship with them and exchange some alchemy skills with the Yen clan's drug god. As for the Gu clan, it was for his son Feng Lingtian. Feng Lingtian was recognized as the young clan leader of the Gu clan. He was asked to stay in the Gu clan and lead them to develop and become stronger. This was actually a good thing, but Feng Lingtian's personality had always been unstable. He didn't want to be the young clan leader. The Gu clan lived in a rather secluded place in the Sky Sparrow region. They rarely came out and were self-sufficient. They recuperated and nurtured their Gu seeds. Ling Xiao only found out that they lived in the mountain range called the Thousand Poison Forest after receiving Dugu Jin's guidance. There were many poisonous creatures and many poison sources here. There were also many poison masters who came from the Gu clan. This was a mysterious race, a race that people were jealous of. No one wanted to provoke them. Now, Feng Xinyun's grandfather, the high priest, had already settled down here. Compared to the Sky Dragon region, the high priest preferred to return to the lifestyle of his clan. After Ling Xiao arrived at the heaven and earth realm, he immediately felt a fog that looked like dark clouds. Traces of corrosive poison sources began to invade his body. Although these poison sources were weak, they could reduce the lifespan of ordinary martial artists. No wonder that kid is so popular here. He loves poisonous creatures. The poison sources here are just right for him. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He walked towards the Gu clan's territory calmly. Many poison sources scattered to the left and right. They couldn't get close to him at all. After coming to the Thousand Poison Forest, he could occasionally see some Gu clan people wandering around. Ling Xiao's spiritual force swept across the area. Almost everything within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was within his range. However, when his spiritual force swept across the Gu clan's territory, it was blocked by a corrosive power. Who dares to peep at the Gu clan? An old voice sounded faintly. Then, a figure appeared in front of Ling Xiao like a dark green cloud in the blink of an eye. High-level supreme martial artist. These words immediately appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. Only an existence of this level could sense his spiritual force and possess such speed. Little Tian? You're not Little Tian. You actually look somewhat similar to him. Could you be Little Tian's father, the alchemist god Ling Xiao? The person who came let out a soft cry. The person who came was skinny and looked incomparably old. He wore a black robe and his face was wrinkled. There were only a few strands of white hair on his head. However, the strange smell emitted from his body was enough to poison an ordinary person to death. Ling Xiao said in his heart, "It's that kid who looks somewhat similar to me. This old man really doesn't know how to speak." "That's right. I am Ling Xiao. Greetings, senior." Ling Xiao slightly bowed and said, "Ah, good. You came at the right time. Little Tian always says that I'm not as strong as you. He wants me to defeat you so that he will willingly stay in the clan to cultivate. Today I will defeat you and let that kid willingly become the young clan leader." The old man let out a hearty laugh and exclaimed. Then he locked onto Ling Xiao's aura and shouted, "You and I will fight in the outer realm." Chapter 1626. There were 4 great kings in the Tiankei territory: King of Dan, King of Barbarians, King of Beasts, and King of Gu. The King of Dan was the alchemy god, the ancestor of the Yen family. The King of Barbarians was the incipient god realm expert of the Man tribe. The King of Beasts was Dugupu, the one who could control beasts. The King of Gu was Duke Hu, the King of Gu. Duke of Hu was the patriarch of the Gu race for a few generations, and he was a high-level supreme being. With his Gu technique and Gu poison abilities, he could easily defeat a peak supreme being. It was also because the Gu race had many tricks up their sleeves that ordinary people didn't want to provoke. Now that Duke of Hu had locked onto Ling Xiao and forced Ling Xiao to fight in outer space, it was out of Ling Xiao's expectations. Of course, I will obey the orders of an elder." Ling Xiao smiled calmly and rushed towards outer space with Duke of Hu. "Ah, good. With this courage, you are indeed worthy of being Little Tian's father. You have some guts like him." Duke of Hu laughed heartily. Ling Xiao's face turned green and he thought to himself, "Is there something wrong with this old man's brain? Little Tian is my son, and he is the one who has the same boldness as me." The two of them landed on the outer space like 2 towering mountains. Even the raging astral winds couldn't shake them. Little Tian said that his father is a great hero. "Today I, Duke of Hu, shall see if it's really as he said. Make your move, I will let you have 10 moves." Duke of Hu said heroically. "Old man, I'll let you have 3 moves first. Otherwise you'll lose face." Ling Xiao said as he spread out his hands. So arrogant. It seems like you are the same as Tian. Do you know what my cultivation is?" Duke of Hu chuckled, and the aura of a high-level supreme being was released without any concealment. His aura shrouded towards Ling Xiao, and he wanted to suppress Ling Xiao with his aura. However, his advanced level aura had no effect on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood there calmly, like an unshakable mountain that had existed for 10,000 years. At this moment, Duke of Hu frowned his brows. He finally saw through Ling Xiao's cultivation. He had actually reached the pinnacle of the mid-level supremacy realm. "Didn't you say that your cultivation is only at the middle level? You actually managed to reach the pinnacle in such a short period of time. You do have some tricks up your sleeves. Coupled with your Kim people's ancient emperor divine art, you should be able to fight against ordinary high-level sovereigns. However, this old man has been a high-level sovereign for many years. How can you be my opponent?" Duke of Hu muttered to himself as he chose to make the first move. A claw with a strong dark green color suddenly appeared and clawed at Ling Xiao's head. The space was torn apart, and the claw energy pierced through the space and descended on Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao didn't dodge at all. Instead, his dragon eyes flickered with a shrewd light. A dragon-shaped battle chi rushed out of his back and forcefully knocked away the claw. Rumble. The dark green claw radiance was instantly destroyed. A mighty golden dragon flickered above Ling Xiao's head. It was as if it were alive, and it had become incomparably powerful and extraordinary. That's a divine beast, true dragon. No, this is just a condensed form of battle chi. Good heavens, those who can condense battle chi to attack are all on the sovereign ranking. You actually know this as well. You are indeed as talented as Tian. Duke of Hu exclaimed in surprise. The more Ling Xiao listened to the old man's words, the more annoyed he became. He shouted, "Old man Tenor is my son. His talent is bestowed upon him by me. Come on, you still have 2 moves left." "Ah, fine. Since you have a dragon-shaped battle chi, I'll use my Saint Beast to protect myself." Duke of Hu laughed. Suddenly, 2 black shadows appeared behind him. They were 2 gigantic Gu Kings. Their sinister appearance was filled with a thirst for blood. The 2 Gu Kings let out a strange cry and pounced at Ling Xiao. Waves of poison spread out from their bodies. Even a God King wouldn't be able to withstand the poison. "Go," Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. His dragon-shaped battle chi also charged forward. The dragon-shaped battle chi was extraordinary. Along with Ling Xiao's advancement, its combat strength had increased significantly. It was now at the peak of the mid-level divine beast. The 2 Gu Kings before him were only at the mid-level of the 11th rank. They were still quite a distance away from the peak of the mid-level divine beast. Their poison was tyrannical and could rival a peak mid-level divine beast. However, they had no advantage against the dragon-shaped battle chi. This was because the dragon-shaped battle chi wasn't afraid of the poison origin chi. The dragon-shaped battle chi roared like a real dragon, causing the 2 huge and slender Gu Kings to writhe and shriek. In terms of offensive strength, how could the Gu Kings be a match for a true dragon? "Brat, you're strong indeed. Take this." Duke of Hu seized the opportunity to launch an attack. With a shout, he struck out with his claws. 100 venomous claws. This time Duke of Hu used all of his strength. His countless claws were filled with dense venomous energy. Once touched by this venomous energy, even a supreme expert at the incipient god realm wouldn't be able to resist it. Of course, he didn't want to kill Ling Xiao. Since he had the ability to use poison, he naturally had the ability to retrieve the poison origin. He just wanted to torture Ling Xiao a little bit so that he would know the consequences of ignoring an old man. The entire sky was filled with venomous energy. The surrounding space was completely dyed in a layer of dark green. It was as if hundreds of venomous insects had appeared in the world. It was a disgusting sight to behold. Once the venomous insects entered one's body, not only would they be corroded by the venomous insects, but they would also be controlled by the venomous insects. They wouldn't be able to escape from the body and would be controlled by the venomous insects. This was the Tao of the venomous insects. It was unpredictable and strange. No one dared to provoke them. However, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid at all. At his level, no poison could invade his body. The coldness and heat couldn't harm him at all. However, he didn't take this attack head-on. Instead, he used the storm movement technique and turned into a gust of wind. He appeared in front of Duke of Hu. Duke of Hu's attack missed and he couldn't help but think to himself, "I heard that this kid cultivates 5 elements at the same time, including the wind element. It seems like it's true. If I don't risk my life, I won't be able to suppress him." For the 3rd attack, Duke of Hu chose to use all of his strength. "Kid, pay attention. I'll defeat you with this move." Duke of Hu reminded Ling Xiao. The venomous insects around his body started to spread, and the shadows of venomous insects swayed. 10,000 venomous insects devour the heavens. Numerous Gu Kings rushed out and surrounded the area within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. All of them rushed towards Ling Xiao. Countless Gu poisons carried a terrifying corrosive intent that was enough to make even a pinnacle supreme martial artist retreat. Even if Ling Xiao's speed was unparalleled, he would still be surrounded by the venomous insects. It was impossible for him to escape, and he could only face them head-on. "Seal." A serious expression flashed across Ling Xiao's face. He didn't feel any threat from the old man in front of him. After all, the old man was someone who cultivated venomous insects. Most of his time was spent refining venomous insects, and his battle prowess was also dependent on the venomous insects. His strength was only comparable to a peak intermediate level magus like him. The old man had used all of his strength in this attack, and he couldn't be too arrogant. He had to give the old man some face and break his attack. Ling Xiao's glacier fist blasted out, and a blue ice color began to burst forth. Ice fists with fist intent suddenly appeared, and countless dark snow-cold forces began to freeze the surroundings. The temperature of the surrounding space instantly became incomparably cold. Many venomous insects were frozen to the point that they couldn't move. They were all sealed in ice, forming a world that resembled an ice sculpture. Duke of Hu's expression changed drastically, and he immediately retreated without any hesitation. "Oh my, are you trying to freeze this old man to death?" Duke of Hu's body trembled as he cried out. The dark snow energy that Ling Xiao had refined wasn't ordinary, and he had even refined some of the coldest ice energy before the ice dragon. Even the ice nether's dark snow energy couldn't be compared to his. Even Duke of Hu, who was a high-level supremacy realm expert, couldn't withstand the pressure of the cold energy. It was obvious how powerful it was. Ling Xiao retracted his fist, but the ice crystals were still shining brightly, and the cold energy lingered in the air. In the next moment, Ling Xiao's body moved slightly and he lightly shouted, "Shatter!" His voice was like the descent of a sovereign, and it had a kind of charm to it. It caused the ice crystals to shatter, and the venomous insects to dissipate along with the shattering of the ice crystals. When the cold energy disappeared, Duke of Hu heaved a sigh of relief. He could sense that if he was sealed in ice, he wouldn't be able to escape. "Brat, you're a freak, stop fighting!" Duke of Hu exclaimed. How could he dare to challenge Ling Xiao now? He had already confirmed that Feng Lingtian's words weren't wrong. His father was indeed stronger than him, the old patriarch. "It's naturally for the best if we can stop fighting," Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. He retracted his dragon battle chi, and the two venomous insects were covered in wounds. They weren't a match for his dragon battle chi at all. No wonder little Tian views you as his idol. Seems like he was right. However, it's best for him to stay in our race as the young patriarch. His ability to refine venomous insects is unparalleled, and our race's Heaven Gu Cauldron is also prepared to be passed down to him, Duke of Hu said to Ling Xiao. He said this because he hoped that Ling Xiao would agree to let Feng Lingtian stay in the Gu clan. This is the hope for the Gu clan to become stronger in the future. Heaven Gu Cauldron, I didn't expect it to exist in the Gu clan, Ling Xiao said in his heart. This is one of the 9 great cauldrons ranked 7th. It's the inheritance divine cauldron of the Gu clan. Back then Ling Xiao only found the Saint rank Heaven imitation Gu cauldron. For the Gu clan to pass down this Heaven Gu cauldron to his son, it clearly proves that the Gu clan truly wants to keep Feng Lingtian and nurture him. I've never cared about Tianer's matters. He might not listen to my words. It's fine as long as you can convince him. I don't mind his decision, Ling Xiao said as he spread his hands. Indeed, his son has his own opinions since young. It's better for him to make his own decision. With your words, little Tian will definitely stay in our race, Duke of Hu said with certainty. And I hope so. I want to go and see Tianer now. I wonder if it's convenient for me? Ling Xiao replied. Hee, what's inconvenient about it? Let's go, that kid still wants to return to the Heavenly Dragon domain. You came at the right time, Duke of Hu replied with a faint smile. Chapter 1627. The Thousand Venom Peak was filled with all sorts of poisonous creatures. Venomous snakes, venomous ants, venomous scorpions. All sorts of powerful and ferocious sacred beasts resided here. However, they were only subsidiary creatures. The most poisonous ones were the Gu Kings. There were several Gu Kings here, and all of them had reached the 11th rank. There were even those at the 10th and 9th rank. They lived by devouring these poisonous creatures. There were all sorts of strange smells here, and this was what attracted all sorts of poisonous creatures here. The several hundred mountains around the Thousand Venom Peak were all forbidden grounds of the Gu race. Without reaching a certain level of strength, it was impossible for them to get close. Right now, Ling Xiao and Duke of Hu had arrived in the sky above the Thousand Venom Peak. Ling Xiao looked down at the densely packed poisonous creatures and felt a wave of disgust wash over him. However, he saw a young man who looked the same as him walking around in a relaxed manner. He was even chasing after those sacred poison beasts. I say, brother snake, brother ant, brother scorpion, don't run around. I only want a bit of your blood essence and poisonous fangs. It's not like I'm going to kill you. What's the hurry? The young man quickly chased after the fleeing poisonous creatures. There was a golden sacred beast swaying on the body of this handsome young man. It gave off an incomparably demonic feeling. His strength had already reached the high-level God King realm, and he looked to be less than 200 years old. This kind of talent was extremely rare even in the heaven region. Looking at the energetic figure, Ling Xiao smiled with incomparable satisfaction. His son had been extremely mischievous since he was young. Even now that he was a father, he was still the same. To think that Bai Yueme could indulge him like this. He couldn't help rejoicing that his two children Ling Yu and Ling Zhe didn't like to play with poisonous creatures like Feng Ling Tian. Otherwise, all the poisonous creatures in the world would be in trouble. Little Tian, this child is born to refine poisonous creatures. Furthermore, he has the golden silkworm body, which is the most precious and rare physique of our Gu race. If he stays in our race, he won't be far from becoming a sovereign deity. Furthermore, he will be able to control tens of thousands of poisonous creatures and become the new generation's Gu king. Duke of Hu looked at Feng Ling Tian with incomparable satisfaction. Although there were many Gu clansmen, there was no one with a physique like Feng Ling Tian's. So when he found Feng Ling Tian, he immediately announced to the clansmen that he was bestowed the title of Young Patriarch. I hope it's as you say. In any case, let him do whatever he wants. He knows what he needs. I also hope that Duke Hu doesn't force him to stay, otherwise, it will only backfire. Ling Xiao advised, then flashed towards Feng Ling Tian's direction. Ling Xiao suppressed his cultivation and suddenly launched a sneak attack towards Feng Ling Tian. The glacier fist was like a torrential downpour that filled the sky. The golden silkworm king's silhouette behind him suddenly shone brightly, and pieces of thick armor that looked like bone spikes suddenly appeared, raising his defense by several times, and it was enough to send the person who ambushed him flying. He could sense that the person behind him was only a mid-level god king, far weaker than him. However, when the opponent's fist force landed on his back, his golden silkworm Gu King's defense was actually shattered. He only felt a cold intent, and a powerful force directly rushed into his back, causing him to spit out blood with a single punch. There was no doubt that this was only the power of a mid-level god king, but it contained the boundless fist intent realm, and the technique of the attack was quite exquisite, avoiding the strongest defense of the golden silkworm Gu King. Do you think that your defense is very strong? How many times have I told you, never be overconfident, don't leave your back to the enemy, you are courting death. Ling Xiao said faintly, then attacked Feng Ling Tian like a ghost. He still suppressed his cultivation and only used the strength of a mid-level god king to deal with Feng Ling Tian, but the power that was released was not any weaker than a high-level god king. Father. Feng Ling Tian turned over and rushed up, shouting in surprise. However, Ling Xiao would not be lenient towards him. His glacier fist struck out with an indomitable will, and waves of ice-cold energy sealed off all four directions. Many ice crystals condensed together, and the area of several thousand meters in front of Feng Ling Tian was frozen. Feng Ling Tian did not expect that his father would come here, but he also knew that his father was testing his combat power, so he did not dare to be negligent. The high-level God King's power sword, and the golden silkworm Gu Phantom behind him condensed again, faintly emitting a demonic king's aura. He shouted and struck out with his golden fist, layers of thorny golden armor covered his fist, and attacked his father. At the same time he also attacked with the fist intent, which could shake ordinary peak god kings. Feng Ling Tian had also traveled all over the years, experienced countless dangerous situations, and tempered his powerful combat power. His current strength was not any weaker than when Ling Xiao was in the same realm. This father and son pair fought fiercely here, from the top of Thousand Poison Peak to above the 9 heavens. Rays of light unceasingly splashed out, every fist shadow was like the sudden appearance of heavenly stones, with the power to destroy mountains and rivers. Bang bang. The fists collided, producing an abnormally dull sound. Although Ling Xiao suppressed his strength, he was still able to deal with his son with ease. You have not even comprehended the essence of the fist intent realm, you should properly feel father's fist intent. Ling Xiao frowned and bellowed. The power of his fists suddenly increased by several times. Every ice fist brought along a 10,000-meter-long ice mountain as it smashed towards Feng Ling Tian. That monstrous fist intent actually seemed to have overturned the space in this world, and a lot of ice energy sealed the surroundings, blasting towards Feng Ling Tian. Feng Ling Tian also had a stubborn personality. He shouted in shock, and his strength increased by a level. One after another, fists that were covered in golden armor continuously destroyed these ice mountains. However, he was shocked to find that the fist intent contained in these ice fists was far beyond his strength, and he was forced to retreat. In the end, many ice crystals quickly combined together and froze him. These ice energy still contained a few traces of nether snow-cold force. Feng Ling Tian was actually frozen to the point that he was unable to break out of the seal. Duke of Hu swiftly rushed over and exclaimed, "I say, Ling Xiao, what are you doing? you actually froze your little Tian? Duke of Hu, there is no need to worry, I am just giving him a little lesson, to let him know that there is always someone stronger than him, lest he becomes arrogant. Ling Xiao replied. However, Duke of Hu said with dissatisfaction, you can't do this, your ice-cold force has source energy, what if? Before he could finish speaking, the layer of ice that sealed Feng Ling Tian suddenly turned jet black, and in the next moment the ice crystals started to crack and collapse. Feng Ling Tian broke out of the ice and exclaimed, "It's so cold." Feng Ling Tian jumped up and down, waves of golden light flashed, dispelling the cold qi, making him look extremely comical. Ling Xiao muttered in astonishment, this brat's poison source is still somewhat tyrannical, it can actually break through the layer of ice. When Duke of Hu heard Ling Xiao's words, he immediately said in dissatisfaction, "What? Are you looking down on our goo poison?" Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "How could that be?" At this moment, Feng Ling Tian flew over and greeted Ling Xiao. "Greetings, father, why are you here?" "I came to see if your strength has improved. From the looks of it, it is still the same. It seems like you have been distracted for too long." Ling Xiao said with a stern face, displaying his stern father's might. However, no matter how he looked at it, he and Feng Ling Tian looked like brothers, and it didn't seem like a conversation between father and son. Feng Ling Tian didn't dare to refute. He knew that his father had always been a man of his word. If he dared to refute, he would probably be taught a lesson again. Duke of Hu said from the side, "I say Ling Xiao little Tian has already worked very hard. He cultivates our Gu race's divine technique. Once his Gu body reaches large success, he will be invincible in the world." "Duke of Hu, your Gu body has also reached large success, but I don't see that you are invincible in the world?" Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask Hu Gongnan. "Come, let's fight for another 3 days and 3 nights. I haven't even used my full strength just now." Duke of Hu said angrily. "Are you sure?" Ling Xiao said coldly. Duke of Hu shouted, "Of course I'm sure. However, since the two of you have met today, I will let you go. Remember to be careful with your words in the future, otherwise, I will let the Gu King swallow you alive." With that, he actually flew away dejectedly. Feng Ling Tian snickered from the side. He knew that he, the old patriarch, had probably suffered a loss from his father. Father is truly powerful. For so many years, he has been advancing triumphantly. However, no matter how hard I try, it will be difficult for me to catch up to his footsteps. Feng Ling Tian sighed with emotion in his heart. "Are you sure you want to stay in the Gu race?" Ling Xiao looked at Feng Ling Tian and asked. Seeing his father's serious expression, Feng Ling Tian immediately nodded his head and said, "I feel that this place is suitable for me to grow up. After I break through to the sovereign realm, I want to wander the outer realm like my father." "Since you have decided, then do it well. They treat you as a clansman, so you should treat them well and do your best. You have grown up, you have your own path, father will not interfere with you, but Yuza and the other 2 children will stay with Dragon Gate. As for you Mei, you can do as you see fit, but remember to go back often to see your mother and grandmother, they all miss you very much." Ling Xiao said indifferently. Feng Ling Tian remembered these things one by one. He also knew that he had an additional mission on his shoulders. Fortunately, with your current strength, you should spend more time on cultivation. Refining Gu is just a side path. If you want to become the strongest existence, only extreme power is the right path. You have to grasp it clearly, don't be like a child all day. Ling Xiao advised. "Yes, father, I will remember." Feng Ling Tian replied honestly. "Your father is preparing to make another trip to the outer world. I don't know when I'll be able to return, so remember to become stronger as soon as possible and protect those you need to protect. Don't let anyone bully you, otherwise don't say you're this Ling Xiao's son." Ling Xiao said before tossing a space ring to his son. There were many divine materials in this spatial ring, enough for his son to cultivate to the incipient god realm. "Protect the people you need to protect." Feng Ling Tian's expression became solemn. He didn't know why, but he always felt that his father's trip gave him a bad feeling, as if his father would encounter something unexpected. Chapter 1628. After meeting Feng Ling Tian, Ling Xiao left for the Heaven Source region. The enmity between the Heaven Source region and the Heaven Tiger region was somehow related to him. If he hadn't become enemies with the Devil Tiger sect, these things wouldn't have happened. Today Yen Dijiao was the young master of the Alchemy Union. As a woman she had to deal with many things. Thinking about it, Ling Xiao felt sorry for her. This time he went to the Alchemy Union to comfort and encourage her. At the same time, he wanted to see if the Alchemy Union needed help. No matter what, he was the honorary vice master of the Alchemy Union. However, when Ling Xiao arrived at the city, he found something strange. The vice master is here. Vice Master Ling Xiao is here. One of the alchemists couldn't help but scream when he saw Ling Xiao. The others also noticed Ling Xiao's figure, and their expressions became excited as they called out to him. Ling Xiao was a legendary character in the Heaven Territory. He had become the supreme alchemy god before he was 100 years old. He was the idol of all the alchemists in the Heaven Territory. His appearance immediately caused an uproar in the city. Ling Xiao responded to them enthusiastically and then hurried to the main hall. He didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. He directly came to the main hall. Indeed, as he had expected, Yan Dijiao had encountered some trouble. Someone had come to propose marriage to her. Yan Dijiao and Ling Xiao's marriage hadn't been announced. It would be strange if no one proposed marriage to a beautiful woman like her. In this hall, besides Yan Dijiao, there were some divine alchemists of the Alchemy Union. The other three were not from the Alchemy Union. Among these three, there was an extraordinarily handsome young man. He wore a white robe and looked elegant. His tiger-like eyes couldn't hide his arrogance. He didn't conceal his mid-level incipient god realm aura. Surprisingly, the two people standing next to him were high-level incipient god realm existences. This level of strength was enough to show that the three of them were of noble status. When Ling Xiao arrived at the entrance of the hall, he hesitated for a moment before deciding not to enter. Instead, he concealed his aura so that no one would be able to detect his presence. He wanted to see who was so bold as to openly poach his woman. They must be tired of living. At this moment, the middle-stage supreme martial artist young man said to Yan Dijiao, "This marriage was arranged by your great master. I believe you won't regret it, right?" This young man's attitude was arrogant, as if he did not put Yan Dijiao, the young palace master, in his eyes. In the Heaven region, there were very few people or forces that could ignore the Medicine Guild. Yet this young man actually dared to do so. His backer must be very strong. "I don't know when my master told you about this, but I already have a husband, so don't mention this anymore. If you come to our Medicine Guild as guests, we welcome you, but if you come to cause trouble, don't blame us for being impolite." Yan Dai yelled. She was still dressed in an alchemist's robe. That loose robe could not hide her proud and graceful figure. Her peerlessly beautiful face was filled with a heroic spirit. The more one looked at her, the more attractive she became. He looks like you still don't understand. When your great master was in trouble in the lightning star space, it was our Lei family that saved him. That's why he made such a decision in order to be grateful to our Lei family. If you don't believe me, there is a recording crystal bead here, you can take a look. The young man was not angry at all. After saying that, he threw out a recording crystal bead. The recording crystal bead began to emit light in the hall, and images continuously flashed past. One of them was Yan Dijiao's great master, Shursang Yang. He was the most respected person in the Medicine Guild and even in the Heaven region. Seeing that he was quite friendly with the people in the recording crystal bead, and that young man occasionally appeared there, it clearly proved that what he said was true. At the very least, he had met Shursang Yang before. Yan Dijiao's expression changed slightly. Her great master had not returned for many years, and when she asked the other two masters about it, they rarely mentioned it. She didn't expect that he had gone to the lightning star space. Now, she completely believed that her master had promised to marry her to the young man in front of her. "How about it? Do you believe me now?" the young man said playfully. This young man was a direct descendant of the Lei family, the overlord of the lightning star space. His status in the Lei family was extremely high, and his name was Lei Luojun. The other two sovereigns were his protector elders. The Lei family was an overlord in the southern region. In the depths of the southern region, they were very close to the primal chaos lightning region. Most of them had lightning attributes and they had extremely powerful attacks. Rumor had it that they were the first ancient race to move from the Heaven region to the outer region, dating back to ancient times. This was enough to show how powerful their Lei family was. Yan Dijiao lightly nodded and said, "I believe you, but I can't do this. My great master doesn't even know that I'm married. If it's possible, our guild will compensate you." Yan Dijiao had the demeanor of someone in a high position, and when she spoke, there was a hint of majesty in her voice. I think you want to break off the engagement. When I came here, I already found out that you're still single." Lei Luojun coldly snorted in dissatisfaction. Then he looked at Yan Dijiao and said, "If it wasn't for your great master begging me to agree to this marriage, I wouldn't even bother coming here. You have some beauty but your strength isn't much. You can be my concubine. In the future I'll be the Medicine Guild's Hall Master, and you can be the Vice Hall Master. Lei Luojuan's tone was very domineering, as if he was the one who did it. Immediately the Medicine Alliance's members grew enraged. Get out. Even if my great master agreed to your marriage, go find him and tell me. You're not welcome here. Yan Daijiao slammed the table and angrily glared at Lei Luojun. Lei Luojuan's words were simply insulting her. The other people of the Medicine Guild also stood up, and at the same time, a few supreme and incipient god realm auras shrouded the area. The two people beside Lei Luojun coldly snorted and the auras of two high sovereign stage sovereigns swept out in the hall, forcing a few weaker divine alchemists to sit down. It seems like Shertsong Yang's words don't work in the Medicine Guild. Lei Luojun revealed an incomparably disappointed expression, and then said, although this is your territory, you don't know the power of our Lei family in the Thunderstar space. I heard that your Medicine Guild is going against the Demon Tiger race. If our Lei family helps the Demon Tiger race, it won't be a problem for your Medicine Guild to be removed from this place. What arrogance! Do you think our Alchemy Alliance has no one to back you up? An ethereal voice rang out in the hall. Then a figure appeared on the Hall Master's seat. This person was the second Hall Master, Lian Haogong. This time, Lian Haogong had returned with his real body, and he was angrily staring at the people in front of him. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's you, Elder Lian. Lei Luojun said calmly. You forced my big brother to stay in your Thunderstar space, and now you dare to send people to steal the foundation of my Medicine Guild. How dare you? Lian Haogong's aura burst out as he shouted in fright. At the same time, the auras of several supreme and incipient god realm experts appeared in the hall, and their auras locked on Lei Luojuan's group of three. A great battle was about to begin. Second Master, what's going on? Yan Daijiao couldn't wrap her head around it. Vaguely, she seemed to understand some key points, but she still wanted to know what was going on. Haven't you been asking about the whereabouts of your great master all these years? He's actually in the Lightning Star space, imprisoned by the Lei family and forced to refine pills for them. All these years we've been trying to save your great master, but the Lei family's strength is too tyrannical, and we have no way to do anything about it. Who would have thought that they would actually bully our territory? Today we'll capture the three of them in exchange for Big Brother. Yan Daijiao's soft body shook, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She didn't think that there would be such a thing. Haha, I didn't think that you already knew. Lei Luojun didn't deny it. Harumph, you imprisoned my big brother, but you didn't know that he already had a secret technique to send the message. If we hadn't been accumulating energy, we would have come to Thunderstar space to save him. Now that you've delivered yourself to our door, capture them for me. Lian Haogong snorted and ordered. Several supreme divine powers from the Medicine Guild locked onto Lei Luojun and the other two at the same time and tried to grab them. It seems that you still don't know the truth. Lei Luojun said faintly. The lightning power around his body started to burst out. The two high-level supreme martial artists beside him also exerted their strength at the same time. The powerful power of lightning caused the entire hall to shake continuously. The Medicine Guild's incipient god realm experts were forced to stop before they could even get close to the other party. They could feel that the lightning power in front of them contained great lethality. It made them feel a strong threat. Moreover, the other two were high-level supreme experts. They had to be careful. If they started a fight here, the entire palace would be destroyed in an instant. If you want to fight, we'll do it. But, if I crush it, Shertsong Yang will be executed immediately. You better think carefully. Lei Luojun sneered as a jade tube of life appeared in his hand. For a moment, no one from the Medicine Guild dared to act rashly. What do you want after all? Lian Haogong clenched his fists and said in a low voice. Haha, our request is simple. Marry this woman to me as a concubine. Our Lei family will become the master of the Medicine Guild. Shertsong Yang will naturally be free. Otherwise, you can just wait for the news of his death. Lei Luojun laughed proudly. Yan Daijiao and Lian Haogong fell into a dilemma. That's impossible. A voice of disapproval came from the entrance of the hall. Chapter 1629. Impossible. These three words were sonorous and forceful. They were spoken with exceptional firmness and domineeringness. Ling Xiao walked in from outside the hall. In just one step, he stood between Yan Daijiao and Lian Haogong. Husband. Yan Daijiao's beautiful eyes shivered. She couldn't help but scream. If there weren't so many people here, she would have jumped into Ling Xiao's embrace. Many things had happened recently that exhausted her. She now knew that it wasn't easy to be the hall master. Sometimes when she calmed down, she wished that Ling Xiao could stay by her side and help her. Perhaps he could give her some support and encouragement. However, after so many years, this heartless man hadn't come to see her. She felt so sad. Seeing him today, of course she was so excited. "Kid, what's the use of you coming here now?" Lian Hao Gong sighed. He knew that Ling Xiao had the power of an incipient God realm expert. However, Ling Xiao's appearance had added a new variable to the current situation. Lei Luojun and the two people behind him were assessing Ling Xiao. However, they saw that although Ling Xiao's competence wasn't ordinary, he wasn't strong enough to threaten them. Thus they didn't mind him anymore. Moreover, they had trump cards, so they weren't afraid that the medicine union could do anything to them. "If I didn't come, my wife would have been taken away by some cat or dog." Ling Xiao looked at Yan Dai Jiao tenderly. Hearing him, Lei Luojun squinted. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Where did this B***starred come from? He doesn't know how high the sky is. I should say that to you. This is our medicine union. It's not a place for you to show off. If you don't want to die, get lost. Not long after, we will go to Thunderstar Space to save the Great Hall Master. Ling Xiao looked at Lei Luojun and shouted. Lei Luojun didn't know why, but when he looked at Ling Xiao's eyes, he felt like he was looking at a real dragon coming to him. It made him feel a little scared. Not bad. Lei Luojun thought in his heart, and then he said to Elder Lian Hao, "Elder Lian, kick this bastard out immediately. No, capture him and let me deal with him." With that, he shook the jade tube of life in his hand, indicating that if Lian Hao did not do as he said, he would crush the jade tube of life. By then Shi Songyang would definitely die. Before Lian Hao could say anything, Ling Xiao took a step forward and sneered, "Crush it if you have the ability. Do you think you can scare people with a jade tube of life?" He paused for a moment before continuing, "Your Lei clan's strength is not bad, but you don't have a supreme alchemy god. Would your ancestor kill a supreme alchemy god for you? Do you think you're the Lei clan's young clan head? Pui. You're just a concubine's descendant. If not for the first palace master's supreme god elixir, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to step into the intermediate stage supremacy stage. You came to our medicine alliance to find a shortcut to become the leader of a faction. You know that you can't continue to be the Lei family's patriarch, so you did this." "You? How did you know?" Lei Luojun was stunned. He did not expect the person in front of him to know his background and expose him in front of everyone. He was at a loss as to what to do. "Young Master Jun." A high-level supremacy beside him shouted, causing Lei Luojun to come back to his senses. "Ling Xiao, is what you said true?" Lian Hao looked at Ling Xiao in surprise and asked. "Of course it's true. His position in the Lei clan is not bad. Unfortunately, his ambition is not small, but he does not have the ability to compete with their young clan head. He can only settle for the next best thing. He wants to use the first palace master's name to obtain the position of palace master." Ling Xiao nodded and replied. He then said, "However, they have more than 10 helpers in the Tianyuan district. They did not come alone. The jade tube of life is only a signal. Once it is crushed." "Enough, how did you know about this?" Lei Luojun could not help but roar. I know more than you can imagine. Get out of here immediately. Go back and tell your Lei clan that I, Ling Xiao, will invite our first palace master back soon. Let them treat our first palace master well. If anything happens to him, I will definitely make your Lei clan restless." Ling Xiao snorted coldly, filled with killing intent. Ling Xiao possessed the exquisite heart. As long as he put his mind to it, he could see through anyone's thoughts. Naturally, everything that Lei Luojun was thinking about could not escape his senses. "What big words you have!" Lei Luojun roared angrily. The power of lightning exploded in all directions, turning the tables and chairs in the hall into dust. "What? Are you angry from embarrassment? Why don't I give you a chance? Let's go to the outer realm and exchange a few blows. Let's see if you have the qualifications to act so arrogantly here." Ling Xiao shouted with extreme disdain. "All right, I didn't expect to meet someone who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth in a place like this. Let's go to the outer realm and fight. I will let you know how the word, death, is written. Once I take care of you, none of your medicine guild will be able to escape. At that time we can help the Demon Tiger clan and kill all of you." Lei Luojun shouted with killing intent in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, he signaled to the two people behind him and rushed out of the hall. Lian Hao wanted to order his men to stop them, but Ling Xiao stopped him. Second Palace Master, let them go. None of you will be able to escape. With that, Ling Xiao was about to rush out of the outer realm. However, Yan Dai Jiao grabbed his hand. Don't go, they're so powerful. Yan Dai Jiao said worriedly. Ling Xiao patted the back of her hand and said, don't worry, they're just a few small fries. I can use them to rescue your master in the future. Can you really rescue my master? Yan Dai Jiao asked softly. Of course. Don't you believe me? Ling Xiao replied. Of course I believe you. You must pay attention to your safety. Don't force yourself. Yan Dai Jiao warned. Ling Xiao nodded and said to Lian Hao, Second Palace Master, I will explain to you when we return. With that, he floated out of the hall like the wind. Lian Hao's eyes twitched as he exclaimed softly, this kid has actually reached the intermediate Divine King realm. His advancement speed is too fast. He remembered that when he first met Ling Xiao, he was only a peak-level Divine King. At that time, he felt that Ling Xiao's speed of advancement was too shocking. Now, in just a short span of 100 years, Ling Xiao had already reached the mid-level Supreme Martial Artist realm. This made him even more speechless. Second Master, aren't you going to bring the other founding elders out to take a look? Yan Dai Jiao shook Lian Hao's arm and said. Lian Hao glanced at Yan Dai Jiao and said helplessly, girl, don't worry. I won't let anything happen to that kid. As soon as he finished speaking, he gestured to the others, and then he flew out of the hall and charged towards the outer space. This time, Lian Hao didn't dare to be careless. He summoned all the paying elders in the guild. A total of more than 20 of them rushed to the outer realm. The medicine guild naturally didn't only have this little bit of strength. However, most of their people were fighting against the Heaven Tiger Domain's forces in the outer realm. Only a small portion of them were left to oversee the guild. Among so many people, there was only one old high-level sovereign. The rest were all sovereigns below the intermediate and low sovereigns. The outer realm. Lei Luojuan's people had already gathered together. There were a total of 16 people. Other than the original 2 high-level sovereigns, most of the rest were intermediate sovereigns. Only a few were low sovereigns. Not all of them came from the Lightning Star space. Half of them were followers that they had subdued along the way. Ling Xiao had provoked Lei Luojun not only because he wanted them to retreat from the city, but also because he wanted to take all of them away. Now that he was surrounded by enemies, he didn't have many supreme puppets left. The combat power of the gods' corpses that he brought out from the chaotic burial space was slightly weaker. Therefore he needed to subdue more puppets. Only then would he have more confidence in the future battles. Ling Xiao landed in the outer realm. He looked at the people around him and said in satisfaction, not bad. There are more people. Kid, I don't care who you are. Surrender to me immediately and I will pretend that nothing happened. Lei Luojun stared at Ling Xiao and said faintly. At this time, Lei Luojuan's people immediately surrounded Ling Xiao. As long as Lei Luojun gave the order, they would capture and kill Ling Xiao at the same time. Hehe, do you think that you can defeat me with just these few people? Ling Xiao sneered calmly. Don't tell me you can deal with us all by yourself? Lei Luojun smiled faintly and then said gloomily, you ruined my plan. I'm already being merciful by not killing you immediately. Don't be ungrateful. At this time, Lian Hao Gong had already rushed out with more than 20 people. Don't think that there is no one in the Medicine Alliance. Lian Hao Gong shouted in shock. We really don't care about the few of you. Lei Luojun was still incomparably calm. Then he signaled to the high-level Supreme Martial Artist beside him. The high-level Supreme Martial Artist immediately understood and murmured. Suddenly, dozens of figures appeared in this area. Puppets? Ling Xiao and Lian Hao Gong exclaimed. What appeared in front of them were puppets without any life force. However, every one of them was flickering with the power of lightning as if they were alive. It was extremely strange. Could these be the lightning puppets that only your Lei family has? Powerful puppets that were refined in those lightning regions? Lian Hao Gong's knowledge was broader than Ling Xiao's, so he immediately made a guess. Elder Lian is quite knowledgeable. That's right, these are the lightning puppets that are unique to my family. Their battle prowess is not inferior to any mid-level supreme martial artist. Let me ask you, can you stop us with just these few people? Lei Luojun smiled faintly. If it weren't for these lightning puppets, he really wouldn't dare to come to the Medicine Alliance with just these few people. Hehe, you're not the only one with puppets. Ling Xiao sneered and also summoned his puppet. Chapter 1630. As Ling Xiao's voice fell, many puppets also appeared in front of everyone. These puppets were not the living puppets that Ling Xiao controlled with his soul power, but the god's corpse devils that he brought out from the chaotic burial space. There were a total of 100 of these god's corpse devils, and each of them had a different level of strength. In terms of strength, the god's corpse devils might not be a match for the lightning puppets. After all, the lightning puppets could produce a large number of lightning-attributed attacks, and the god's corpse devil's baleful aura could not harm them at all. Fortunately, the other party only had around 50 lightning puppets, and Ling Xiao's side had the advantage in terms of numbers. It was completely possible for them to fight 2 against 1, and kill the other party in terms of numbers. Everyone present was shocked, including Lian Haogong. If he did not know that Ling Xiao was a true alchemist, he would have thought that Ling Xiao was a puppet master. What kind of inheritance did this kid obtain, to actually be able to obtain so many supreme puppets? Lian Haogong thought to himself. He did not believe that Ling Xiao would refine such evil puppets, so there was only one possibility, and that was to obtain a secret realm inheritance. The expressions of Lei Luojun and the others also became completely panicked. They originally thought that with the lightning puppets as support, they would be able to completely deal with these people from the Medicine Alliance. They did not expect that such an unforeseen event would occur, completely out of their imagination. "Kid, who the hell are you?" Lei Luojun asked gloomily. "Who I am is no longer important, what's important is that all of you stay." Ling Xiao said indifferently, then waved his hand and said, "Kill." Ling Xiao had already planned to control these people and make them his puppets, so he naturally would not let them escape. He immediately ordered and shouted, "Little bastard, do you think that you can fight against us with these useless puppets? If I kill you, these puppets will be mine. Kill for me." Lei Luojun actually did not escape. Instead, he cursed, waved his hand and shouted in shock. At the same time, the people around him also began to move. Each of them had a divine artifact in their hands, and powerful holy beasts appeared beside them. "Second Palace Master, don't move first. Seal off this area first. Don't let them escape," Ling Xiao said to Lian Haogong through sound transmission. He also summoned his 3 sacred beasts. After saying that, his real body and doppelganger split up and attacked in 2 different directions. Ling Xiao planned to end the battle quickly, not giving Lei Luojun and the others any chance to escape. Ling Xiao's true body charged towards Lei Luojun. This guy actually dared to have designs on his woman. He had to make him suffer. Beside Lei Luojun was a mutated flying tiger. It looked rather ferocious, having reached the pinnacle of low tier 11. Lightning flashed incessantly around its body, and its wings fluttered incessantly. Its speed was not inferior to any mid-tier 11 holy beast. In Lei Luojun's hand was a lightning spear. There were traces of purple lightning lingering around it. Lei Luojun's strength was also extraordinary. The power of lightning was the most tyrannical power in this world. He was dressed in lightning clothes, and his entire person seemed to have turned into a god of lightning as he charged towards Ling Xiao. "Die, you little bastard." Lei Luojun hated Ling Xiao to the extreme for ruining his plans, and he used his full strength as soon as he attacked. Many bolts of lightning descended from the sky, and the explosive power was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth, causing people to be terrified. Among opponents of the same level, there were not many who could withstand this kind of lightning attack. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Before Lei Luojun attacked, there was already a loud sound of thunder. Bolts of heavenly lightning suddenly appeared in the space, exploding and turning many spaces into dust. Boundless lightning power. When this move was used, the color of heaven and earth changed. Boundless lightning smashed in all directions. Ling Xiao felt that Lei Luojun's power was actually comparable to the pinnacle of mid-tier supreme being. The fact that Lei Luojun could erupt to this extent with his strength of mid-tier supreme being proved how terrifying the Lei family's lightning body was. "If I hadn't reached the pinnacle of mid-tier supreme being, you would still be able to fight me. Now you're too weak," Ling Xiao said faintly as he charged into the sea of lightning with his bare hands. Ice River Fist after Ice River Fist blasted out and destroyed many of the lightning spears. When the powerful lightning power fell on him, it made him feel some pain. However, it did not make him feel threatened at all. After all, his physical body was already comparable to a high-tier ancient god artifact. If Lei Luojun was a high-tier supreme being, he might be able to injure him. Ling Xiao's fist force was torrential and majestic. It broke through many lightning powers and arrived in front of Lei Luojun. An ice fist blasted out from the sky. This ice crystal, which contained the power of the dark snow-cold force, was actually able to freeze the thunder and lightning. How is this possible? Lei Luojun was shocked and quickly retreated. He could feel that this cold energy could actually threaten his safety, and even freeze his tyrannical lightning energy. This was really beyond his expectations. However, it was impossible to seal his lightning powers with just ice crystals. The only possibility was that the other party was much stronger than him. How dare you act so arrogantly in the heaven region with just this bit of strength? Go to hell. Ling Xiao roared angrily. His whole body emitted a powerful cold aura. He blasted out ice river fists repeatedly. Many ice mountains, ice cones, and ice rivers appeared and flooded towards Lei Luojun. The cold force of nether snow froze the surrounding space, causing the temperature to plummet. Uncle Jun, save me? Lei Luojun was shocked. He knew that Ling Xiao's combat power was far above his. If he continued to fight, he would definitely die. He immediately cried for help. A high-tier supreme being who was not far away from here finally made a move. He did not make a move because he wanted to prevent the people from the Medicine Alliance from joining the battle. At the same time, he wanted to protect Lei Luojun. Lei Lingjun walked over in the air. Many lightning powers descended. These powers were much more terrifying than Lei Luojun's. Each of these lightning bolts contained a terrifying heavenly might. Even a mid-tier supreme being would not be able to get close to them. Even a high-tier supreme being would have to carefully consider them. Humph, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ling Xiao's divine soul clone, who had been waiting for an opportunity, shouted coldly. He finally charged towards Lei Lingjun, who had come to help Lei Luojun. Ling Xiao's divine soul was invisible. It was impossible for ordinary people to discover him. His speed was also unparalleled. With a powerful kick, he broke through Lei Lingjun's lightning pool and rushed towards him. Lei Lingjun was just about to reach Lei Luojun when he was suddenly attacked by the power of the same realm. He was shocked. Which scoundrel are you? Show yourself. Lei Lingjun's reflexes were astonishing. As soon as Ling Xiao's soul god entered his range, he immediately sensed it and shouted. In front of him, a large amount of lightning power flickered like snakes. It protected him tightly and blocked Ling Xiao's kick. However, he was blasted flying as well and he was obstructed from helping Lei Luojun. Lei Luojun realized that Lei Lingjun had not rushed over. He was the only one who continued to face Ling Xiao's attack alone. His Sky Tiger was being held back by muscle and was unable to help him. You forced me to do this. Today I'll show you the most terrifying attack of the lightning attribute. Lei Luojun was forced into a sorry state by Ling Xiao. He suffered many injuries. At the same time, there were signs of ice crystals covering his body. He shouted ferociously. All his power exploded. Many lightning bolts suddenly appeared from the spatial cracks. Several heavenly lightning seeds appeared in his hand. Heavenly lightning explosion. Lei Luojun sneered. He threw several level 10 heavenly lightning seeds at Ling Xiao. Many lightning powers also accompanied the heavenly lightning seeds, causing them to have an explosive effect. Oh no! Ling Xiao frowned and shouted. He raised his storm body technique to the maximum. He erupted with 70 times his combat power and dodged the heavenly lightning seeds. However, Ling Xiao was close to Lei Luojun. The heavenly lightning seeds still exploded before he could dodge them. Rumble, rumble. The 10th level heavenly lightning seed was naturally unable to injure Ling Xiao, but with Lei Luojun's full power, it was a different story. Even a high-level supreme martial artist would have to suffer grievances on the spot. Haha, little bastard, don't think that I can't deal with you just because you're a little stronger than me. Lei Luojun laughed proudly. When all the power of thunder and lightning filled the air, he didn't see Ling Xiao's shadow. Has he been blasted into ashes? Lei Luojun was confused. Suddenly, a wave of cold energy came from behind him, causing his body to feel numb. Many ice crystals condensed under his feet and covered him. Ah, piss off! Lei Luojun screamed. He quickly used his divine power. Many lightning powers descended, wanting to completely destroy the ice crystals. Rumble, rumble. Many bolts of lightning fell, but they seemed to be directly knocked away by the sudden appearance of an ice fist. The ice fist was like a heavenly fist. Its power was extremely domineering, comparable to the power of a high-level supreme martial artist. The lightning powers could not reach Lei Luojun for a while. Lei Luojun's face was ashen. He kept using his divine power, using his lightning power to shatter the ice crystals. However, the ice crystals covered him in layers. They were extremely thick and the coldness penetrated his bones and sea of consciousness, freezing his soul. He struggled for a while but was unable to break free from the ice crystals. He was immediately frozen into an ice sculpture. His expression and movements were stiff. Ling Xiao was not worried that he would freeze to death. The dark snow force continued to be unleashed, making the ice sculpture even thicker and more solid. Phew, I didn't expect there to be a rank 10 heavenly lightning child. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly used the ancient Emperor Divine technique to heal his injured arm. The attack just now had indeed caused some damage to his physical body. If he had not been fast enough to avoid most of the power of the explosion, he would have been seriously injured. Ling Xiao did not believe that Lei Luojun could break the seal. Even if he did, he could not easily get rid of the dark snow force. After all, Lei Luojun did not have an ice or fire attribute physique. At this time, Ling Xiao's gaze fell on Lei Lingjun and the other high-level supreme martial artist. They were the toughest bones to eat. Chapter 1631. Ling Xiao had frozen Lei Luojun and asked the two gods' corpse demons to protect him. Once he made any strange move, they would kill him immediately. Only then did Ling Xiao turn his eyes to the others. The others and the thunder and lightning puppets were trying their best to deal with Ling Xiao's God's Corpse demons. The God's Corpse demons had the thick murderous aura of death. Moreover, they were immune to any kind of attack. They were trying their best to kill until their corpses exploded. Then they would lose their fighting competence. However, the demon corpses of the God's Corpses were weaker in terms of fighting competence. They could only trap some low-level incipient God Realm experts. The others were blocked by the lightning puppets and the middle-level supremes. They had even destroyed several demon corpses of the God's Corpses. More than 10 of them were severely injured and didn't have much fighting capacity left. If it continued like this, Ling Xiao's 100 God's Corpse demons would be destroyed by the others. As for Ling Xiao's doppelganger, he had Lei Lingjun under control. Lei Lingjun was at the late stage of high-level supremes, but Ling Xiao was as strong as him when he used all of his power. Moreover, with the help of the Emperor Dragon Heaven-destroying incantation, Lei Lingjun was starting to lose. If it weren't for his amazing attack and defense, Ling Xiao would have already turned him into minced meat. Ling Xiao's God Soul could fight against the peak of Supremes, and Lei Lingjun had this kind of competence because he cultivated Thunder class. He was afraid that all the members of the Lei family weren't easy to deal with. At this moment, the one that Ling Xiao had to pay attention to was Lei Yuanshi, a high-level Supremes who controlled the thunder and lightning puppets. He was the one who had destroyed those God's Corpse demons. He had a medium-level 11 Thunder Snake with him, which was only one level weaker than Lei Lingjun. Moreover, he was a puppet master, and his position in the Lei family wasn't lower than Lei Lingjun's. The thunder hammer in his hand was especially powerful. Each strike of the hammer could smash a God's Corpse demon. At this moment, Lei Lingjun screamed at him, "Yuanshi, save young Master Jun." Only then did Lei Yuanshi realize that Lei Luojun had been frozen by the earth hand. He originally thought that with Lei Luojun's strength he should be able to blast that kid to death. Now that he was actually sealed in ice, it really shouldn't be. "Little bastard, release young Master Jun immediately. Otherwise, not only will I destroy your body, but I will also extract your soul and torture you to death." Lei Yuanshi raised his thunder hammer and rushed towards Ling Xiao. "Ha ha, that depends on whether you have the guts or not." Ling Xiao sneered. The phantom sword appeared in his hand and he slashed at Lei Yuanshi. Ling Xiao wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Using his storm body art, tornadoes appeared, causing the entire area to be thrown into chaos. Streams of black death evil wine blades slashed towards Lei Yuanshi. Swoosh. Lei Yuanshi knitted his brows. He never expected that this pinnacle-level mid-level sovereign would be so powerful. The increase in his strength was actually able to make him feel threatened. Furthermore, the ice-attributed energy seemed to have turned into the mysterious wind-attributed energy. "Any evil power will be destroyed by my mighty thunder calamity," Lei Yuanshi shouted. Numerous thunderbolts descended from the top of his head. His thunder hammer struck in all directions, and the thunderbolts blasted towards Ling Xiao's tornadoes. Rumble, rumble. The thunderbolts were indeed powerful. They completely destroyed Ling Xiao's tornadoes and death evil chi. The thunderbolts that splashed on Ling Xiao's body were much more powerful than Lei Luojun's previous attack. Ling Xiao grimaced in pain. If it was an ordinary high-level supreme being fighting with Lei Yuanshi, he would probably be at a disadvantage in just one move. This was the terror of the Thunder Clan battle physique. The thunderbolts were indeed the most terrifying power in the world. "Disappear for me." Lei Yuanshi's momentum soared. He shouted and swung his thunder hammer again, smashing it towards Ling Xiao's direction. Thunder breaks the heavens. Thunder snakes roared out, and the area within a radius of tens of thousands of miles turned into a pool of lightning. The immortal corpses and demons that were affected were all blasted into ashes. Dense thunderbolts floated in the surroundings. Ling Xiao had no way of breaking through Lei Yuanshir's attack. Instead, he was forced to retreat continuously. In terms of cultivation level, Ling Xiao was still a notch weaker. However, this didn't mean that he would lose. This was just the beginning. He was just about to get serious. He put away the dim shadow sword, and the seventh move of the Emperor Dragon Heaven destroying technique, Lotus Flower, appeared, forming a thick defense in front of him. Rumble, rumble. These thunderbolts already contained the strongest heavenly thunderbolts. Their attacking power was abnormally terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao's ice shield was completely shattered. The dark snow-cold energy was also dispersed. This time, the thunderbolts actually broke through his physical defense. Ling Xiao endured the pain and raised his strength to the extreme. Ling Xiao knew that his opponent was using his strongest source of lightning power. He shouted out in alarm and turned his defensive power into a counterattack that rushed out. Ice turned to water, water turned to wood, and wood turned to fire. 3 consecutive forces dispersed Lei Yuanshir's thunderbolts and gave him a fierce counterattack. The flames turned into the shape of dragons and phoenixes and rushed towards Lei Yuanshir. You actually have the strength to counterattack. No wonder you could take down young Master Jun. However, you are just struggling bitterly. After Lei Yuanshir sneered, his thunderbolts continued to descend, turning the surrounding space into a vacuum. Thunder snakes flew everywhere, and every strike was enough to destroy the physical body of a mid-level supreme martial artist. It was enough to make any high-level supreme martial artist flee in defeat. Ling Xiao knew that this was Lei Yuanshir's full thunderbolts. It was enough to destroy his physical body. Therefore he had to decide the victor in one move. Otherwise he would be the one to be defeated this time. Suddenly he retreated 10,000 meters. 5 different elemental colors appeared behind him. Many glazed lights flickered on his body, and his aura rose steadily. 5 different colored dragons gathered. You should be proud to be able to force me to use my ultimate move to kill you, Ling Xiao said faintly. He clasped his palms into a fist and punched forward. 8th move of the Imperial Dragon Heaven destroying technique, 5 dragons unite. 5 powerful dragons of different colors roared as they charged out, causing the heavens and earth to churn endlessly. That terrifying power definitely exceeded the strength of a pinnacle middle-stage sovereign. It was so much so that even ordinary high-stage sovereigns couldn't be compared to it. Thus, it wasn't easy to take this attack head-on. Not only did Ling Xiao use this move, his clone also used this move. He planned to take down the 2 high-level supreme martial artists at the same time. He didn't want to drag it out any longer. The 5 dragons unite wasn't a move that would explode as one right from the start. Instead, it was controlled by Ling Xiao's will. They could first attack separately before combining together to unleash the final destructive attack. The sea of lightning that was advancing over was wreaked even more violently by the attacks of the 5 dragons. The power of the lightning was neutralized by the 5 different powers, causing the space to become even more chaotic. Lei Yuanshir's divine body was trembling from these powers. He could feel how terrifying this move of Ling Xiao's was. His expression was extremely ugly, and his lightning hammer smashed even more violently. But in the end, the 5 dragons unite turned into an even more terrifying dragon. It broke through the sea of lightning and directly swallowed him, causing him to reveal a shocked expression. Scram! Lei Yuanshir exerted all his strength. Numerous lightning bolts formed an equally powerful lightning serpent and collided with the 5-colored true dragon. Rumble! 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 The entire space seemed to be destroyed as it shook unceasingly. The terrifying energy forced the people around to retreat again and again. Many puppets were obliterated in the shockwaves. Deputy Temple Master, he's so strong. He can fight against that man. We only know that he's good at refining pellets, but we didn't know that he's so strong. How old is he? Is he the reincarnation of some ancient character? Yeah, with Deputy Temple Master here, we'll definitely win today. But we've offended the Lei family. If they join hands with the Demon Tiger tribe, our guild will be in trouble. It seems that we'll have to make preparations early. If the Vice Temple Master stays in our guild, we'll be able to become much stronger. Many incipient God Realm experts of the Medicine Union were discussing in astonishment. They didn't expect that besides his alchemy skills, Ling Xiao's fighting capacity was also so intimidating. Even Duke Hao couldn't help but praise him inwardly. This kid is a monster. After Ling Xiao fought Lei Lingjun and Lei Yuanshir, this battle had finally reached the turning point. Lei Lingjun was dizzy because of Ling Zhao's God Soul clones. He couldn't find the enemy. Under such circumstances he was wounded many times. Eventually Ling Zhao's 5-dragon combined attack broke all of his defenses. His god body was destroyed and it was hard to recover from his wounds. When he wanted to recover, Ling Xiao had sealed him in ice. It wasn't easy for him to break the ice. Lei Yuanshi was in a better situation. He had just exchanged a blow with Ling Xiao. His god body was hurt badly, but he still had energy to protect his body. Since his body had been cleansed by lightning and thunder, it had a strong defense like the thunder puppet. At the same time, Ling Zhao's realm was one level lower than him. Although Ling Zhao's energy was terrifying, Lei Yuanshi was able to resist it. Thunder puppet, protect me. Lei Yuanshi was frightened by Ling Zhao's attack. He had to recover quickly. He immediately summoned the thunder puppets that were fighting against God's corpse demon to stop Ling Xiao. As soon as he summoned them, 4 thunder puppets got rid of God's corpse demon and stormed towards Lei Yuanshi. Their bodies sparkled with powerful lightning and thunder energy. Each of them wasn't weaker than the attack of a mid-level Supreme Incipient God Realm expert. Even a Supreme Incipient God Realm expert at the same realm would have to think twice before facing them. After the 5-dragon combined attack, Ling Zhao's god power was a little bit weakened. However, his foundation wasn't something that anyone could compare to. The god power around his body was dozens of times thicker than ordinary warriors. Shi Yan wanted to seize the chance when Lei Yuanshi was wounded to capture him. He used the storm step to dodge the 4 thunder puppets. Then he attacked Lei Yuanshi with his strongest dark snow-cold energy. The third move of the Imperial Dragon Heaven-destroying technique, ice-breaking mountains and rivers. Chapter 1632. After Ling Xiao had absorbed the cold energy from the dark snow, the power of his ice-breaking mountains and rivers had multiplied. It looked like an ice river from the 9 heavens was hanging upside down, freezing an area of tens of thousands of miles around. Layers of thick ice crystals continued to form, forming the most natural ice prison. It was impossible for ordinary people to break through it. Even the few lightning puppets were frozen solid. Ling Xiao then shouted, "Second Hall Master, make the others stay. No one is allowed to stay." As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, Lian Hao immediately gave the order, "Kill them." Lian Hao Gong was impatient. Their medicine union had been the overlord of the heaven territory for many years. Even the Demon Tiger tribe and the Demon Tiger sect didn't give them face. Today they were being bullied. Of course they had to fight back. The people that Lei Luojuan's team had brought panicked. They didn't care about Lei Luojun, Lei Lingjun and Lei Yuanshi. They scattered and ran away. However, Ling Xiao and the medicine union's people wouldn't let them do as they wished. Ling Xiao used his God Soul clones to severely injure and capture the middle-level supreme experts at Incipient God Realm. Ling Xiao thought that these people had good competence. They were from the Lei family. Controlling them was like controlling many puppets at the same level. They were strong enough. The medicine union's people killed the others. Anyway, Shi Yan could absorb their God Souls. This battle didn't have any suspense. Finally, the medicine union's side was defeated. After Ling Xiao absorbed the souls of the dead supreme experts at Incipient God Realm, he asked the others to keep the captured ones. "Second Hall Master, you guys go back first. I will deal with these people." Ling Xiao didn't want the medicine union's people to know that he could control living puppets. Thus, he decided to send them away. Lian Hao Gong had been observing Ling Xiao. He found that Ling Xiao had only frozen the Lei family's people. He understood that Ling Xiao had other plans. He nodded and said, "Okay. Be careful. Don't let the tiger return to the mountain." After saying that, he brought the others back to the heaven realm. After they left, Ling Xiao immediately set up an illusory array in the surroundings to prevent others from disturbing him while he was controlling the person in front of him. These people are all of the lightning attribute. Their combat prowess is extraordinary. They can provide me with a lot of firepower," Ling Xiao said with great satisfaction. Then he began to control the most powerful Lei Lingjun. Ling Xiao didn't dare to completely unseal him in one go. Instead, he reduced the power of the layer of ice a bit, and then used his soul power to permeate into his sea of consciousness, placing a soul lock curse. Lei Lingjuan's sea of consciousness had already been frozen by the nether snow cold force. Even his spirit was making its final struggle and resistance. It was a pity that his physical body was heavily injured and his soul was also affected. Otherwise, he would have been able to use the heavenly lightning will to completely destroy this ice seal. When Lei Lingjun saw Ling Zhao's soul lock curse barging in, he still wanted to resist. However, his spirit was trembling. He couldn't resist much and was immediately locked by the soul lock curse. Ling Xiao controlled all the Lei family members one by one and interrogated them about everything they knew about the Lei family. After getting the information he wanted, he was satisfied and put them away, allowing them to return to their original state. Lei Yuanshi is just one of the puppets of the Lei family. The Lei family has many high-level puppeteers. They have hundreds of lightning puppets. This is also the reason why the Lei family is so powerful. It seems like it will take a lot of effort to rescue the head palace master. Ling Xiao frowned and muttered. Only now did he understand that the Lei family was one of the extraterrestrial overlords. There were several peak supremes in the family. The experts in the family were also as numerous as the clouds. On the southern domain path, even the demon tiger race had to be polite to them. If we capture them and let them return to the Thunder Clan, it shouldn't be a difficult matter to rescue Shirt Songyang. The difficult part is that Shirt Songyang should be under some kind of restriction. Once he leaves the Thunderstar space, he may be in trouble. We must plan this matter carefully. Ling Xiao murmured. Then he packed up everything and returned to the Medicine Union. When Ling Xiao returned to the palace city, Yan Dai Jiao immediately threw herself into Ling Xiao's embrace. She didn't want to let go for a long time. The people in the palace city finally knew that their young palace master's heart already belonged to someone. This destroyed the remaining fantasies in their hearts. Yan Dai Jiao was the goddess of the single men in the Medicine Union. At the same time, she was recognized as the #1 beauty in the Heaven Source domain. Who didn't want to capture her heart, embrace her, and make her their own? However, for many years, countless heroes and geniuses couldn't enter her eyes. Who would have thought that their vice palace master would take her as his? However, thinking about the fact that their vice palace master was the youngest alchemy god in history, this identity was indeed worthy of their young palace master. Ling Xiao lightly patted Yan Dai Jiao's back and said, "So many people are looking at us. Your image will be ruined." Yan Dai Jiao raised her head. Her perfect face blushed as she said, "I don't care. I want to tell everyone that you are my husband and dispel their thoughts. I don't want to be bothered by these things in the future." It's up to you. Let's go into the palace first." Ling Xiao smiled and lightly scratched the bridge of her nose. Yan Dai Jiao nodded and obediently held onto Ling Xiao's arm as they walked into the palace. Along the way, everyone saw this scene, and every one of them revealed an incomparably shocked expression. Is that the young palace master and the vice palace master? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? What are your eyes playing tricks on you? They are indeed the two palace masters. They really are a golden couple. No wonder the young palace master rejected so many pursuers. So he is together with the vice palace master. Only a young genius like the vice palace master is worthy of the young palace master. If the vice palace master stays in our guild will become even stronger in the future. That's right. Even if the 3 old palace masters abdicate, with these 2 young palace masters taking over, our guild will definitely rise to the next level. All the alchemists in the palace city gossiped in low voices. When Ling Xiao and Yan Dai Jiao arrived at the main hall, Lian Hao was already sitting on the throne waiting for them. "This time, you brat, you came at the right time. Otherwise, the Thunder Clan would have really taken advantage of you." Lian Hao Gong looked at the intimate appearance of the two and felt gratified. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "I heard that the guild and the Demon Tiger clan are fighting?" "It's not just that. Everyone in the Heavenly Source region and the Heavenly Tiger region are fighting. However, the real battle is in the foreign battlefield." Lian Hao Gong couldn't help but frown. "It's actually this bad." Ling Xiao sighed. "It's not as bad as you think. It's just that when the people from the 2 regions go to the foreign battlefield to search for items, they will fight each other without any mercy. Many of our guild members have been killed by the Demon Tiger clan. Because of this, your 3rd palace master has brought a large number of troops to defend the foreign battlefield and counterattack the Heavenly Tiger region's people. Until now, there hasn't been a large-scale frontal attack, but it should be soon," Lian Hao Gong said. He then said, "Or what did you do to the Thunder Clan? Did you cut the weeds and eliminate the roots? Don't leave any chance for others to find out. Otherwise, our guild will definitely be in trouble." "You don't have to worry about this, 2nd palace master. I only asked them to tell me some things about the Lei clan. Now that the 1st palace master is trapped in the Lei clan, it's mainly because he's been imprisoned by an elder of the Lei clan. If we want to save him, we definitely can't do it by force, otherwise the 1st palace master will definitely be in trouble." Ling Xiao replied. "Damn it, back then when Big Brother and I went out to search for divine materials, We unfortunately offended some gang members who killed all the elders we brought with us. When the two of us were in danger, it was the Lei clan who helped us. Later on, Big Brother thanked them and stayed behind to refine the Sovereign God pill for them. At the same time, he told me to return to the guild first. I didn't expect the Lei clan to be such despicable people, forcing my big brother to stay and force him to refine pills. I already knew about this, but the Lei clan is too powerful, so we didn't dare to act rashly. Lien Haogong said with a face full of indignation. The Lei clan is indeed powerful. Fortunately, Second Palace Master, you didn't act recklessly. Not only do they have a lot of sovereigns, but the direct descendants of the Lei clan all have the ability to fight above their realm. Ordinary people aren't their opponents at all. This is also the reason why they've dominated the southern domain for so many years. Ling Xiao replied. He had obtained a lot of information from Lei Luojun and the others, so he could be said to know the Lei clan like the back of his hand. Then what do we do? Do we just let the first master be controlled by them? Yen Djiao anxiously asked. These past few years we've been constantly recruiting experts, wanting to accumulate enough strength to go to the Lei clan to rescue him. Now that we're being held back by the Demon Tiger clan, it's even more difficult to rescue him. Damn it. Lien Haogong said unwillingly. Second Palace Master, don't be anxious. Leave the matter of saving the first Palace Master to me, Ling Xiao said. I appreciate your kind intentions, but you know how powerful the Lei clan is. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. You should take good care of Jiao Er. In the future, the guild's prestige will still depend on the two of you. Lien Haogong knew how powerful Ling Xiao was, but he didn't think that he had the ability to challenge the Lei clan. Second Palace Master, I'm serious. I have 80% confidence in saving the first Palace Master. Right now, those people from the Lei clan are already obediently listening to me. As long as I infiltrate the Lei clan, I'll definitely be able to contact the first Palace Master. At that time, it'll naturally be easy to escape. Ling Xiao said seriously. Are you serious? Lien Haogong's old eyes twitched. Yen Djiao also asked expectantly, Husband, can you really save my first master? Of course it's true. Ling Xiao said with certainty. Good, Jiao Er's eyes are really good. If you can save my big brother, there's no harm in giving you the position of Palace Master. Lien Haogong said happily. There's no need for that. I'm also a member of the guild and I'm Djiao's husband. The first Palace Master is also my elder, so saving him is something I should do. However, I need to make some preparations first before heading to the Lei clan. Ling Xiao said with a wave of his hand. Chapter 1633. Ling Xiao stayed in the medicine guild for half a month. During this time he had a good time with Yen Djiao, letting her enjoy the pleasures of being a woman to the fullest. Half a month later, Ling Xiao returned to Dragon Gate. He had learned many things. Heaven Source area and Heaven Tiger area were at war. Many of Kim People's men were fighting against Ba Mo and Shadow Horse's Dragon Exterminator Union in the Southern Territory. He had to rush to outer space and do his best to help his family in the Medicine Guild. At the same time, he had to think of a way to save the Great Hall Master Shirt Songyang. The main reason he returned to Dragon Gate this time was to wait for Wu Bufan's arrival. This time he needed Wu Bufan's great fortune and his fighting competence. The promised 10 years was almost over. He believed that Wu Bufan had reached incipient God realm by now. With Wu Bufan's innate battle physique, it wasn't a problem for him to fight someone at a higher realm. Moreover, in outer space, there were many divine treasures of the origin that could help Wu Bufan advance faster. It was a great benefit to him. Once Wu Bufan became stronger, Ling Xiao wasn't sure that he could defeat him. This kind of character would eventually roam the universe. Of course, Ling Xiao couldn't make him surrender. He had to build a good relationship with him and use his power to advance. Of course, if Wu Bufan wanted to deal with him one day, he wasn't a weakling. He believed that Wu Bufan knew that if Ling Xiao could defeat him once, he could defeat him again. No matter what, Ling Xiao, was already ahead of Wu Bufan. After Ling Xiao returned to Dragon Gate, Wu Bufan hadn't come to him with the token. He wasn't worried that Wu Bufan would break his promise. Thus, he entered secluded cultivation. This time he didn't want to break through to the high level of supremacy realm. He wanted to study the 9th move of the Imperial Dragon Heaven-destroying technique and see if he could practice the spear technique or sword technique to maximize the power of the Golden Dragon Spear and the Ice and Fire swords. Sometimes one didn't need to advance to become stronger. Possessing extraordinary combat skills was also the key to victory. Over the years, Ling Xiao had already tasted the sweetness of the Emperor Dragon Heaven-destroying art. Naturally, he wanted to perfect all 9 forms and display his greatest combat prowess. In addition, the Golden Dragon Spear and the Ice and Fire Sword also had corresponding moves, but Ling Xiao always felt that they were inferior to the Emperor Dragon Heaven-destroying art, so he also planned to create new moves to keep up with the pace of his current Emperor Dragon Heaven-destroying art. Only by honing his own combat skills could he bring out his strongest combat strength when facing an enemy. Ling Xiao instructed the others to inform him immediately if Wu Bufan came looking for him. After that, he went to the exclusive secluded cave dwelling in the inner peak mountain of the clan and began to deduce his moves. Ling Xiao already had some ideas about the 9th move of the Emperor Dragon Heaven-destroying art. This was something he had been thinking about ever since he came back from the Ice Clan. He just didn't know how to deduce it. As he still had time, he had to think about it. Closing the door of the cave dwelling, Ling Xiao released all of his icy aura. Sensing the flow of the cold qi, he entered an inexplicable state. Under his control, the cold qi moved unceasingly, covering the spacious cave mansion with a thin layer of white crystalline gauze. A flow of absolute coldness could numb the incipient God Realm experts in this place. Warriors below the Supreme Realm would be frozen to death in this place. It was the dark snow-cold qi of Ling Xiao's origin. Each of them contained the coldest qi. The cold qi can make people numb, but it's different from the sealing intent domain of the polar bear. How do they do that? Ling Xiao sank into his thoughts. He wanted to use the Emperor Dragon Heaven-destroying art to create a sealing intent domain that would prevent the others from escaping. Then he could kill them in one strike. However, it seemed like it wasn't easy to comprehend this sealing intent domain. Ling Xiao had pondered for a whole month, but he couldn't understand anything. It's not right. If I use the ice qi to create an aura, the opponent will sense it. Moreover, it will numb the opponent. It's not the effect of sealing space. It's a totally different feeling. I'm wrong. I should use the power to suppress the sealing intent domain. Let me try. It's still not right. I can only use the power to suppress the opponent who is weaker than me. If I encounter an opponent who is stronger than me, it won't work. How can I achieve the sealing intent domain? It's so troublesome. I wonder what will happen if I combine the ice qi and the power. Ling Xiao continued to try different methods and deductions, but he couldn't achieve the sealing intent domain. He was a little annoyed. Forget it. There are some things that I can't force. I should try to practice the spear technique and the sword technique first. Ling Xiao had to give up on creating the 9th move of the Emperor Dragon Heaven-destroying art. It was easy to practice but hard to create. Since ancient times, all the battle skills had been created by those extremely talented people. It was understandable that Ling Xiao was stuck at the last stage. Once he created the last move, the Emperor Dragon Heaven-destroying art would definitely become a unique and powerful divine skill. As for the Emperor Dragon Heaven-destroying art, it could be used separately, and each move was incomparably powerful. This was already a new battle skill. Now that he wanted to create another spear technique, he could only first practice the Tyrant Dragon Spear technique to understand its profound essence, and then study the main points of the many treasured spear techniques he had collected over the years to create a true spear technique that he needed. The spear focuses on being firm and fierce and is the king of all weapons. It should display its king's killing aura, and the Tyrant Dragon Spear art has coincidentally reached this point. It is already a very perfect and powerful spear art. However, compared to my Imperial Dragon Heaven extinguishing art, it is still a bit lacking. I want to use the spear art to attack by stabbing, lifting, and flicking, or turn complex into simple. Only then will I be able to achieve the most direct and effective strike, and only then will I be able to produce a great amount of tyrannical might. Ling Xiao muttered to himself while moving the long spear, comprehending the essence of the spear art. Ling Xiao suppressed his divine power and only used ordinary methods to repeatedly thrust, lift, and flick. Doing the simplest movements he repeated more than 10,000 times a day. This most basic spear technique was the necessary element for any spear technique. At Ling Xiao's level, every move and style had reached the point of turning corrosion into magic. The moves he wanted to create had to be earth-shattering, and only then would it be in line with his identity. Half a year had passed. Ling Xiao had finally comprehended something. He had learned a spear and a sword, which had the same power as the Emperor Dragon Heaven-destroying art. Just as Ling Xiao was about to continue comprehending, someone interrupted him and reported that Wu Bufan had come looking for him. Ling Xiao gave up on creating more moves. He got out of the territory of his clan and hurried to the Dragon Gate. Wu Bufan was being entertained by Chang Haoyou. He still had a simple appearance, but his aura had become more and more restrained. He sat there as if his existence could not be sensed. It was as if he had merged with heaven and earth, becoming one with heaven and earth. It was the extraordinary feature of the chaotic fighting body. He was born to be the favored child of heaven and earth. He could receive God's favor, which made him comprehend things much faster than ordinary people. Congratulations, Brother Wu, for entering incipient God realm. No matter how well Wu Bufan had hidden his competence, Ling Xiao could see that Wu Bufan wasn't what he used to be. He had entered incipient God realm. His realm wasn't as simple as just entering incipient God realm. Just like Ling Chen, he had reached the peak of low-level supreme realm. He wasn't far from middle-level supreme realm. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The chaotic fighting body lives up to its reputation. The speed makes people jealous. Wu Bufan stood up and smiled at Ling Xiao. It's all thanks to Brother Ling. Otherwise, Bufan wouldn't be able to have such a glorious day. Back when he was in the primal chaos space, if it wasn't for Ling Xiao's sudden intrusion, he wouldn't have woken up so quickly and reached the peak divine king realm in one go. And now he had successfully reached the low-level supreme being realm. He appreciated Ling Xiao a lot. Brother Wu, we don't need to be so polite anymore. Come, sit down. Let's see what you've gained in the past 10 years. Ling Xiao said enthusiastically. Of course I've gained something. But I'm more impressed by the vastness of the heaven area. Xinling continent can't be compared to it. I'm so happy that I've forgotten about home and home. Wu Bufan replied. Then he told Wu Bufan about his gains in the past few years. Ling Xiao listened to Wu Bufan patiently. He only interjected a sentence or two at the right time to show the utmost respect to Wu Bufan. I'm almost done with the Heavenly Dragon domain. I'm thinking of going to the other domains to have a good stroll. I heard that the Black Tortoise Divine Beast exists in the Heavenly Profound domain and the White Tiger Divine Beast has also appeared in the Heavenly Tiger domain. They are my mounts. With Brother Wu's strength, it's easy for you to go wherever you want. But I've told you before that I need you to go to the extraterrestrial area with me. I wonder if Brother Wu is willing to go with me? Ling Xiao asked directly. I owe Brother Ling a favor. Now that Brother Ling has a request, I'm happy to go with you. I've been looking forward to the extraterrestrial area for a long time. When I made my breakthrough, I went to the extraterrestrial area to take a look. It was really an eye-opener. But the extraterrestrial area is vast and boundless. I'm afraid that I'll lose my way. Wu Bufan replied. Brother Wu, you don't need to worry about this. Our forefathers have found 4 different territories. As long as you follow these territories, you won't be afraid of losing your way. Also, there will be fewer dangers, Ling Xiao said. Then he added, however, I'll need Brother Wu's help on this trip. Life and death will be on the line. Brother Wu, you should think about it carefully. No matter what decision you make, Ling Xiao will respect Brother Wu's decision. Brother Ling, you ought to know my decision. I still want to catch up to your cultivation as soon as possible and have a good battle with you. The various tempering and dangers in the outer realm are just the right time to test my current strength. Wu Bufan roared with laughter. Good. If that's the case, prepare for a few days. You will go to the extraterrestrial area. I hope that you can get the other 3 kinds of Genesis stones as soon as possible. Ling Xiao said happily. He knew that Wu Bufan wasn't a lonely person. He had expected that Wu Bufan would agree to go with him. With Wu Bufan's help, it would be much easier for him. Chapter 1634. There were 4 territory roads in the outer space. Each of them was a safe route that had been explored many times by predecessors. The safe route was just relative to the other spaces in the void. There were many dangerous existences on the road. If they couldn't avoid those dangers or have the ability to deal with them, the territory roads wouldn't be easy to travel. Today, the Southern Territory Road had become the most dangerous route. Ordinary incipient God realm experts didn't dare to travel on this road. Even the pirates had to change their route. It showed that the Southern Territory Road wasn't easy to travel. Currently, the Southern Territory Road was divided into 4 groups of the strongest forces. They were fighting in pairs to kill each other cruelly. Among these 4 groups, the battle between the Heaven Source area and the Sky Tiger area was the most eye-catching. The other battle was between the Kim people of the Sky Dragon area and the Dragon Gate members and the New Dragon Slayer Union. The Heaven Source area was led by the Medicine Union. They had gathered 300 Supreme Incipient God Realm experts to besiege the Sha Tian Tiger area's Incipient God Realm experts. 300 supreme incipient god realm experts were just the starting number. The third hall master of the Medicine Union had announced that whoever joined them could get the supreme pellet to advance directly. It was to attract the incipient god realm experts from outer space to fight against the Sky Tiger area. The Medicine Union's force looked strong. However, the force led by the Demon Tiger sect was also very intimidating. Whether it was in terms of fighting capacity or numbers, they subdued the Medicine Union. Thus, the Medicine Union's situation was much more serious. At the same time, the Kim people and the Dragon Gate, led by Ling Taimeng and Luo Dongxing, had formed the Sky Dragon League. They had dispatched 100 supreme incipient god realm experts to besiege the Dragon Slayer Union of Ba Mo and Shadow Horse. At first, the Dragon Slayer Union had recruited many people. However, after the Sky Dragon League's appearance, they had fought several times. Both sides had losses and the Dragon Slayer Union had lost more than they won. However, they seemed to have endless reinforcements. They could replenish their numbers from time to time. Thus, they had been fighting the Sky Dragon League endlessly. When these people started to fight on the Southern Territory Road, this road had become the most dangerous one. There were already very few people who set foot on the Southern Domain Road, but now there were two people who didn't know what was good for them and actually headed towards the Southern Domain Road. Of the two young men, one was extraordinarily handsome, elegant, and dignified. He was the kind of charismatic man that women would fall in love with at first sight. The other was dressed in hemp clothes. His appearance was ordinary, but he gave off the feeling of a big boy. The two of them flew towards the Southern Territory. Along the way, they would occasionally encounter space origin energy, which they absorbed to increase their strength. Among them, the hemp-clothed youth was extremely strange. His absorption method was rather terrifying, and he even absorbed some of the berserk energy. A huge black hole seemed to form around his body. This black hole spun rapidly, sucking in all the power around him. No matter what kind of power it was all sucked into the black hole and disappeared. The handsome young man on the side squinted his eyes and thought to himself, "Brother Wu has indeed comprehended the devouring divine art. Looks like you won't be lonely in the future." The handsome young man and the hemp-clothed youth were Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan. Ling Xiao had 3 goals for this trip. First, to help the Heavenly Dragon Union and the Medicine Union. Second, to rescue the great Hall Master Cang Yang from the Lei family. Third, to find the Genesis Stone. And Wu Bufan was the helper he had invited to help him. During this trip to the Southern Territory Road, Ling Xiao had already made up his mind to wander outside for a long time. If he couldn't kill the Dragon Slayer Union, defeat the Demon Tiger tribe, and save Cang Yang, he swore that he wouldn't return to the Heaven Territory. He was forcing himself to complete this task, and at the same time, it was also a decision to train his strength. There is indeed a lot of space origin energy. If this continues, I will be able to advance another level in less than 10 years. Wu Bufan didn't hide his excitement as he said to Ling Xiao, "Haha, with Brother Wu's competence, advancing is just a piece of cake. Moreover, we're going to stay in outer space for a long time. It's enough time for you to get stronger." Ling Xiao laughed crazily. "Yeah, I'm looking forward to having another battle with Brother Ling," Wu Bufan said confidently. "Don't worry. I think this battle won't take a long time," Ling Xiao answered. Then he raised his eyes and said, "Anyway, we should solve a small problem first." After saying that, Ling Xiao pointed his finger in a certain direction. Swoosh. This finger didn't have much lethality, but it was able to find the person hiding in the dark. "Haha, your reflexes aren't bad." A faint sneer arose. At this moment, 5 incipient God Realm experts riding different holy beasts appeared in the distance. A dark aura twirled around these 5 people, and their mounts were holy beasts with dark class. The leader was riding a black demon tiger, which was apparently the special mount of the Demon Tiger tribe. "Demon Tiger tribe. You've come just in time. Brother Wu can give you some practice." Ling Xiao was surprised. Then he calmly said to Wu Bufan, "Ordinary incipient God Realm experts would run as far as they could when they met the Demon Tiger tribe. They were famous for their bloodthirsty savagery. As long as they laid their eyes on their enemies, they wouldn't have a good ending. Yeah, I need some practice. It's good that you delivered yourself to my door." Wu Bufan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The 5 Demon Tiger tribe warriors glared at them indignantly. Even their enemies would be frightened when they saw them. However, the 2 in front of them didn't run away. They weren't nervous at all. Quite the contrary, they didn't put them in their eyes, which made them angry. 2 brats who are still wet behind their ears. They dare to boast shamelessly. "Capture them. I want to imprison them and cut them into pieces." said the leader gloomily. This person was riding on a black demon tiger, holding a long dagger axe in his hand and wearing armor. His aura was awe-inspiring, and he was an existence that had reached the pinnacle of mid-level supremacy realm. His name was Jianghu, and he had 1 mid-level supremacy realm and 3 low-level supremacy realm subordinates. They were just the members of the demon tiger tribe patrolling this area. First, they wanted to recruit some warriors to join their heaven tiger territory. Second, they wanted to clean up the incipient god realm experts who came to support the Medicine League. Thus, when they encountered Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan, they had a strong murderous intention. First, he recognized one of them. It was the only supreme expert of the Heaven Dragon territory, Ling Xiao, and he was a member of the Dragon Gate. He didn't know Ling Xiao's competence. Although Ling Xiao had reached the middle level, he thought that an alchemist's competence was enhanced by pellets and divine items. Thus, his competence should be weak. As for the other one, he didn't put him in his eyes at all. At this moment, the 4 incipient god realm experts under his command rode their holy beasts and besieged the 2 of them. Ling Xiao didn't want to take action. He wanted to see how strong Wu Bufan was after he had reached the incipient god realm. You guys should attack me together. Otherwise you won't have a chance. Wu Bufan looked at the 4 experts indifferently. What a big tone. I alone am enough to kill a kid like you. One of the incipient god realm experts riding a demon armor leopard roared in fear, slashing towards Wu Bufan. This man wasn't weak. He had reached the peak of the low-level supreme expert realm. He used all of his power when he attacked. Black murderous aura diffused everywhere. His mace was like a heavenly hammer smashing down. Before his attack arrived, the surrounding space was already pitch black. Many spaces were shattered. The black leopard shadows besieged him from all directions. The power they created was indeed extraordinary. You're the first incipient god realm expert to die in my hands. Wu Bufan's ordinary face had a hint of ferocity. He said faintly. He crossed his hands and a spinning black hole slowly emerged. This black hole became bigger. In just a blink of an eye, it looked like a mysterious bottomless hole, giving people a gloomy feeling. With the sudden appearance of this black hole, a strong wave of sucking power suddenly appeared. In the next moment, everyone saw that the phantom leopards were directly absorbed into the black hole, and there were no more ripples. At the same time, the strong suction also pulled the low-level supreme expert and the demon armor leopard into the black hole. That person finally revealed an extremely panicked look. Damn it! What kind of power is this? As his voice faded, he waved his mace unceasingly. The strongest force smashed towards the black hole. He wanted to destroy this cave mansion. I've said it before. You're the first incipient god realm expert to die in my hands. I'll give you a quick death. Wu Bufan said faintly. His body moved and the black hole followed him. It charged towards the incipient god realm expert. Divine beast of primordial chaos, devouring all things. The black hole's power increased. The cave entrance became bigger and the suction became more violent. Everything within 10,000 meters flew towards the black hole uncontrollably. The surrounding people also felt the terrifying suction force, and they all used their divine power to stabilize their bodies. However, Ji Zun and the demon-armored leopard, who were closest to the black hole, suffered the most terrifying suction force. It was already too late for them to retreat. No. That person and the demon armor leopard were directly sucked into the black hole. In just a blink of an eye, they disappeared in front of people without leaving a trace. The demon tiger tribe experts felt like they had fallen into an ice cellar. A flow of cold air rushed up from the soles of their feet. This kind of murderous attack was something they had never seen or heard before. It was too strange and terrifying. Damn it, let's work together and kill this strange brat. Jiang Liwen revealed a grave expression as he cried out in alarm. The 3 incipient god realm experts pulled themselves together. They immediately launched their strongest long-range attacks at Wu Bufan. They didn't dare to approach Wu Bufan as they were afraid that they would end up like their companion. Come at me fiercely. Wu Bufan's face showed his fighting spirit. Both of his palms were constantly moving. His power was increasing unceasingly. The black hole was enlarging and the suction force was expanding. It absorbed many attacks, preventing them from reaching his body. Chapter 1635. The Devour Divine Ability is a divine ability unique to Chaos Divine Beasts. With this divine ability they can devour everything in the world, be it mountains, glaciers, lightning. As long as they want to devour it, they can devour everything. The Chaos Divine Beast that Ling Xiao encountered in the Profound Sky region was first seriously injured by the Ice Blade Union and then dealt with by the 13th Prince of the Golden Dragon. Ling Xiao obtained the Chaos Divine Beast's divine body. Ling Xiao only took part of its blood essence and beast core, the rest was given to Wu Bufan. In the past 10 years, Wu Bufan had already comprehended the divine ability of the Chaos Divine Beast. Obviously, he had comprehended it from the blood essence of the Chaos Divine Beast. The Devour Divine ability displayed by Wu Bufan was almost exactly the same as the Chaos Divine Beast. The only difference was that Wu Bufan did not use his body to directly absorb the blood essence. Instead, he transformed it into the void. This method was much more perfect than that of the 10th rank Chaos Divine Beast. The Supreme Being and demon-armored leopard that he had just absorbed were dragged into the black hole. It was the most mysterious and terrifying space. No matter who entered it, it was almost impossible to find the way out. This kind of profound method was extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao's eyes couldn't help but twitch. He could feel a trace of threat from the black hole. I don't know if I should be happy or unlucky to have such an opponent. Maybe he should be my friend. Ling Xiao had mixed feelings in his heart. He and Wu Bufan had not reached the stage where they could exchange their hearts. He had always been wary of Wu Bufan. After all, Wu Bufan and Yuan Zhantian were not the same kind of people. Wu Bufan was born to be an emperor. He was definitely not someone who was willing to be left out. Once he became strong to a certain extent, perhaps he would reveal his ambition. Even if Ling Xiao had the exquisite heart, he couldn't see through Wu Bufan's thoughts. He had already turned into chaos and isolated himself from the outside world. The three Supreme Beings and Saint Beasts attacked Wu Bufan at the same time. Their attacks were all absorbed by Wu Bufan's black hole and did not cause any harm to him. However, Wu Bufan did not have it as easy as he thought. He had to rely on his divine power to support the black hole. If Wu Bufan only defended and didn't attack, he wouldn't be able to withstand so many attacks. Sooner or later he would be defeated. Jiang Liwen also noticed this and immediately shouted, "Hurry up and attack. He won't be able to hold on for much longer." "Ah, do you really think that's all?" Wu Bufan sneered and changed his attack again. He pushed the black hole towards the three of them. It was like a black vortex enveloping them, but the power of the sucking did not decrease at all. The three of them were scared out of their wits and immediately scattered. The middle-level supreme martial artist among them let out a furious roar and leaped down from the Saint Beast. He raised his large saber and slashed down wildly. "Trying to mystify us, die." The strength of this middle-level sovereign was much more tyrannical than the previous one. Numerous black blade images tore through the sky like black snakes that roared and hissed, sealing Wu Bufan's surroundings. The strength of a middle-level sovereign was stronger than Wu Bufan's. Whether he could withstand this attack or not, it could be seen how powerful Wu Bufan was. Wu Bufan revealed a slightly serious expression and formed a seal with his palms. Another black hole appeared and transferred its power to the sucking. However, this was only the prelude. Immediately after, numerous black holes appeared in the surrounding space like huge black eyes. The power of the sucking suddenly increased by a lot. Clusters of revolving devouring power devoured the turbulent astral winds within 100,000 miles, creating a devouring storm. A total of 8 devouring black holes appeared around Wu Bufan. 2 of the devouring black holes had already enveloped the others. Even Jiang Liwen was engulfed by 2 devouring black holes. The middle-level sovereign who came to kill Wu Bufan was instantly shocked. His power was actually absorbed by the sucking and his entire body was almost devoured. Fortunately, he was barely able to resist the power of the sucking and immediately retreated. "You can't escape," Wu Bufan said faintly. He took a strange step and his speed was actually able to catch up to the middle-level sovereign at the incipient god realm. As Wu Bufan moved, the 2 black holes beside him also floated up. In the blink of an eye, Wu Bufan caught up to the escaping middle-level sovereign. He raised his hand and pushed his palm forward. His strength instantly increased by more than 10 times and the power of the sucking rapidly sucked towards the head of the middle-level sovereign. The middle-level sovereign was scared out of his wits. He immediately exerted all his strength to counterattack and destroy Wu Bufan's black hole. However, it was a pity that all of this was futile. Wu Bufan's other hand moved once more, and the power of the other devouring black hole rapidly increased, pulling the mid-level sovereign much closer to it. He was just a little bit away from being completely sucked into the black hole. "Damn it, I don't believe that you can really devour everything without being destroyed." Black Snake explode. The middle-level sovereign finally made up his mind in despair. He actually ordered the rank 11 black snake he was riding on to explode. The black snake was his saint beast that had signed a master-servant contract with him. If its master wanted it to die, it had no choice but to die. The black patterned snake hissed. Its huge body twisted and released its power. Its beast core began to self-destruct. Bang! A terrifying sound rang out, and the terrifying power caused the surrounding space to churn endlessly. Ling Xiao, who was far away, had no choice but to use his power to protect himself. He didn't want the power of the explosion to splash on his body. I wonder if Brother Wu will be able to take this blow. Ling Xiao thought to himself. If he was at the same realm as Wu Bufan, he would definitely be severely injured if he took this attack. The surrounding devouring black holes had already disappeared. Jiang Liwen was fine as he was at the peak of the middle-level sovereign. He could avoid being devoured by the black holes. However, the other two low-level sovereigns and their saint beasts were nowhere to be seen. Damn it, could this kid be a divine beast of chaos? Jiang Liwen guessed and cursed in his heart. According to Jiang Liuwen's historical records, only divine beasts of chaos were capable of the devouring ability. That was why he made such a guess. The middle-level sovereign that made his saint beast explode fled back to Jiang Liuwen's side in a sorry state. His divine body was also injured by the explosion of the black snake. Sir, that person is really strange. However, the explosion of the black snake must have seriously injured him. The middle-level sovereign said with a hopeful look. When the smoke dissipated, a figure appeared in the distance. He was still dressed in linen clothes, but there were a few more injuries on his body. It couldn't hide his sorry state. It seems like the first battle wasn't perfect enough. Wu Bufan smiled bitterly at Ling Xiao. He circulated his divine art, and the light of the 5 elements appeared around him. The 5 great divine beasts appeared behind him, and his aura was close to that of a mid-level supreme being. He took quick steps and charged towards Jiang Liwen and that mid-level supreme being. This time he didn't use the devouring black hole because it would consume too much divine energy. Furthermore, it might not be enough to deal with the 2 middle-level sovereigns. Therefore he used the power of the heavenly water pearl. This was a power that Ling Xiao had seen before. However, after the transformation of the chaotic energy, the power of the origin of water was even more powerful. Blue palm prints enveloped the two of them as if a black tortoise had suddenly appeared. Could this be the legendary chaotic battle body? Jiang Liwen was someone who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Naturally, he had a wide range of knowledge. He exclaimed the moment he saw the spectacle that Wu Bufan had created. However, they didn't have the time to confirm it. Instead, they started fighting Wu Bufan at the same time. Jiang Liwen didn't want to participate in the battle, but after witnessing Wu Bufan's strength, he had no choice but to take this matter seriously. He wanted to capture Wu Bufan alive and use their evil techniques to control him. That would be perfect for the demonic tiger clan. Wu Bufan was facing 2 opponents at the same time. Furthermore, both of them were stronger than him, but he wasn't in a disadvantageous position at the start. Ling Xiao couldn't help feeling astonished. This is the greater success stage of the chaotic battle body. He's finally showing his talent. Back when Ling Xiao was at the peak of low-level supreme martial artist, he could only deal with ordinary mid-level supreme martial artists with his physical strength. He didn't have the confidence to deal with a mid-level supreme martial artist like Jiang Liwen and had to rely on his divine soul doppelganger. Wu Bufan took strange steps and brandished his profound palm techniques, raising the power of the extreme water pearl to the limit. Chaotic energy was vaguely emitted, displaying his formidable strength. However, he was still weaker in terms of cultivation, allowing Jiang Liuwen's tiger spear to break through his defense. It was also at this moment that Wu Bufan started to show signs of being in a disadvantageous position. The chaotic battle body is powerful, but you're still lacking. Kit, submit to our demonic tiger sect. We can help you reach a higher level. With Jiang Liuwen's powerful strength, he forced Wu Bufan to retreat, while the other middle-level sovereign became a spectator. As Jiang Liwen launched another attack, Ling Xiao finally made his move. He moved like a hurricane, appearing behind Jiang Liwen in the blink of an eye. His Wind God's kick landed heavily on Jiang Liuwen's back. As soon as Jiang Liwen sensed the danger, he immediately suffered a heavy blow, causing him to throw up a mouthful of blood. Wu Bufan's crisis was instantly resolved. Brother Wu, I'll leave the other one to you. I'll deal with this one. Ling Xiao said to Wu Bufan. Wu Bufan grinned and said, I can't make up for the difference in our cultivation, but I've learned my limits. Leave him to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Bufan dashed towards the other middle-level sovereign. Ling Xiao took a deep look at Wu Bufan. He was sure that Wu Bufan hadn't used his full strength yet, since the chaotic energy was the most powerful force. Perhaps he'll only release it when his life is on the line, Ling Xiao thought to himself. At this moment, Jiang Liuan's tiger spear was already stabbing towards Ling Xiao's throat. Die. Chapter 1636. In Jiang Liuan's opinion, although Ling Xiao's rank was higher than Wu Bufan's, he felt that Ling Xiao was definitely not as strong as Wu Bufan. An alchemist was an alchemist after all. How could his foundation be compared to the chaotic combat body? However, this thrust of his spear contained 10 layers of power. He had to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible so that the Gold Clan and the Sky Dragon School could feel the pain, and then they could work together to take down the chaotic body. However, he did not know that Ling Xiao was an opponent even more terrifying than Wu Bufan. Before his tiger spear could reach Ling Xiao had already raised his hand and directly slapped at the tiger spear. What? Jiang Liuan exclaimed in his heart. He never thought that Ling Xiao would dare to use his bare hands to clash with his tiger spear. This was simply courting death. However, when his tiger spear came into contact with Ling Xiao's palm, his tiger spear was actually broken. Jiang Liuan's expression changed greatly. Just as he was about to retreat, Ling Xiao's palm had already followed him like a shadow and pressed on his chest. Bang! Jiang Liuan's chest was ruthlessly slapped by Ling Xiao. He screamed in pain and his divine body actually directly exploded. Jiang Liuan was scared out of his wits. He immediately reformed his physical body and wanted to escape as fast as he could. At the same time, he called for his black demon tiger to temporarily break away from him. The black demon tiger was a mid-level 11th rank existence. It roared and pounced towards Ling Xiao to bite. However, Ling Xiao used the storm movement technique and arrived above Jiang Liuan's head without even touching a hair on his body. No, don't kill me. Jiang Liuan cried out with an extremely terrified expression. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Ling Xiao sneered and punched out with an ice fist, freezing Jiang Liuan. Freezing him first would make it much easier to control him later. As for the black demon tiger, Ling Xiao did not kill it. Instead, he sealed it in ice. The dark snow-cold energy was similar to the heavenly jewels, and it was the most basic and ultimate power. No matter man or beast, without some powerful methods, it would be impossible to break out of the seal. Brother Wu, don't kill him. I want him alive. Ling Xiao shouted at Wu Bufan in another direction. At this moment, Wu Bufan had already forced the mid-level Supreme Being into a desperate situation, beating him into a sorry state. All right, I'll keep him alive for you. Wu Bufan bellowed and increased the power of his attack, causing the body of that person to explode again and again. He himself also suffered some light injuries, but his recovery speed was not inferior to Ling Xiao. That mid-level Sovereign Realm expert's aura had already weakened a long time ago. In the end, he was captured alive by Wu Bufan and handed over to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not stand on ceremony and sealed him in ice as well. Then he said to Wu Bufan, Brother Wu, protect me. I'm going to subdue them. A strange look flashed across Wu Bufan's eyes. He did not ask much and nodded his head gently. Then he distanced himself from Ling Xiao and protected Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't waste too much time. He had the two people in front of him under control. Then Ling Xiao immediately retrieved their memories to find out what happened on the Southern Region Road. So the Dragon Extermination Union is also supported by the Demonic Tiger Clan. No wonder old ancestor Tai Meng and Elder Luo couldn't exterminate them for the time being. The Demonic Tiger Clan's forces are mainly based on the Western Region Road. Initially, there weren't many people in the Southern Region Road. But now, all of them have moved to the Southern Region Road. They want to eliminate all the Supreme Beings in the Tianyuan region and the Dragon Gate at the same time. Only then can they invade these two regions. How ambitious. Ling Xiao muttered to himself with a solemn expression. He did not expect the Demonic Tiger Clan to be so powerful. They even planned to eliminate all the Supreme Beings in the Tianyuan region and control all the alchemists in the Tianyuan region before slowly invading the other regions. The Demonic Tiger Clan had such an appetite because their people were getting stronger and stronger. Not to mention, the return of an old ancestor had boosted their confidence. So the Demonic Tiger sect has become so powerful. I must inform the Third Palace Master and old ancestor Tai Meng about this. Ling Xiao suddenly became anxious. Then he called Wu Bufan over and hurried towards the area where the Supreme Beings of the Tianyuan region were gathered. After flying for several days, they encountered some supreme beings and incipient god realm experts fighting. They observed for a while and confirmed that it was a battle between the Tianyuan region and the Heavenly Tiger region. At this time, the Tianyuan region's experts were in a difficult situation. Their fighting competence was not a match for the Heavenly Tiger region's experts. Fortunately, Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan appeared in time. The addition of these two great experts immediately changed the situation of the battle. In the end, a total of 12 experts of the Heavenly Tiger region were killed. Ling Xiao absorbed their god souls and his god soul realm finally improved a little. Of the 8 experts of the Tianyuan region, 2 were killed. 6 of them were still alive, but they were also injured badly. Thank you, Deputy Palace Master and this friend, for saving us. Among the 6 experts of the Tianyuan region, one of them recognized Ling Xiao and immediately thanked Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Elder Wu is too polite. Can you take me to see the 3rd Palace Master?" "No problem, but it might not be a peaceful journey." Those B***stards of the Heavenly Tiger region are getting more and more savage. Once our people make a move, they seem to know in advance. I suspect that there is a traitor among us. Elder Wu patted his chest and answered, "Let's talk about this when we reach the 3rd Palace Master." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said. He thought to himself, even if there is a traitor, you can't say it out loud. Isn't that beating the grass to scare the snake? Subsequently, under the guidance of these people, Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan finally arrived at the base of the Tianyuan region. This wasn't a very large land space. There were many supreme beings patrolling nearby to prevent enemies from approaching. With others leading the way, Ling Xiao naturally entered the land space smoothly. Ling Xiao could sense that many of the people here had messy breaths. Clearly they had sustained serious injuries and had yet to recover. At this time, Ling Xiao finally saw Lian Haogong, Zhuo Xinghong, and several peak incipient God realm experts sitting together. Surprisingly, one of them was his ancestor Ling Taimeng. "Greetings, Ancestor Taimeng, 2 Palace Masters." Ling Xiao said happily. "Kid, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to stay in the clan?" Ling Taimeng scolded Ling Xiao impolitely. When he left the clan, he had ordered Ling Bo and the others not to allow Ling Xiao to come to the outer space. After all, Ling Xiao's identity was too important to the development of the Kim people. Thus, they absolutely didn't want Ling Xiao to come to the outer space. If something happened to him, it would be a huge loss. Ling Xiao didn't tell the Patriarch and the others that he had come out this time. Ling Xiao revealed a dry smile and said, "I also want to contribute to the clan, but I can't do it quietly in the clan. Please forgive me, Ancestor." "Kid, don't you know that the future of our clan depends on you?" "No, I'll immediately send someone to escort you back." Ling Taimeng objected. "I think we should just let him be. Since he's already here, it's not safe to go back now," Lian Haogong said with a smile from the side. Then he said, "Moreover, it's not like anything will happen to him. Half a year ago, this kid helped our guild solve the problem of the Thunder Clan." Thus, Lian Haogong briefly told everyone about the Thunder Clan's invasion of their Medicine Alliance guild half a year ago. When everyone heard that Ling Xiao actually had 100 god corpses, their eyes became fanatical. Ling Taimeng obviously didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a backing. He immediately said, "All right, since you're not afraid of death, then stay here obediently. However, you can't leave my side and act alone." "Yes, Ancestor. That's right, I have something to tell you," Ling Xiao replied happily. Then he went straight to the point and told everyone the information he had obtained from the memories of the Devil Tiger race. What, the Devil Tiger race is so ambitious? Could it be that they want to swallow the entire heaven region? Zhuo Xinghong was the first to shout in a deep voice. No wonder the Devil Tiger race has restrained themselves for so many years. It seems that they have completely dominated the Sky Tiger region. Now they are moving towards our Tianyuan region and enslaving us alchemists to be used by the Devil Tiger race. What a big appetite. Lian Haogong narrowed his eyes, a strong killing intent flashing across his eyes. The two of them weren't the strongest in the Tianyuan region, but they had the most right to speak. The few peak sovereigns beside them had to listen to their commands and protect their safety. "Looks like it's necessary to gather the armies of the other regions to fight together," a peak sovereign of the Tianyuan region said. However, Ling Taimeng said, "There have to be people who believe in our words. Otherwise, it's not worth it to be bitten by the Devil Tiger race." "That's right. We have to think about this carefully," Lian Haogong replied. At this time Ling Xiao said, "I wonder where the people of the Heaven Tiger region are? They're not too far from us. They're near the first spatial base on the Southern Domain Road. They're preventing anyone from going to the Southern Domain Road. At the same time, they're also coming to kill us from time to time. It can be said that the entrance to the Southern Domain Road has already been sealed by them. Zhuo Xinghong replied. Then they'll probably come to provoke us? Ling Xiao asked again. At this time Ling Taimeng said bluntly, why are you asking so much? Do you have the ability to destroy them all? If possible, I really want to try. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and said. As soon as he said this, the expressions of everyone present became extremely strange. Their eyes were filled with indifference. How could a mid-level sovereign, an alchemist, have the ability to kill hundreds of supremes and incipient god realm experts? Even the top 10 existences on the sovereign list wouldn't dare to say such words. This was simply daydreaming. Alchemist god Ling really knows how to joke. At this time, a high-level sovereign among these people said with a smile. This high-level sovereign's body was filled with light elemental energy, giving off an invincible feeling. At first glance, people would think that he was a very righteous person. He had a warm smile on his face, easily giving people a sense of closeness. Chapter 1637. Supreme Mingguang was an expert who had been famous for many years in the Tianyuan region. Although he couldn't reach the pinnacle level, he had a bright sun divine sword, a top-grade ancient divine artifact that was comparable to Ling Zhao's obscure shadow divine sword. It allowed his battle prowess to multiply, so his strength wasn't inferior to ordinary pinnacle supreme beings. Ling Xiao looked at this Mingguang and said with a faint smile, Senior, why do you think I'm joking? With so many of us here, we don't dare to say that we can destroy the people of the Sky Tiger region. Do you think you can do it alone? This is not alchemy, it can be controlled by you. Mingguang said with a faint smile. Indeed, there were also two famous figures on the sovereign list in the Tianyuan region, namely King Yan Chuang and Shi Gaoshan. Both of them were ranked in the top 60 and 90 respectively, and their strength was not inferior to Ling Taimeng and Lao Dongxing. None of them were as arrogant as Ling Xiao. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed a few times on Mingguang's body and said, what Senior said makes sense, but with Senior here, it's impossible for our side to win against the people of the Sky Tiger region. Mingguang raised his eyes and said, what do you mean, medicine god Ling? I heard from Elder Wu that every time we take action here, someone will know the situation in advance, saying that there might be a traitor here. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Bastard, you dare to say that I'm a traitor? Mingguang shouted angrily. Xiao, don't talk nonsense, this is Supreme Mingguang, a famous senior. He is full of righteousness and like us, he fought against the people of the Sky Tiger region. Ling Taimeng reprimanded Ling Xiao. King Yan Chuang, who had been silent all this time, said in a dignified voice, that's right little boy, don't try to create trouble the moment you come, Mingguang is not that kind of person. Then a few people spoke up for Mingguang, and the expression on Mingguang's face became more and more calm. Mingguang smiled and said, medicine god Ling, could it be that Elder Wu told you to slander me? I think that Elder Wu might be the traitor. Otherwise, how could you casually accuse others when you just arrived? At this time, the expressions of the surrounding people changed, and they all felt that Mingguang's words seemed to be very reasonable. I'll go capture him. Shi Gaoshan said solemnly. You look righteous on the surface, but I didn't expect you to be an old fox. You are obviously the traitor, but you still dare to bite back. Do you want me to force out the other half of your dark attribute? The body of light and dark is quite rare, but you can hide the other half of the dark attribute. It's really hard on you. Ling Xiao looked straight at Mingguang and said as he walked step by step. What nonsense are you talking about? Mingguang shouted nervously. Am I talking nonsense? Your voice transmission stone is placed on your chest. If it's not a message, then what is it? Jianghu Guang of the Demon Tiger clan. Ling Xiao took a step forward and laughed. He suddenly grabbed Mingguang's chest. Mingguang seemed to be prepared and quickly retreated, not letting Ling Xiao catch him. Ling Xiao followed him like a shadow, throwing an ice fist at him. A light shield flashed in front of Mingguang, blocking Ling Xiao's fist, but his body was knocked back a lot of distance. Two Hall Masters, do you also believe this kid's words? Mingguang shouted at Lian Haogong and Zhuo Xinghong. It seems that you still don't understand. You are indeed half a person of the Tianyuan district, but your father is an elder of the Demon Tiger clan, and your mother is from the Tianyuan district. After you were born, you stayed in the Tianyuan district for a long time. Later, after you met your father trained you, and you developed the body of light and darkness. Your strength has been improving by leaps and bounds, but because you have the light attribute, it is not good for you to stay in the Demon Tiger clan, so you have been living in the Tianyuan district. In this war between the two districts, you are the spy. Mingguang's expression changed greatly while defending. He had already thought of retreating immediately, otherwise only death awaited him. I didn't expect you to know everything about me. Drug God Ling Xiao, Mingguang will remember you. Mingguang exclaimed. A touch of light power bloomed, making Ling Xiao's eyes too bright to open. He then retreated as fast as he could. Don't let him escape. Ling Taiming was the first to react. Immediately afterward, he burst out with his most powerful force and chased after Mingguang. However, Mingguang seemed to be prepared. Two completely different forces appeared, one bright and one dark, intertwining. A terrifying aura swept out, and Mingguang's speed also exploded at this moment. What, this guy actually hid his strength? Ling Taiming was surprised. He clearly felt that Mingguang's strength suddenly soared to the peak of supremacy stage, and his speed also increased several times, making it impossible for him to catch up. At this time, Yanwang Yan and Shi Gaoshan also chased at the same time, but obviously their speed couldn't keep up. Just you wait, soon all of you will be annihilated by my demonic tiger clan. Mingguang shouted in an incomparably proud voice from afar. His strength had long reached the peak level, but he used a special method to suppress his realm, only erupting at this moment. This person's scheming was indeed extremely deep. However, just when he thought that he could really escape far away, a peerlessly cold energy blasted towards him. This force appeared without warning, so Mingguang was caught off guard. He took a hit and was blasted back. Who is it? Mingguang was shocked. He didn't dare to stay any longer and was ready to continue fleeing. However, a voice sneered, "You traitor, how can you escape?" Ice fists kept appearing, and each punch contained the power of a peak supremacy stage expert, completely enveloping Mingguang, making it impossible for him to escape in an instant. Damn it, watch me destroy you. A divine sword appeared in Mingguang's hand, and he attacked with all his strength. Momentary time. His Mingyang divine sword flickered, like a flash of divine light, as if it broke through the world in an instant. The sword light was terrifyingly sharp. Ling Xiao's divine soul was in stealth, but this Mingguang seemed to be able to sense Ling Xiao's direction, and a sword slashed through Ling Xiao's abdomen. Clack! A crisscrossing sound rang out. Ling Xiao's divine soul avatar couldn't dodge in time, and a sword mark was left on it. Fresh blood flowed out. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's divine soul body was also abnormal, otherwise this sword would definitely be able to cut him in half. Mingguang was taken aback, but he had no time to care about anything because he already felt that the three peak supremacy stage experts were closing in, and he had to escape. However, even if he had the ability to transcend the heavens, there was no way he could escape the pursuit of three peak supremacy stage experts. I didn't expect us to trust you so much. So you're the traitor, your disguise is too good. King of Hell Yen shouted angrily, and a golden claw grabbed towards Mingguang. This golden claw was as big as a mountain, like the claw of a divine eagle, appearing incomparably vigorous and sharp. This claw could shatter mountains and overturn rivers. Humph, do you really think you can keep me here? Mingguang wasn't afraid. He snorted coldly, and the Mingyang divine sword in his hand slashed, cutting the golden claw apart. At the same time, two kinds of power, one light and one dark, erupted from him. His body was surrounded by two distinct forces, like the combination of the god of light and the demon of darkness, appearing quite strange. Time reversal. The sun and moon were divided into yin and yang. The power of light was also one of the powers of extreme yang, and the power of darkness was also one of the powers of extreme yin. Yin and yang combined, day and night were separated, time reversal. At this moment, it was as if day and night were alternating, and a strange distortion appeared in the space. Time seemed to be flowing, and everyone present felt a mighty force descending on their heads, making them feel as if they were aging and dying, and an inexplicable sense of panic struck their hearts. Just as they were lost in thought, Mingguang's sword light slashed out like rain, and the terrifying destructive power blasted the three peak supremacy stage experts and Ling Xiao's doppelganger apart. He continued to kill and immediately fled. Just wait and see, if you don't surrender to our Sky Dragon territory, you will soon be killed. Mingguang's proud voice echoed here. When Ling Xiao, Ling Taiming, King of Hell Yen and Shi Gaoshan's divine body just exploded and recovered at a very fast speed, it was too late to chase after them. What a terrifying person. Ling Xiao secretly said in his heart. At that moment, Ling Xiao almost felt that his divine soul doppelganger was about to be destroyed by the opponent, and the strange power made him feel a lingering fear. The other three also revealed incomparably dignified expressions, obviously shocked by Mingguang's means. The light and darkness body is indeed powerful. It can be compared with the yin and yang body of water and fire. It is the most powerful physique besides the chaotic body. Ling Taiming sighed softly. This thing crawling outside, next time I see him, I will definitely cut off his dog head. King of Hell Yen said angrily. Shi Gaoshan also said faintly on the side, this person's strength is comparable to us. The next time we meet, we must kill him from the beginning. We can't give him the slightest chance. Now we should move to another place. Maybe the Sky Tiger Territory's army is already here. Old Shi, why are you afraid of them? Let's fight to the death with them. We will face them sooner or later anyway. King of Hell Yen shouted unhappily. We are naturally not afraid of anything, but the other side has more people than us. We must take care of the two palace masters' safety. We must not act impulsively. Shi Gaoshan coldly snorted. I think you are greedy for life, afraid of death, not daring to fight for our Tianyuan region. King of Hell Yan's temper was very bad, and he said with indignation. You. Shi Gaoshan wanted to refute. At this time Ling Taiming said, you two, now is not the time to quarrel. We must think of a strategy to resist the enemy as soon as possible. At this time, Lian Haogong, Zhuo Xinghong and the others also flew over. Ling Xiao, how do you know he is a traitor? Lian Haogong asked Ling Xiao next to him. Everyone cast their eyes on Ling Xiao, their faces full of doubt. After all, Mingguang was full of righteousness and had always been a famous sovereign of Tianyuan region. No one would think that he was a traitor, but Ling Xiao was able to see through him at a glance. It was indeed inconceivable. Chapter 1638. Facing everyone's doubts, Ling Xiao spread out his hands and said with a smile, I killed a few people from the Devil Tiger sect on my way here and took it out from their divine souls. No, for people like Mingguang, the Devil Tiger sect wouldn't even know of his existence. Could it be that you killed a direct descendant of the Devil Tiger sect? Yan Wang Yen immediately said. In any case, that Mingguang is from the Devil Tiger sect. His name is Jianghu. Everyone should be careful in the future. As for how my Xiao saw through it, it's fine if he doesn't want to say it. Ling Taiming said on behalf of Ling Xiao. Yes, everyone has their own secrets. This time, Ling Xiao has made a great contribution. Lian Haogong nodded in agreement. Now is the time to deal with the outside world. There's no point in saying this. Ling Xiao responded, then he said, Seniors, you should think about how to deal with the enemy. Ling Xiao wanted to take credit again by setting up an illusion formation here, but after thinking about it, he didn't do so. Firstly, not many people present would believe his words. Secondly, he didn't want to expose his trump card in front of these people. It seems that he can only talk to his ancestor. Everyone returned to the void land again. Ling Taiming pulled Ling Xiao to the side and said, Our team is not here. Come with me. I wanted to form an alliance with them to deal with the Dragon Slayer Union, but it seems that they can't protect themselves. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, Yes, ancestor, but I have to talk to the two temple masters first. Ling Xiao felt that the people of the Heaven Tiger sect wouldn't dare to confront them head-on. The people of the Tianyuan region weren't weak. If the two sides fought, it would definitely be a lose-lose situation. The people of the Heaven Tiger sect wouldn't have a good time either. Otherwise, they wouldn't have arranged Jianghu, the traitor, to trap the people of the Tianyuan region one by one. Go. Tell them that we destroyed the Dragon Slayer Union and came to help them. Ling Taiming replied. Ling Xiao nodded and walked towards Lian Haogong and Zhuo Xinghong to explain the situation. Even Duke Hao and Zhuo Xinghong could understand that the Kim people were being attacked from all sides and couldn't help them much. After giving Ling Xiao a few words of encouragement, they let Ling Xiao leave. As Ling Xiao left with Ling Taiming, Wu Bufan naturally followed Ling Xiao. Ling Taiming came here with a total of 3 people, all of whom were first-class experts of the Kim people. The 6 of them headed towards another region, where the Heavenly Dragon League was stationed. Just when they had just rushed for a while, Ling Taiming's expression changed greatly and shouted, Damn it, the Dragon Slayer Union has found our people and brought the Heavenly Dragon Territory's people to besiege them. It must be the traitor of Mingguang who passed the news of my departure to the Demon Tiger clan. They plan to kill us first. You all come up, we must rush back immediately. Old Luo alone can't stop them. At the same time, Ling Timing's true dragon protector instantly appeared, turning into a dragon body of more than 10,000 meters long. Several people stood on it. This golden dragon roared and went all out. Its speed was raised to the extreme as it rushed towards the place where the Heavenly Dragon League was located. In a distant region, Luo Dongxing was leading the people of the Heavenly Dragon League to fight against the invading Dragon Slayer Union. Originally, only resisting the people of the Dragon Slayer Union wouldn't be a problem, but suddenly there was an additional group of people from the Heavenly Tiger territory supporting them, causing the Heavenly Dragon League to immediately fall into a dangerous situation. Many people were besieged and killed. Luo Dongxing had no choice but to order everyone to retreat. They couldn't let the other party kill them all in one fell swoop. When Ling Taiming and others arrived with Ling Xiao, they finally met with Luo Dongxing and the others. More than 100 Supremes were actually killed or injured. If they didn't escape, most of them would have died. Taiming, quickly leave, they are powerful. Luo Dongxing exclaimed to Ling Taiming. Damn it, let's immediately go and meet with the people of Tianyuan territory. Ling Taiming cursed. He had no choice but to agree with Luo Dongxing's decision. They didn't want their sex heritage to be completely consumed like this. You think you can leave? All of you stay here and die. Shadow Horse's speed was the fastest. His voice arrogantly laughed behind everyone. I will stay behind, you guys go. Luo Dongxing shouted. After saying that, he rode his fire god bird and charged toward Shadow Horse. Just when Ling Taiming was about to order his people to retreat, Ling Xiao suddenly jumped down from the dragon's back and shouted, Shadow Horse, today is the day you die. Saying that, Ling Xiao had already summoned more than 80 gods' corpses and demons. Hearing Ling Xiao's voice, Shadow Horse immediately stopped, his face filled with anger and fear. You little bastard, you actually came, you really deserve to die. Shadow Horse knew that Ling Xiao had many incipient god realm experts with him, and Ling Xiao's god soul was so powerful that he couldn't handle it alone. Shadow Horse actually retreated without a second thought. In this world, only Ling Xiao could scare away a peak Supremes with just one order. Luo Dongxing and Ling Taiming didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a terrifying power, but after seeing the 80 gods' corpses and demons, their eyes lit up at the same time. They were all excited. They all thought that Shadow Horse's retreat must be related to these gods' corpses and demons. Good, I didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such puppets. We don't need to worry anymore, let's go back and kill those bastards. Luo Dongxing said excitedly. Now, with Ling Xiao's corpses and demons, they wouldn't lose to the other side in terms of numbers, so Luo Dongxing was confident. Ling Taiming also said confidently, Not bad, no wonder you're so confident, you actually have such means, our Heavenly Dragon Union will definitely win. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, I think they won't immediately chase after us, we also don't need to hurry to find them, let's change positions first, I have a way to make them never return. What idea? Luo Dongxing and Ling Taiming exclaimed at the same time. If Ling Xiao had said this before, they might have doubted it, but now they absolutely wouldn't have this kind of thought. Illusory formation. Ling Xiao simply replied. This kind of ordinary illusory formation is not very useful to a sovereign. Ling Taiming said. Naturally, it's not an ordinary illusory formation, you'll see later, I can definitely reverse the current situation. Ling Xiao said confidently. This kid is very strange, let him try, maybe we can take down the Dragon Slayer Union without any casualties, why not? Luo Dongxing glanced at Ling Xiao and said. Good, as you say, anyway with these puppets of yours we can let those guys eat a pot of pot. Ling Taiming nodded and agreed. After saying that, they retreated to another area, so that Ling Xiao would have enough time to set up the heaven-defying illusory formation. In the distance, there were a total of 160 sovereigns, among which Ba Mo was on the sovereign list, and there was also a peak sovereign named Diao Feng who was on the sovereign list from the Heavenly Tiger domain. These three peak sovereigns were very powerful. If they were to restrain Luo Dongxing and Ling Taiming, the outcome would be unknown. If Ling Xiao did not come, the people of the Heavenly Dragon Union would not have any chance of winning. The Shadow Horse had already returned to the rushing team in fear. Shadow Horse, why are you so flustered? Ba Mo frowned and said to the Shadow Horse that returned. Don't chase, that little bastard is coming. The Shadow Horse said in a rather frightened tone. Which little bastard can explain clearly? Ba Mo said in a deep voice. It's Kim people that Ling Xiao, who obtained the inheritance of the soul race, can use soul power to attack and control living puppets. He will always have a lot of helpers around him. Just now he summoned nearly 100 divine corpses, he alone is equivalent to 100 of us, plus Ling Taiming has already returned, I'm afraid it won't be optimistic to chase after him. The shadow horse explained in one breath. Useless trash, so what if he controls the puppets? They're just dead things, not to mention that he is not the only one who has puppets, we also have them. Immediately chase after him, we must take advantage of the situation to destroy them all, we can't let them meet up with the people of the Tianyuan district. Diao Feng of the Heavenly Tiger Domain was very dissatisfied and snorted coldly, then he said, he came at the right time, we can capture him and take his inheritance back. The shadow horse did not even dare to retort after being scolded. Now that he was alone, he had to rely on the other party's forces to take revenge, no matter what, he had to endure, not to mention that Diao Feng's strength was far above his. He changed the topic and said, do we also have puppets? Of course we do, quickly catch up with them, we will definitely be able to destroy them all. Diao Feng said very proudly. But the direction they are retreating seems to be in the direction of the people of the Tianyuan district. If we chase after them, won't? The shadow horse said again. What, less nonsense and we can catch up with them, quickly follow me. Diao Feng interrupted him, waved his hand, and immediately chased after the people of the Heavenly Dragon League at full speed. The shadow horse's eyes flickered with indignation, but he did not dare to show it. Ba Mo sent a sound transmission to the shadow horse. Old Ma, don't use loyalty first, destroy them all first. In the future when we go to other regions to establish gangs, we won't need to look at their faces anymore. Old Mo, you are right, I will bear with it first, wait until I cut that little bastard into 1,000 pieces. The shadow horse replied. This group of people madly chased, they wanted to kill all the people of the Heavenly Dragon League as soon as possible to avoid future troubles. At that time, when the Heavenly Tiger Domain and the Dragon Slaying Association meet up, it would be the time of disaster for those people of the Tianyuan district. Damn, they really ran away fast. Diao Feng scolded, then he turned back to the shadow horse and said, it's all because you are useless, if you could delay them for a moment, they would not be able to escape. Diao Feng, now is not the time to talk about this, they seem to have changed direction, they actually did not meet up with the people of the Tianyuan district. We should speed up a little, we will definitely be able to kill them. Ba Mo said. With regards to Ba Mo's words, Diao Feng was embarrassed to refute. After all, Ba Mo ranked higher than him on the sovereign list, he did not dare to offend such a strong expert. They continued to chase, but what awaited them was disaster. Chapter 1639. In a space area on the Southern Territory Road, Ling Xiao and the others had already gathered here. This location was naturally isolated from the turbulent flow, and if they wanted to enter they would have to spend some effort. The reason they chose this place was to not let the Dragon Slayer Union suspect anything, and to let the other party think that they were indeed escaping. After passing through many turbulent flows, they found a stable floating place with rocks to rest. At this time, Ling Xiao also began to quickly set up the illusion array, preparing to welcome the Dragon Slayer Union. When he took out the illusory eye mirror stone, Ling Taimeng and Luo Dongxing's expressions slightly changed. I didn't expect this kid to be an all-around war god comparable to the ancient incipient god realm. Ling Taimeng sighed. Luo Dongxing said, it seems that our Dragon Gate can be handed over to him in the future. That's true, but the key is that this kid is too restless. It's almost impossible for him to stay in the Dragon Gate forever. I'm afraid that in the future he will go far away like my big brother and not return for tens of thousands of years. Ling Taimeng replied. Well, let's kill all the Dragon Slayer Union in front of us first, so that they won't cause any more trouble in the future. Luo Dongxing said. After a while Ling Xiao finally set up the illusion array. He turned to Ling Taimeng and Luo Dongxing and said, now we just have to wait for them to come. Once they come, they won't have any special methods to break my illusion array, so they will definitely be captured by us. Let's wait and watch the show. I hope so. The power of the ancient illusion array is indeed powerful, but not many people can really control it. Luo Dongxing replied. At this time Ling Taimeng shouted, their people have broken in. Diao Feng took the lead and led Ba Mo, the shadow horse, and more than 100 supreme martial artists. They rode on all kinds of powerful sacred beasts and passed through the turbulence, entering the zone of Ling Zhao's illusory formation. I have already sensed that the people of the Heavenly Dragon Union are nearby. They actually didn't continue to escape. They must have stayed to fight to the death. It seems that they have given up struggling. This is good. Diao Feng said complacently. Don't be in a hurry, I feel that something is wrong. The shadow horse hastily called out. He had roamed the outer realms for many years and had an innate sense of danger. Unfortunately, Diao Feng mercilessly shouted, "You are really scared out of your wits. There are so many of us here, what are you afraid of?" "No, they definitely have some tricks up their sleeves, we can't go in," the shadow horse firmly shouted. "Bastard, I think you don't want to live anymore. Get in here." Diao Feng shouted impatiently. Then he grabbed the shadow horse. "You want to catch me? You're not qualified. I won't die with you. Ultimo, if you believe me, then come with me." The shadow horse had the speed of the wind attribute, so it was not easy for Diao Feng to catch him. He easily retreated and shouted at Ba Mo, "No matter what danger there is, we are strong enough to resist it. Langer of the Divine Axe Gang will not die in vain. Today I will take revenge." This time Ba Mo did not help the shadow horse. He responded and armed himself. He turned into a stone man and walked forward. "Luo Dongxing, Ling Taimeng, come out. Today is the day you die." Diao Feng was too lazy to care about the shadow horse. He walked forward and shouted. As the two of them walked in, the others followed. It was also at this moment that everything in front of them began to change. Some people saw their enemies while others were attacked by the demons in their hearts. They began to kill each other, treating the people around them as enemies and killing them with no regard for their own lives. Instantly, in this illusory formation, more than 100 supreme experts were killing each other in the most brutal way. Diao Feng and Ba Mo were the strongest. When they attacked together, they killed several supreme experts at the incipient god realm. They thought that they were killing the people of the Heavenly Dragon League, so they were enjoying the killing. They were all strong-willed people, but in the illusory formation with the illusory eye mirror stone, everything became useless. The illusory eye mirror stone could increase the power of the illusory formation dozens of times. Not only could it affect people's minds, but it could also make the holy beasts fall into madness. Otherwise, the illusory demon in the demon forest could make many supreme experts and incipient god realm experts fear it like a tiger. After Diao Feng and Ba Mo entered the formation, they immediately lost their minds. If this continued, they would kill each other sooner or later. Ling Xiao, Ling Taimeng, Luo Dongxing, and the others who were watching all showed a look of joy. This illusory formation is really terrifying. It even trapped Diao Feng and Ba Mo. In just a blink of an eye, more than 10 of them died. Good. If I had known that you had such heaven-defying skills, I would have brought you out long ago, Ling Taimeng replied with joy. Luo Dongxing also smiled and said, "Ordinary illusory formations can deal with ordinary warriors, but this kind of high-level illusory formation can only trap a supreme expert for a while. But with the illusory eye mirror stone's amplification, it's like a finishing touch, making the illusory formation come to life. No one can escape. We will definitely win this round." "No, we still forgot one person. Ancestor, hurry and kill that shadow horse. He might have found something." Ling Zhao's face became serious as he shouted. "That's right, there's actually no trace of the shadow horse. That fellow retreated a long time ago. Could it be that he discovered the illusory formation? Wait for me to take him down." Ling Taimeng also discovered that something was wrong and immediately responded. Riding his true dragon divine beast, he charged out of the illusory formation towards the shadow horse. However, Ling Taimeng was still a step too late. The shadow horse had the heart of the heavenly eye. He could sense that something was wrong in the vicinity. He also clearly saw that the people who entered the illusory formation were actually killing each other. His expression changed and he said, "Illusory formation, it must be an illusory formation. Damn it, I must find the illusory eye, otherwise we will all die." Although the shadow horse could not wait for Diao Feng to die, if they couldn't survive, he would also die without a doubt. He took out the heart of the heavenly eye and said with a fierce expression, "No matter what illusory formation it is, it will appear under my heart of the heavenly eye. Go." The shadow horse shouted and threw the heart of the heavenly eye into the sky. A force entered the heart of the heavenly eye. A flash of light instantly burst out and a ray of light directly shot towards the position of Ling Zhao's illusory eye mirror stone. "Haha, found it." The shadow horse shouted and immediately 8 banner spears appeared behind him. These 8 banner spears immediately merged into a terrifying wind and rushed towards Ling Zhao's position. This move was the peak of the shadow horse's attack. It was also a bombardment of the wind attribute. The speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it broke through the layers of space and stabbed towards Ling Zhao. "Take advantage of this opportunity to kill them, the illusory formation has been broken." Ling Xiao immediately noticed the shadow horse's counterattack and shouted towards Luo Dongxing. He immediately protected the illusory eye mirror stone and quickly retreated. Ling Xiao was still very regretful. He didn't think that the shadow horse would have such a method, making it impossible for him to kill all the people in front of him. However, in this period of time, the Dragon Slayer Union has already lost nearly 30 people and dozens of people were seriously injured. This has greatly reduced the pressure on them. Kill. Luo Dongxing shouted and immediately led the Heavenly Dragon Union to kill the enemy. The people of the Dragon Slayer Union haven't recovered yet. Luo Dongxing and the others immediately concentrated their firepower and killed more than a dozen people. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The terrifying attack wave completely covered the surrounding area. Many spaces collapsed, countless energy splattered, and many severed limbs exploded. One by one, the divine souls began to turn into wandering ghosts and fled in a panic. However, a powerful suction force sucked in all of these divine souls, making it so that not a single one of them could escape. Damn it, we have fallen into an illusion. Immediately kill all the people of the Heavenly Dragon Union. Diao Feng came back to his senses and shouted in a cold sweat. Today I will kill you, you demon. Luo Dongxing roared. His power has already blasted towards Diao Feng. The majestic power was enough to make anyone's heart tremble. Diao Feng was scared and hurriedly tried to catch it, but he was fiercely sent flying and vomited blood. Just when Luo Dongxing wanted to continue to attack, Baimo had already come back to his senses and killed one of the people of the Heavenly Dragon Union. Luo Dongxing, your opponent is me. Baimo shouted and rushed towards Luo Dongxing. Both of them were figures on the sovereign list, and their strength was basically equal. They immediately launched their most powerful attack, causing the surrounding people to retreat as far as they could. Luo Dongxing is the strongest. If Baimo and I join forces to kill him, then we will destroy half of the Heavenly Dragon Union. Diao Feng said to himself and looked around. With a flash of his mind, a group of skeleton puppets appeared in front of him. There were humans and beasts in these puppets, and on their foreheads flashed a blood-red mark. This was the unique symbol of the Evil Blood Sect. The Evil Blood Sect was second only to the Devil Tiger Sect in the Sky Tiger domain. But now that the Evil Blood Sect regarded the Devil Tiger Sect and the Devil Tiger clan as their leaders, their supremes had joined the battle. Diao Feng was a top figure of the Evil Blood Sect's older generation and had absolute power in the Evil Blood Sect. He also had a total of 80 skeleton puppets, each of which was comparable to a supreme being or an 11th order existence. This was the perfect time to eliminate Ling Zhao's celestial corpses. It was no wonder that Ing Ma did not listen to his advice. It was because he had these puppets to rely on. With the reinforcement of this batch of skeleton puppets, the strength of the dragon-slaying union increased by a lot in terms of numbers. At the same time, Diao Feng rushed towards Luo Dongxing, ready to kill him. Together with Baimo, Diao Feng used 2 bone blades, which were taken from the corpses of high-grade holy beasts and refined with a large number of rare divine materials. Coupled with the nourishment of his natal blood, their power was top-notch even among high-grade ancient divine weapons. Luo Dongxing immediately fell into a disadvantage when fighting 1 against 2, but with the existence of one person the situation began to change. Chapter 1640. After Ling Xiao dodged the Shadow Horse's attack, the Shadow Horse couldn't chase after him anymore because Ling Taiming was already charging towards him. Ling Xiao didn't join the battle immediately. He only let his Immortal's Corpse demon attack. He also summoned the 30 Supreme Being puppets to help the Heavenly Dragon League kill the Dragon Exterminator Union. In a battle of this level, Ling Xiao didn't expect to capture many people alive. Everyone was using all their power to attack. It was a battle of life and death. Ling Xiao put away the illusory Eye Wonderland Stone. He let Xiao Jin and Muscle join the battle to deal with the enemy's holy beasts. Ling Xiao had already taught Xiao Jin and Muscle how to combine their attacks. Xiao Jin could use his Heavenly Eye to make the opponent lose their fighting ability temporarily. Muscle could immediately attack from the side and tear the opponent into pieces. The 2 beasts had the speed of the wind element. They were both mutated holy beasts with extraordinary fighting abilities. As for the Dragon Horse, Ling Xiao didn't let it join the battle for now. After all, it wasn't a battle-type holy beast. It would be better to let it join the battle when it was stronger. Wu Bufan didn't need Ling Zhao's help. He naturally joined the battle. He displayed his chaotic body's fighting talent to the fullest. The devouring black holes made the enemy panic. After he killed 2 people and devoured several Supreme Being puppets, he finally attracted a stronger opponent to attack him. The strength of the 2 sides wasn't too far apart. The Supreme Being's blood splashed in the sky. Ling Xiao, who was in the rear, crazily absorbed the god souls of the enemy Supreme Being and incipient God Realm experts. His god soul had been stuck at the middle stage of the High God Realm for a long time. During this period he had absorbed a lot of god souls. It had reached the critical point. Now he just needed to increase his soul power to enter the late stage of the High God Realm. His God Soul clone's power would increase by another level. After all, the God Soul clone only needed enough soul power to advance. It was very different from the real body. The Dragon Phoenix divine hoop on his forehead absorbed the divine souls while using his soul power to help the Heavenly Dragon Union kill their opponents and extract their divine souls. Shortly after, Ling Xiao had taken in all the god souls of the incipient God Realm experts who had been killed by the illusory formation. He had accumulated the god soul energy of around 30 to 40 people, which was enough for him to refine and upgrade. His Dragon Phoenix divine hoop emitted waves of strange power. Many spirits were filtered and purified by the divine hoop, and directly gathered in his spirit, causing his spirit power to increase rapidly. Ling Xiao raising his soul power on the battlefield was clearly a risky move. He would be in danger if the enemy discovered his existence. As expected, among the people from the Dragon-Slaying Union, there were 2 low-level supreme martial artists who were afraid of death who discovered Ling Xiao's existence. They had originally wanted to avoid the battlefield to minimize the chances of dying in battle, but they didn't expect to discover someone here. They exchanged looks. One of them shouted, "This kid is hiding here. He doesn't have any competence. Let's join hands and kill him. All right, let our mounts lure away the god's corpse demons around him." The other one answered and immediately urged his holy beast to attack the god's corpse demons guarding Ling Xiao. The other one did the same. As long as they lured the god's corpse demons away, they thought that they could kill this young man. Indeed, after the god's corpse demons were lured away by their holy beasts, the 2 of them attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. 2 different flows of energy attacked Ling Xiao. Even if a mid-level supreme martial artist didn't dodge, his god body would explode. Rumble. Rumble. When their attacks fell on Ling Xiao didn't even budge. He took their powerful attacks head-on. Is there something wrong with this kid's brain? Why didn't he dodge? One of them asked in confusion. It's possible. Maybe he was injured before and didn't participate in the battle under the protection of these puppets. He really helped us. The other one laughed proudly. However, when everything dissipated, they found that the young man was still standing on the same spot. Their eyes almost popped out. Could it be that he has a defensive god armor? I don't believe that you can survive after I cut off your head. One of them shouted. The divine saber in his hand slashed down at the top of Ling Xiao's head. When his saber was about to fall on Ling Xiao's head, Ling Xiao suddenly raised his head and held the divine saber in his hand. The man was shocked. He didn't think that someone would be able to block his divine knife with bare hands. He wanted to retreat, but Ling Xiao had already made his move. Bang! Ling Xiao's simple punch destroyed the intruder's divine body. His divine soul was immediately absorbed by the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop. So powerful. The other person was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately retreated. Ling Xiao glanced at him and smiled faintly. Can you escape? As Ling Xiao finished speaking, Ling Xiao's soul power attack rushed over. That man screamed pathetically. His god body fell and died immediately. Ling Xiao had absorbed his remaining god soul. After killing 2 people, Ling Xiao smiled proudly. I finally reached the late stage. I can even fight against a pinnacle supreme martial artist. Immediately after, he swept his gaze in all directions and finally discovered that Luo Dongxing had fallen into a dangerous situation at the place where the battle was the most intense. He was being forced to retreat by Bai Mo and Diao Feng and was about to lose control. Old Luo, let me help you. Ling Xiao sent a message to Luo Dongxing. His god soul clones appeared and dashed toward the 3 experts on the supreme list. Luo Dongxing didn't have time to respond to Ling Xiao. He just used his powerful firepower to defend against the other 2's attacks. A sea of fire was burning around him. It was enough to make any supreme martial artist or incipient god realm expert look at it. They wouldn't dare to touch it. Luo Dongxing, you're going to be my blood sacrifice. Diao Feng sneered coldly. His pair of bone sabers flew toward Luo Dongxing's shoulders. Diao Feng's 2 bone sabers were extremely sharp and filled with a strange blood qi. They could stimulate the blood qi in other people's bodies to affect their fighting condition. At this moment, Luo Dongxing was slowed down by Ba Mo's gravitational field. He couldn't endure Ba Mo's frontal attack anymore. Diao Feng suddenly attacked from here. Luo Dongxing couldn't dodge. His shoulders were stabbed. Ah! Luo Dongxing screamed and counterattacked Diao Feng fiercely. However, Ba Mo slashed at him from the front. The sky-splitting disc axe was aimed at Luo Dongxing's head. If Luo Dongxing couldn't dodge it, he would be killed by this attack. Luo Dongxing retreated helter-skelter. He was lucky enough to dodge the attack. However, the sky-splitting disc axe had cut his stomach. Divine blood splashed. At this moment, Diao Feng sneakily attacked again. His bone saber aimed at the back of Luo Dongxing's head. Luo Dongxing felt the danger. However, it was too late for him to counterattack. Fortunately, Ling Zhao's God Soul arrived at the critical moment. The Imperial Dragon Sky-destroying technique hit Diao Feng's back, who was still enjoying the pleasure of sneak attacking. Diao Feng was suddenly hit by a powerful force. He was blown backward and vomited blood. Luo Dongxing felt the pressure lessen. He managed to block Ba Mo's strong attack. However, he was still blown a short distance away. Elder Luo, don't worry about dealing with Ba Mo, leave the rest to me. Ling Xiao sent a telepathic message to Luo Dongxing. He then charged at Diao Feng. He was invisible now. However, his power had been raised to the highest level. He attacked Diao Feng with all his might from the beginning. Diao Feng was stunned. Diao Feng didn't know where his enemy was. However, his body seemed to be in the middle of a violent bombardment. He was facing a terrifying attack. Fortunately, he was wearing a high-grade ancient divine armor. Otherwise, he would have been killed by his opponent. Which scoundrel are you? Come out! Diao Feng shouted angrily. The blood aura around him turned into many evil spirits. They surrounded him tightly and formed layers of defense. The two bone sabers danced around him. The evil blood sect is famous for being evil. You are the real scoundrel. Go to hell. Ling Xiao moved like a soul as he cursed. Then, fire punches after fire punches completely destroyed the blood ghosts. The punches landed on Diao Feng's body one after another, almost shattering his armor. Diao Feng was beaten until he vomited blood. He was extremely depressed. He was a person on the sovereign list. He was furious that he was being abused by an unknown opponent. Bastard, I will find you and tear you into pieces. Diao Feng bellowed in anger. Then, the blood qi around his body suddenly surged. His palms kept forming hand seals, and the blood ghosts and spirits around him became even more intense and violent. Ling Xiao didn't know what Diao Feng was going to do. However, he had to kill Diao Feng with one blow to prevent future troubles. As Ling Xiao channeled his power, 5 dragons of different colors roared out. A majestic power surged around them. However, Diao Feng was faster than him. He shouted, "Blood Fiend Heavenly Explosion." As he gave the order, the bloody aura floating around him suddenly exploded. The bloody aura contained a strong corrosive aura. Any living thing that came into contact with it would be corroded into slag, and its blood would also be sucked out. Ling Xiao was pushed back by the impact and suffered some injuries, but they were not fatal. Under the protection of his heaven fire, the innate Yin Wind bead could not hurt him at all, and the innate Yin Wind bead could also absorb the evil qi. However, Diao Feng had achieved his goal. His blood stained Ling Xiao's body, revealing the invisible Ling Xiao. So it's you, you little bastard. I'll devour you alive. Diao Feng saw Ling Xiao and cursed. He glared at him and stabbed his bone blades at Ling Xiao. Hee, you think you can kill me just because you see me? You're too naive. Ling Xiao laughed calmly. Chapter 1641. After the growth of Ling Xiao's soul power, he had reached the late stage. He only needed one more step to reach the pinnacle and become the most powerful existence in the outer realms. However, with 70 times his combat power in the late stage, he could definitely fight a true pinnacle supremacy head-on. For years, he had been invincible among those in the same realm, and today he was full of confidence and fighting spirit against someone on the sovereign list. Sword come. Ling Xiao's spirit waved his hand, and a divine sword flew towards him from the cauldron where his true body was. Now he was going to kill Diao Feng fair and square. As for the others, he didn't need to worry about them. With his divine corpse fiend and living puppets, it was enough to keep the Dragon Slayer Union here. Many of the Dragon Slayer Union's members had died in the illusory formation. Later, when the illusory formation was broken, the Heavenly Dragon Union killed more than a dozen people, and many more were seriously injured. The Heavenly Dragon Union had the upper hand. If they couldn't win, then the Heavenly Dragon Union should just kill themselves with tofu dregs. Therefore Ling Xiao could fight Diao Feng without worry. Very well, I don't know what kind of secret art you have, but if you want to compete with me you'll die without a doubt. Diao Feng was a character on the sovereign list, and his mind was firm. Although he was tortured by Ling Xiao for a while, he didn't lose his life. He said disdainfully and threw a blood pill into his mouth, quickly healing his injuries. Then come and try. Ling Xiao's soul grasped the Shadow Divine Sword and turned into a whirlwind. A 10,000-meter tall black storm immediately formed in this space, causing all the turbulent energy to churn and churn. Many spaces kept collapsing and collapsing. This black storm was like a natural disaster, its power extremely terrifying. This kid is of the wind attribute, I must kill him in one strike, I can't give him the slightest chance. Diao Feng swore in his heart. The blood energy around his body condensed, and the shadow of a demon appeared behind him. Before Diao Feng could launch his attack, Ling Xiao had already made the first move. Facing an opponent of this level, Ling Xiao would not underestimate him at all. He would definitely use all his strength to kill Diao Feng in a short time, not giving him the slightest chance to catch his breath. The Phantom Divine Sword struck out, and streams of black windstorms enveloped Diao Feng. Those wind blades were incomparably sharp, and those black windstorms contained terrifying corrosive powers. They were enough to kill any high-level supreme beings. Diao Feng had also recovered most of his strength. Instead of retreating, he advanced. The two bone blades in his hands instantly became long, like the fangs of a holy beast, carrying a strong bloodthirsty intent. Blood fangs twisted in anger. The blood blades and the black wind blades intertwined, and a great deal of power began to fly, producing an endless sound of collision. During the exchange of blows, Ling Xiao realized that when he increased his combat power by 50 times, he could barely fight Diao Feng head-on. When his combat power increased to 55, it was much easier for him to deal with Diao Feng. On the other hand, Diao Feng was also increasing his strength layer by layer. However, he realized that his opponent was able to withstand his strength as well, which was really beyond his expectations. Both of their strengths collided, and the blades and swords intertwined. For the time being, neither of them was able to gain the upper hand. Little bastard, you actually have some tricks up your sleeve, but this is as far as you can go. Diao Feng shouted angrily. He finally lost his patience. He planned to use all his trump cards to take down Ling Xiao, and then join forces with Ba Mo to kill Luo Dongxing. Blood-binding demonic prison. Diao Feng finally used his trump card. His strength suddenly increased by several times, and his entire person seemed to have turned into a demon. The bone blades intertwined and slashed furiously, and waves of blood swept toward Ling Xiao from all directions. Every wave of blood actually contained a feeling of terror, as if one had entered the 9 serenities of hell and was being brutally tortured. Other than the frightening power contained in this knife technique, it also carried thick negative emotions that could confuse one's mind, break one's spirit, and lose one's mind. Thus, it could achieve the effect of severely injuring and killing the opponent. Diao Feng had relied on this frightening knife technique to obtain a place on the sovereign list. Ling Xiao's heart was like a rock. His god soul and body were one, so he wasn't affected by these negative emotions. What pressured him was only the frightening murderous power. Wild wind slash. Ling Xiao exploded with 70 times his fighting strength, and used the sword technique he had obtained from the Dark Shadow clan to kill. He slashed 49 times, and each sword carried a thick dark wind that tore the blood waves apart. Blood chi filled the sky. Wind descends to the sky. The two's peerless powers collided with each other, causing the surrounding space to be invaded by the blood waves and storms. Countless spaces were shattered, and many turbulent flows were forcefully pushed far away. After a while, the two of them instantly separated. There were many wounds on their bodies and a lot of divine blood flowed from them, but they quickly healed as if they had never been injured in the first place. Good boy, you actually managed to exchange so many moves with me. You do have some skill. You're qualified to contend for the sovereign list, but you're still a bit weaker than me. If you're willing to pledge allegiance to my evil blood cult, I'll spare your life today. Diao Feng said to Ling Xiao. Haha, you want me to pledge allegiance to you with just this little bit of strength? Do you know who I am? I'm Ling Xiao of the Kim people, and I also have the identity of the divine alchemist. You should pledge allegiance to me instead. Ling Xiao laughed wildly. So you have such a layer of identity. Then wouldn't it be a big profit for me to kill you? Diao Feng said sinisterly and made another move. This time, his move was quite strange, and it also indicated that he had completely revealed his trump card. Suddenly, 3 drops of blood appeared beside him, and these 3 drops of blood constantly twisted and changed shape, gradually taking the shape of a human, and then a figure that was exactly the same as Diao Feng. The only difference was that these 3 people were all formed from blood, and there was only blood qi, no other signs of life. Ling Xiao was shocked by this scene. He didn't know what Diao Feng was doing, but he could feel the great confidence hidden under Diao Feng's sneer. You can fight with one of me, but I don't know if you can handle 4 of me at the same time. Diao Feng sneered, and with a thought, the 3 blood people beside him actually attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. They also held a pair of bone knives in their hands, and each of them attacked in a different way, but their strength was not much weaker than the real Diao Feng. This blood condensation clone technique was the reason why Diao Feng was able to enter the sovereign list. Each clone needed to absorb a large amount of blood, and only when the user's blood surged to a certain level could they use this evil secret technique. This was the secret of the evil blood cult, and only 2 or 3 people could cultivate it. The fact that Diao Feng could create 3 blood clones proved that he had absorbed a lot of blood from at least a supreme incipient God realm expert, as well as the blood of a level 11 holy beast. If one clone was destroyed, it would be equivalent to taking a quarter of his blood qi, and it would affect his real body greatly. Therefore, when the 3 blood clones made their move, he also made his move from behind. The 4 of them used their terrifying killing technique at the same time, launching a final, fierce attack on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was also surprised for a moment, but he quickly recovered. He thought to himself, no one on the sovereign list is a good person, but it's impossible to win with numbers. Ling Xiao had finally used the stormy movement technique to its limit, and his speed was even more terrifying than the shadow horses. He first dodged Diao Feng's encirclement, and the phantom sword in his hand once again slashed out with all his strength. At this moment, Ling Xiao finally used the true power of the stormy movement technique. His entire body turned into a storm, and the surrounding area was filled with raging black storms. It was hard to tell which storm he was in, and it seemed that each storm contained Ling Xiao's figure. Countless black wind blades crisscrossed, and each one contained terrifying power. Diao Feng obviously did not expect Ling Xiao to suddenly burst forth with such terrifying speed. Neither he nor his 3 clones could sense Ling Xiao's location. He and his doppelgangers attacked in all 4 directions, trying to stop Ling Xiao from advancing. But Ling Xiao's power was not inferior to his at all. Furthermore, he had the help of the shadow sword. Many of the attacking swords swept towards him and his clone. He had no choice but to use all his strength to block them. Damn it, did this kid swallow some kind of pill that increases his speed? Diao Feng muttered gloomily. What any martial artist feared the most was encountering an opponent with the wind and thunder attributes. One type was too fast and unpredictable, while the other type had powerful attacks that were impossible to defend against. Ling Xiao's speed, which was even faster than the average wind attribute cultivator, was even more of a headache, not to mention that his attack power was just as domineering. In just a few moments, the unstoppable sword lights left many bloody marks on him and his clones. I didn't use my full strength just now, so you can show off a little. Let's see how you block my attack now. Ling Xiao said faintly. His footwork became faster and faster, turning the surroundings into a real hurricane, wreaking havoc in this part of the world. Diao Feng felt more and more powerless, as if he couldn't defeat his opponent with his own strength. No matter how much power he exerted, he couldn't harm Ling Xiao in the slightest. On the other hand, his 3 blood clones had lost more than half of their power. If this continued, all 3 of them would be destroyed. Damn it, could this kid be Feng Qingyang's successor? How can he be so fast? Diao Feng cursed under his breath. He waved his twin bone blades and absorbed the 3 clones back. However, Ling Xiao seemed to know his intentions and actually aimed all his firepower at one of the clones. Countless sword lights completely minced this clone into nothingness, leaving not a single drop of blood behind. Chapter 1642. Bastard, how dare you destroy my doppelganger? Diao Feng roared madly. He had spent countless years of effort to form a doppelganger. The blood essence of a doppelganger was equivalent to a quarter of his body. The destruction of the doppelganger had caused him great damage. There was no perfect doppelganger technique in the world. Everything was closely related to the real body. Humph, not only will I destroy your doppelganger, but I will also kill you. Ling Xiao snorted coldly and attacked Diao Feng again. The storm-like attack was impossible to defend against. Diao Feng completely retreated, but he was still continuously injured. "Little bastard, remember this. You will suffer later." Diao Feng scolded angrily. He actually rushed in the direction of Ba Mo and Luo Dongxing. "Want to escape? Not so easy." Ling Xiao sneered, and a wave of frigid qi spread out in all directions, forming a thick layer of ice around them. That kind of origin cold power was enough to make people shiver in fear. Diao Feng's strength had reached the peak of the Supreme Master level. He ran at full speed, and the speed of his charge was terrifying. However, he was also frozen by the cold qi and shivered. However, it was only a shiver. It was impossible to rely on these ice crystals to stop him. It seems that it is not easy to achieve the concept of sealing, Ling Xiao thought. His strong move was launched later, but it was preemptive. His stab landed heavily on Diao Feng's back. Boom. Diao Feng rushed forward and spat out blood. At the same time, he continued to run forward. He shouted, "Ba Mo, save me." Ba Mo, who was fighting with Luo Dongxing, was shocked when he heard Diao Feng's cry. He really did not expect that anyone present could force Diao Feng to ask for help. Ling Taimeng's figure flashed in his mind. He felt that only Ling Taimeng had the strength to fight Diao Feng to the death. Luo Dongxing also heard Diao Feng's voice. Although he was seriously injured, he must think of a way to delay Ba Mo so that Ling Xiao could kill Diao Feng. Then they would be able to obtain a complete victory. Luo Dongxing used the last of his strength. Countless waves of fire descended from the sky and swept towards Ba Mo. That torrential aura was enough to destroy any star and vaporize any living thing. Ba Mo also understood this logic. He didn't fight Luo Dongxing head-on, but immediately retreated towards Diao Feng's direction. Actually, he wanted to kill Luo Dongxing first. After all, Luo Dongxing was already injured. This was a rare opportunity. However, he needed time to kill Luo Dongxing. He wouldn't be able to kill him within 1 or 2 moves. He had no choice but to take a step back and help Diao Feng first to stabilize the situation. However, when he wanted to go over and help Diao Feng, he found that Diao Feng had been hit by a vicious blow from his opponent, and was almost blown to the ground in front of him. At the same time, he also saw Ling Xiao chasing after him. His eyes narrowed and he said, "Why is it this little bastard?" To be honest, he didn't have a deep impression of Ling Xiao. It was only after he formed a team with the Shadow Horse that he heard the Shadow Horse talking about Ling Xiao the most. Therefore he had a deep impression of Ling Xiao. The kid who obtained the inheritance of the soul race was also a medicine divine master. On top of that, he had an invisible divine spirit doppelganger that could fight against a pinnacle supreme martial artist. Ling Xiao slashed down from the sky once again. Even Ba Mo was shrouded in it. He wanted to kill Ba Mo as well. "How dare you!" Ba Mo shouted angrily. He raised his heaven-splitting axe and blocked Ling Xiao's strong move. Ba Mo cultivated the earth attribute and had great strength. Ling Xiao's all-out attack was blocked by him. His body only took a few steps back. At the same time, his gravitational field appeared and enveloped Ling Xiao's divine soul. Luo Dongxing, who was coming from behind, wanted to sneak up on Ling Xiao, but his injury had seriously affected his speed. He had to stop and take some recovery elixirs and spring water, so that he could recover as much divine power as possible and fight again. "Lao Lao, are you alright?" Ling Xiao also stopped attacking and looked at Luo Dongxing. Luo Dongxing shook his head and said, "I won't die yet. Let's go together and stop them." "Ba Mo, you deal with this troublesome kid. I'll deal with Luo Dongxing," Diao Feng said to Ba Mo after swallowing a blood elixir. He was about to attack Luo Dongxing. "Why don't I deal with you?" At this moment, a voice came from afar. Ling Taimeng was holding a golden spear and riding on a true dragon divine beast. Ba Mo and Diao Feng's expressions changed drastically. Ling Taimeng's participation had undoubtedly changed the situation and put them at a disadvantage. "Old ancestor, did you kill the Shadow Horse?" Ling Xiao asked Ling Taimeng. "He escaped really fast. However, I'm afraid he won't be able to recover his divine power without 100 years of effort." Ling Taimeng shook his head and replied, "What a pity. Then let's join forces and kill the two in front of us." Ling Xiao said and attacked with the Phantom's sacred sword again. Luo Dongxing also attacked. Although he had only recovered 60% of his strength, he was still able to delay them. Ling Taimeng waved his golden spear and his true dragon divine beast of the upper stage 11 joined the battle. "Let's go." Ba Mo shouted impatiently and took the lead to retreat. One Luo Dongxing was already too much for him to handle. Now that Diao Feng was at a disadvantage and Ling Taimeng had a true dragon divine beast, Baimo had no confidence to fight them. As for the others, they should have heard his voice. If they could escape, they should escape. Diao Feng also knew that the advantage was no longer on their side. As soon as Baimo's voice fell, he immediately used the blood technique and ran away with all his strength. He left behind a threat. You guys obediently return to the Heaven Region's territory. Otherwise, I will kill all of you. If the two-peak supreme martial artists wanted to escape with all their strength, Ling Xiao might have a chance to catch up with them. However, it would not be easy to win against them. Let them go. Go back and kill the others first. Ling Taiming was also decisive and immediately said to Ling Xiao and Luo Dongxing. Ling Xiao and Luo Dongxing did not have any objections. They immediately rushed to the other battlefields and killed the other supreme martial artists of the Dragon-Slaying Union. In fact, when they were fighting, the people of the Dragon-Slaying Union had been completely defeated. With the addition of Ling Zhao's real body and Wu Bufan, they killed almost everyone below the level of a high-level supreme martial artist. There was no real fight to the death. Instead, it was a one-sided situation. After all, Ling Zhao's illusory formation had already killed many people and forces of the Dragon-Slaying Union. Ling Xiao also summoned his Immortal's Corpse Demon and Living Puppets. Among his fresh troops, there were a few high-level supreme martial artists. When they joined up with the people of the Heavenly Dragon League, it was much easier to surround and kill the people of the Dragon-Slaying Union. As for Diao Feng's skeleton puppets, they were less powerful than the Immortal's Corpse Demon. Hence, they could not help the people of the Dragon-Slaying Union too much. The people of the Dragon-Slaying Union were defeated like a landslide. Almost half of them were killed. When Baimo ordered them to retreat, they did not even think about it and immediately ran away at full speed. However, Ling Xiao, Ling Taiming, and Luo Dongxing would not let go of the opportunity to beat them when they were down. Their speed was much faster than them. They split into 3 directions and killed the people of the Dragon-Slaying Union. The people of the Dragon-Slaying Union were all afraid of being killed. They ran as fast as they could. It was a pity that they were born with 2 less legs. It did not take long for the people of the Dragon-Slaying Union to be wiped out. Many of the skeleton puppets were also destroyed. In this battle, the Heavenly Dragon League won a great victory. They only lost less than 10 people. 2/3 of the Dragon-Slaying Union died. The remaining 1/3 were either injured or escaped. It would not be easy for them to gather together to deal with the Heavenly Dragon League. The people of the Heavenly Dragon League had been in the Outer Realm for so long. They finally killed and vented their anger. All of them laughed loudly. Xiao, you are really the lucky star of our clan. If you did not come, I am afraid we would have been killed by the other party. Ling Taiming also showed a rare smile and said to Ling Xiao. Luo Dongxing also couldn't help but sigh. You already have the qualifications to fight for the top of the sovereign list. If you kill that Diao Feng, our Dragon Gate will definitely have another existence on the sovereign list. Don't try to flatter me. That Bai Mo and Ing Ma have already escaped. The next time they come, I am afraid it will be even more difficult to deal with. Ling Xiao replied. If they want to make a comeback, I am afraid they will only join the Sky Tiger region's camp. This time, we have no choice but to meet up with the people of the Tianyuan region. Otherwise, they might be broken through by the people of the Sky Tiger region. Ling Taiming replied. That's right. It is impossible for Bai Mo and Ing Ma to gather other people. After all, the sovereigns of the southern region have joined other gangs. They can only join the Sky Tiger region. Otherwise, who knows how long it will take for them to make a comeback. Luo Dongxing also agreed. In that case, let's go and meet up with the people of the Tianyuan region. Together, we will stop the people of the Sky Tiger region. At the same time, we will spread the conspiracy of the Devil Tiger clan to the Heaven region. Hopefully, we will be able to gather more people to deal with the people of the Sky Tiger region. Ling Xiao replied after thinking for a while. Xiao, this is a good idea. Let the people of the other regions be on guard against the people of the Devil Tiger clan and destroy their ambitions. Ling Taiming replied. Ling Taiming couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Among his descendants, there was finally an all-around monster. Not only was his martial strength astonishing, he could also refine pills and was even more intelligent than others. This kind of monster, no matter what era it was, would probably be the most amazing existence. What is the Devil Tiger clan's conspiracy? Luo Dongxing asked in confusion. Ling Taiming made a long story short. He briefly told Luo Dongxing about what had happened with the sovereigns of the Tianyuan region. What great ambition. They are not afraid of dying from overeating. Luo Dongxing narrowed his eyes and shouted. Their plan will definitely not be realized in a day or two. They want to first control the alchemists of the Tianyuan region and strengthen the strength of their Devil Tiger clan. Then they will slowly move to other regions. Ling Taiming replied. Old Ancestor is right. Right now we must first give the Devil Tiger clan a head-on blow. We cannot let anything happen to the Tianyuan region. Ling Xiao agreed. After Ling Xiao, Ling Taiming, Luo Dongxing and the others rested for a day, they rushed towards the direction of the Tianyuan region. Chapter 1643. The warriors of the Heaven Tiger Zone were stationed near the first land they had crossed on the Southern Territory Road. They had more people than the warriors of the Heaven Source Zone. They had more than 400 incipient God Realm experts, which was 100 more than the warriors of the Heaven Source Zone. The other group was led by Diao Feng to help Bai Mo Ing Ma, and the others besieged Sha Tian's Dragon League. They planned to destroy the warriors of the Heavenly Dragon League first. Then they would recruit Bai Mo Ing Ma and the others to clear the warriors of the Heaven Source Zone. However, the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. First, Jianghu was exposed. Then, the news that the Dragon Slayer Union was destroyed came. The warriors of the Demon Tiger tribe were shaken. Inside the Heaven Tiger Zone, Jianghu was bowing respectfully in front of a man in a black cloak. This man had his back to him. He was tall, slim and muscular. Dark mist twirled around him, giving people a vague feeling. People couldn't see his face clearly. You said that all of this happened because of Ling Xiao of the Heaven Dragon Zone? Asked the Black Shadow gloomily. Yes, father. I don't know how he saw through me. But Diao Feng just sent me a message. Ling Xiao's God Soul clone is as strong as a peak supreme being. He also has many gods' corpses and demon corpses. Moreover, he can arrange high-level illusory formations. That's why Diao Feng's team lost. If we don't eliminate him, he will be a big obstacle to us, replied Jianghu. He's really capable. However, the more capable he is, the easier it is for him to die young. The Black Shadow sneered and then said, Hurry and find those people of the Heaven Source Zone. The people we're waiting for are coming. It's time to eliminate them. Jianghu arched his brows. The Thunder Clan's people are here? Yeah, they want to join us to rob the alchemists. Of course they have to show their sincerity. However, we have to guard against them. We can't let them touch the Heaven Source Zone, answered the Black Shadow. In another direction, Ling Xiao and the others were rushing towards the Tianyuan region. After Ling Xiao exposed Jianghu, who was also Mingguang, for the people of Tianyuan region, the people of Tianyuan region had already moved their positions, no longer staying in the original space, for fear of being surrounded and annihilated by the other party. Ling Taiming had a sound transmission connection with Duke Lianhao, so it wasn't difficult for him to know the direction of their new location. They must be considered allies and on the same side. When necessary, they would definitely help each other. After Ling Xiao and the others met up with the people of Tianyuan District, the people of Tianyuan District were shocked when they heard that the Heavenly Dragon Union had completely wiped out the Dragon Extermination Union. They knew that a few days ago, Ling Taiming had come to their Tianyuan region for help. Who would have thought that in just a few days, the Dragon Extermination Guild would be destroyed by the Heavenly Dragon Alliance? Under Duke Lianhao and Zhuo Xinghong's repeated questioning, Ling Taiming told them about Ling Zhao's undeniable contributions. When the most powerful sovereigns of Tianyuan region heard that Ling Xiao was actually able to set up a heaven-defying illusion array, all of them looked at Ling Xiao with burning eyes. It had to be known that illusion techniques were almost extinct, and even if they existed, they would only be ordinary illusion techniques. There were very few people like Ling Xiao who could set up a heaven-defying illusion array. And they were all very clear about the power of the illusion array. No wonder the people of the Dragon Extermination Guild fell for it. Kid, you actually know how to set up an illusion array. If it wasn't for your old man saying so, I definitely wouldn't believe it. Duke Lianhao sighed. Zhuo Xinghong also laughed from the side. This time, I believe that this kid will be able to help us deal with the people of the Heavenly Tiger region. As long as we heavily injure them, their scheme will automatically collapse. Don't worry, this time we are here to help you deal with them. We will definitely make them return in defeat. Ling Taiming said from the side. I don't think it will be so easy. The fact that I know how to set up an illusion array must have already spread to the people of the Heavenly Tiger region. After all, many people escaped from that battle. The people of the Heavenly Tiger region will definitely prepare a way to break the array. Ling Xiao said from the side. Although the power of the illusion array was extraordinary, there was no lack of strange objects that could break the illusion array. If the people of the Heavenly Tiger region were prepared, his illusion array would not have much of an effect. Ling Zhao's words were undoubtedly like pouring cold water on everyone, causing them to become gloomy. If you had helped us deal with the people of the Heavenly Tiger region from the beginning, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Why did you hide the liquid? King of Hell Yin said with some dissatisfaction. Back then Ling Xiao found them first. If Ling Xiao had told them that he would set up a high-level illusion array to help them kill the enemy, they would have been able to deal with the people of the Heavenly Tiger region a step earlier. Yeah, now that they know that the illusion array is ineffective, it's such a waste. Shi Gaoshan sighed softly from the side. What they said was undoubtedly only from their standpoint, and they did not consider the thoughts of Ling Xiao and the Heavenly Dragon Alliance at all. Ling Xiao spread out his hands and said, "Back then I said that I could destroy them, but none of you believed me." This time, King of Hell Yin and Shi Gaoshan were choked by Ling Xiao's words. Indeed, when Ling Xiao first arrived he said that he could destroy the people of the Heavenly Tiger region, but they thought that Ling Xiao was just bragging. Even if you prepared a way to break the array in advance, they might not know that you have joined our side. Maybe it's worth a try. Zhuo Xinghong said with a bit of hope in his heart. It should be useless. The people of the Heavenly Tiger region and the people of the Dragon Slaying Association have formed an alliance. They will naturally think that we will form an alliance. Luo Dongxing said. For a moment, everyone fell into silence, not knowing what to say. I think we can actually take the initiative to attack. Ling Xiao said after hesitating for a moment. Take the initiative to attack? Isn't that courting death? The people of the Heavenly Tiger region are more than us. If many of our experts have not gone to outer space, we don't need to be so afraid of them. A high-level supreme expert of the Tianyuan region responded. I think this method is feasible. King of Hell Yin agreed with Ling Zhao's proposal. Yes, they have always been provoking us. If we suddenly attack, they will definitely not have any preparation. Shi Gaoshan's eyes were glowing as he echoed. Anyway, we will have to fight sooner or later. Why not fight to our heart's content? Ling Taimeng shouted. But in this case the loss will be very heavy. Lian Haogong said with some hesitation. The supreme experts and incipient God realm experts here were all the strongest existences in the Tianyuan region. They were all famous figures. If they fought, they were afraid that many of them would be killed. It would cause the Tianyuan region to have a shortage of young and old. Although there were many of them who lived in seclusion or had gone to outer space, the current situation was the most important. He had to worry about it, and at the same time he was afraid of failure. This matter is not urgent. Let us slowly study it first. Zhuo Xinghong also said. He also had some concerns in his heart. This risk was too big. Once something went wrong, it could be a matter of life and death for their entire region. Ling Xiao also knew that his idea was a little radical, but he felt that it was more practical to attack directly than to sit and wait for death. Moreover, if the other side was fully prepared, even if they took the initiative to attack, it would only produce the opposite effect. If you don't dare to attack now, then you should all go back to the Tianyuan region. At least, they won't dare to openly use force in the Tianyuan region. Otherwise, what's the point of you staying here? Ling Xiao hesitated for a while but still said what was in his heart. His words were more or less mocking the people of the Tianyuan region for not having enough courage. Everyone present had a change of expression, and their hearts were very uncomfortable. After all of them had reached the supreme expert level, and their minds were very firm. It was not something that could be shaken by ordinary things. Now that Ling Zhao's words were like a knife stabbing into their hearts, they felt uncomfortable. Good, since medicine god Ling is not afraid of death, why should we hide here and fight to the death with the people of the Heavenly Tiger region? Yama Yan's blood was finally stirred up, and he slapped his chest and shouted. Shi Gaoshan also licked his lips and said, Good, let's kill them. Let the people of the Heavenly Tiger region know that the people of our Tianyuan region are not people they can bully. Good, let's attack together and catch them off guard. We will definitely be able to kill them back to the Heavenly Tiger region. Yes, those who are afraid of death are cowards. In any case, now that we have the help of our friends from the Heavenly Dragon Alliance, we will definitely be able to kill the people of the Heavenly Tiger region. Let's go kill them now, and not a single one will be left alive. Let's go kill them now, and not a single one will be left alive. The Tianyuan region's supremes were all high in fighting spirit, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They wanted to immediately go out to battle. Lian Haogong and Zhuo Xinghong looked at each other and revealed a wry smile. They couldn't help but secretly admire Ling Zhao's method of provoking the people of the Heavenly Tiger region. It was really effective. Two palace masters, since everyone is so confident, do you think it's feasible? Ling Xiao asked Lian Haogong and Zhuo Xinghong. Lian Haogong pondered for a moment and said, "Good, since everyone is so determined, then let's fight to the death with them. Then our Heavenly Dragon Alliance will do our best to help." Ling Taiming expressed his position. The Kim people and the demonic tiger tribe already had enmity, and previously, the people of the Heavenly Tiger region supported the dragon-slaying union to deal with them. This enmity had already become deeper and deeper. Therefore, now that there was a chance to borrow the strength of the people of the Tianyuan region to deal with the demonic tiger tribe, why wouldn't Ling Taiming do it? There is no room for mistakes in this battle. I think the two palace masters don't need to participate in the battle, just support us from the rear. Ling Xiao said again. What? Do you think the two of us are dragging you down? Zhuo Xinghong said to Ling Xiao. How can that be? I just feel that the two palace masters are our core, and we absolutely can't make any mistakes. You two stay in the rear so that we can go all out and fight. Ling Xiao said implicitly. To be honest, he really didn't believe in the fighting ability of the two alchemists, so it was better to let them stay in the rear, so that others wouldn't be distracted and take care of them. Chapter 1644. Although Ling Zhao's words were a little reserved, even Duke Hao and Zhuo Xinghong were somewhat displeased. Everyone was an alchemist. What right did a junior have to think that their combat strength was lacking? It was just that before they could speak, the Tianyuan region's people all agreed with Ling Zhao's words and persuaded the two of them to stay one after another. The two were helpless in the end and could only compromise. You brat, remember today's words. If you don't come back alive, I'll make Jiao, or never forgive you. Duke Hao patted Ling Zhao's shoulder and said, That's right. If you don't come back, we'll make Jiao, or remarry. Do as you see fit. Zhuo Xinghong also echoed. Two hall masters, you're abusing your position to avenge personal grudges. Ling Xiao sighed lightly, then said with a smile, Relax, this time we can definitely achieve victory. Immediately after, the two hall masters said a few words to the Tianyuan region's people and started to move. Before they set off, they all kept their holy beasts, each consumed a medicinal pill that could conceal any life aura, and flew in the direction of the Heaven Tiger region. The sneak attack this time was definitely the most intense ambush war. It could be said to represent the true collision between the two great regions. Whoever won or lost in the end would have a tremendous impact on the Heaven region. On the way, Ling Xiao suggested once again that after reaching the other party's territory, they should immediately launch an attack on the Heaven Tiger region's people with the momentum of a thunderbolt. They absolutely could not hide any strength. They must make the Heaven Tiger region's people suffer heavy losses in the first round of attack. This way it would be more advantageous for them to carry out the final killing blow. The people present were not fools. Of course, they could all understand the benefits of Ling Zhao's suggestion. Each and every one of them agreed. Rather than launching a sneak attack, it was better to directly annihilate them with overwhelming means. This way they could achieve the goal of reducing the enemy and gain the upper hand by a show of strength. Over at the Heaven Tiger region's people's side, they lost Jianghu, this insider. They did not know the actions of the Tianyuan region's people. They were all waiting for the Thunder Clan's people to come and rendezvous with them, then they could face the Tianyuan region's people head-on and carry out the encirclement. It was just that the Thunder Clan's people did not come after so long, making them feel very puzzled. Jianghu once again found his father and asked, Dad, we can't keep waiting like this. I have a feeling that the people of Tianyuan region should be preparing reinforcements. In the face of absolute strength, everything else is useless. You don't have to worry about this matter. The message from that side will arrive in 3 days. At that time, those people from the Tianyuan region will be annihilated, the Black Shadow replied faintly. He then continued, But it's also thanks to you that you managed to eliminate nearly 100 people from the Tianyuan region. Otherwise, we would have suffered heavy losses if we wanted to take them down. This is what I should do, Jianghu replied. He then said, Those people from the Dragon-Slaying Union are not willing to submit to us. Baimo and Shadow Horse are only willing to stay and help us. After this is over, they will leave us. After this battle is over, they will stay even if they don't want to. You don't have to worry about this. The Black Shadow sneered. Just as Jianghu was about to say something, the Black Shadow suddenly shouted coldly, "Someone is sneaking over. Tell everyone to be on guard." Father, could it be someone from the Thunder Clan? Jianghu also tried to sense, but he did not find anything. He could not help but praise in his heart, "Father's senses are really amazing. No, damn it, it's the people from the Tianyuan region. Quickly fight." The Black Shadow no longer suppressed his voice, but instead shouted loudly. For a moment, the people from the Heavenly Tiger region who were scattered in several corners did not understand what was going on, but after hearing the warning they all became nervous. At this moment an angry roar sounded, "Kill! Rumble!" As this voice fell, all kinds of energy instantly attacked from all directions, covering the sky and covering the earth. Meteors, hailstones, waves of water, rolling stones. All sorts of violent forces enveloped the area within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, or even millions of kilometers. These energy gathered the anger of everyone in the Tianyuan region, including the anger of the people from the Heavenly Dragon League. The sky was shaking, space was collapsing, and power was roaring wildly. Most of the people from the Heavenly Tiger region were hit by these power, and their screams were drowned out by the sound of the explosions. One after another, figures in a sorry state rushed out of the bombarded area. "Bastard, everyone, don't panic, fight back." Jianghuang's father was the leader this time, and he rushed to the sky and roared. However, the boundless power that blotted out the sky and covered the entire area. Countless powers were killing the people of the Heaven Tiger territory. His words were of no use at all. Dozens of people who were attacked had already died, and most of them were more or less injured. Most importantly, they were frightened by the wave after wave of power. They had no idea how many enemies there were, as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses, making them unable to resist. The people of the Tianyuan region should not know where they were, and they thought that the people of the Tianyuan region would only defend and not attack, so it was impossible for them to take the initiative to attack. However, the abnormal situation had caused them to suffer heavy injuries, and they all lost their fighting spirit and confidence. They only wanted to escape. "Father, it's the people of the Tianyuan region and the Kim people. Damn it, they really joined forces to deal with us." Jianghuang's body was surrounded by light and darkness chi, and he looked abnormally demonic. His eyes, one light and one darkness, passed through the many attack barriers, and saw the situation on the other side. "It seems that I underestimated their patience. Kill them. No one is allowed to escape, and anyone who tries will die immediately." Jianghuang's father shouted, and his hand reached out in a direction, grabbing a supreme being from the Heavenly Tiger region who was trying to escape, and squeezed him into minced meat. Jiang Dian, a famous existence on the sovereign list, was ranked in the top 18, much higher than Bai Mo, Luo Dongxing, Yanwang Yan, and Shi Gaoshan. He was also one of the ancestors of the demonic Tiger clan, and ranked third in the clan. After he killed one of his own people, the people of the Heavenly Tiger region were shocked, and none of them dared to escape. At the same time they began to counterattack, blocking the people of the Tianyuan region. At this time Yanwang Yan shouted, "Kill these Heavenly Tiger region bastards." Yanwang Yan held a round wheel in his hand, and riding a two-headed golden leopard, he charged towards the people of the Heavenly Tiger region. Kill all these ambitious fellows." Shi Gaoshan also bellowed, riding on his holy beast, he also rushed forward. Ling Taimeng and Luo Dongxing also took action immediately, taking advantage of the chaos to kill all the people of the Heavenly Tiger region. The people of the Tianyuan region and the Heavenly Dragon League also rushed out with red eyes. At this moment of life and death, no one would hide their strength, and they attacked with all their strength, killing the enemy. "How audacious! You dare to ambush us? Today I'll erase the names of your Tianyuan region." Jiang Dian roared. A demonic tiger king appeared at his side, brandishing its tiger halberd as it charged forward. At the same time, two people suddenly appeared beside him, and as soon as they appeared, more than 20 holy beasts with dark attributes appeared. These two people were the beast tamers of the Heavenly Tiger region, and they were quite useful. Each of them could control more than 10 level 11 holy beasts, which was comparable to more than 10 supreme beings at the incipient god realm. In addition, the people of the evil blood sect summoned many skeleton puppets to join the battle. At this moment Jianghuang also burst out his true strength. The two powers of light and darkness intertwined, giving him a terrifying strength that could compete with anyone on the sovereign list. The real battle between the two regions broke out at this moment. No matter who won or lost, this battle was destined to be recorded in the history books. Brother Wu, everything depends on your own ability. Take care. Ling Xiao said to Wu Bufan, and then rushed into the battle. Wu Bufan smiled faintly and said, "This is a rare opportunity and I like this kind of battle the most." Wu Bufan was a martial madman. He finally burst out his true strength, and his devouring supernatural ability would also become famous in this region. Just now the Tianyuan region's ambush had succeeded. More than 400 people attacked at the same time, killing dozens of people from the Heavenly Tiger region, and injuring more than 100 people. However, the Heavenly Tiger region's side wasn't so easy to deal with. In the beginning they had lost their composure, but under Jiang Dian's intimidation, they finally had the intention to fight. There were many monstrous geniuses among them. Besides Jiang Dian and Jiang Angguang, there were also Jiang Kong, Wu Guleng and Bai Mo. These three were all existences on the sovereign list, and their strength was self-evident. There were also a few juniors from the Demon Tiger clan, and they all had the ability to fight above their level. A real chaotic battle, a real slaughter and intense collisions unfolded. Multicolored berserk energy constantly flew about. The surrounding area had completely turned into a chaotic space of power. Any turbulent astral winds were crushed and pushed away. The gods were fighting and the holy beasts were biting. Blood splattered everywhere and many limbs were sent flying. It was a cruel and intense battle. On the battlefield, no one could guarantee their own safety. Even someone as strong as Ling Xiao couldn't guarantee that. When he killed a person from the Heavenly Tiger region, 3 killing forces attacked him from behind at the same time. Even if he was unparalleled in speed, he would still be injured. If not for his freakish physique, he would definitely be heavily injured. Ling Xiao's speed was very useful in this kind of chaotic battle, and his soul power attacks would always be his trump card in battle. Many enemies lost the ability to fight under his soul power attacks, and Ling Xiao or the Tianyuan region's sovereign immediately killed them. Ling Xiao was covered in blood, and his battle intent soared into the sky. He had already become a terrifying war god. Chapter 1645. Little bastard, it's all because of you. Today I will chop off your head. A sinister voice rang out as a powerful attack slashed towards Ling Xiao's head. Jiang Angguang had always harbored hatred for Ling Xiao. He had originally hidden in the Tianyuan district and killed everyone there. However, because of Ling Xiao's appearance, he had only managed to kill a quarter of the people in the Tianyuan district. There were still 300 people who hadn't died and hadn't been affected, causing the Jianghu district to suffer heavy losses. It was all because of this kid in front of him. He had to chop off this kid's head to vent his hatred. The light and darkness chi slashed towards Ling Xiao's head with terrifying force. On this chaotic battlefield, one had to maintain the highest level of vigilance at all times to prevent the enemy from taking advantage of the situation. When Jiang Angguang's sword slashed down, Ling Xiao was immediately alerted. His divine will was not inferior to any peak supreme beings. At this moment, Ling Xiao had no time to summon his divine soul. He used the Umbra divine sword to block the attack. Clang. Ling Xiao felt a terrifying force travel from the sword hilt to his arms, causing them to become numb and blood to flow from his eyes. The Umbra divine sword was almost shaken out of his hands. His entire body was instantly sent flying as he spat out blood. The power of Jiang Angguang's sword was truly terrifying. Little bastard, don't even think of escaping today. Jiang Angguang scolded loudly as he slashed towards Ling Xiao again. Ling Xiao was furious. This guy's mouth was so smelly. He actually dared to insult him like this. You spy, you still have the face to stay here? Why don't you take a piece of tofu and kill yourself? Ling Xiao scolded loudly. His divine soul clone immediately appeared and attacked Jiang Angguang. Although Jiang Angguang had long known that Ling Xiao had a divine soul clone, he hadn't thought about it at the moment. He was only focused on killing Ling Xiao with lightning speed. It was also because of this carelessness that Ling Xiao's divine soul had already circled to his side and carried out the most powerful killing move. Emperor Dragon Heaven Destroying Art's 6th move, Double Dragon Baneful Wind. Ling Xiao's first move was a sure kill move, not giving Jiang Angguang any chance to breathe. A twin dragon wind fiendish dragon shot towards Jiang Anyang's divine body. Even if Jiang Angguang's strength was shocking, he wouldn't have expected such a sudden sneak attack. Bang! Jiang Angguang was struck heavily. His protective light was pierced, but he was already wearing armor. The destructive power only made a hole in the armor. It almost reached Jiang Angguang's body. Damn it, I forgot that this kid has a clone technique. Jiang Anyang cursed. At the same time, he hurriedly dispersed the destructive power and immediately entered a defensive state. Light and darkness qi intertwined. After sighing inwardly, Ling Xiao immediately entered a frenzied attack mode. The Imperial Dragon Sky-Destroying Technique attacked Jiang Angguang mercilessly. Jiang Angguang was hit so hard that he became dizzy. He kept vomiting blood. However, he didn't give up just like that. He roared and spun his divine sword. Two different forces slashed in all directions, forcing Ling Xiao to retreat. "Little bastard, show me your true form." Jiang Angguang roared angrily. His ghostly eyes, one bright and one dark, emitted a mysterious divine light that could make all nothingness, evil beings and phantoms appear in front of his eyes. At this moment he finally saw Ling Xiao's divine soul clone. He swung his divine sword and used his terrifying sword technique. Yin-yang reverse flow. Jiang Angguang had the body of light and darkness. It was a terrifying divine body second only to the chaotic body. His sword technique was also the rare yin-yang god sword technique from ancient times. It was similar to the yin-yang god scripture cultivated by the body of water and fire. His sword seemed to be able to reverse time and destroy everything that defied common sense. At this moment, Ling Xiao felt as if his life was slipping away from him. He was in a state of panic. Yin and yang could not be reversed. Time could not be reversed. However, this sword seemed to be able to reverse everything. Suddenly, the chaotic space in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness seemed to have some sort of reaction. There seemed to be some new changes in the pattern of activity. A strange feeling flowed. Ling Xiao seemed to have fallen into a strange feeling. He murmured, "Everything in the world has its laws. Anything that defies common sense is not tolerated by the heavens. You have reversed yin and yang. You deserve death." Just as Jiang Angguang's sword was about to land in front of him, Ling Xiao suddenly came to his senses. He turned into the wind and dodged the fatal blow. At the same time he immediately counterattacked. His golden fist was like a dragon as it blasted towards Jiang Angguang. Jiang Angguang's reaction was extremely fast. His sword rotated rapidly and shattered Ling Xiao's golden dragon. "Little bastard, even the heavens can't save you today." Jiang Angguang sneered and attacked again. Yin and yang chaos. All of a sudden time seemed to be in chaos. Sometimes time went backward and sometimes time flew forward. All kinds of inexplicable confusion kept swelling in Ling Xiao's mind, making him feel incomparably uncomfortable. The primal chaos space in his sea of consciousness was also slightly affected, but the strands of primal chaos aura flickered and immediately restored the flow of time. Disturbing the laws of time is one thing, but you're delusional enough to make time change for you. Ling Xiao said faintly. Ice fists suddenly appeared. Icebergs, glaciers, hailstones, formed a world of ice, freezing everything to a standstill. Even time could not withstand this kind of extreme cold. Ding. The sword aura stirred the layers of ice, producing a series of ear-piercing sounds. Ice crystals flew out continuously, but the light and darkness sword aura remained unstoppable. The sword aura's power was reduced by half after being filtered by the ice. Ling Xiao easily dispersed them. Jiang Angguang stopped attacking and narrowed his eyes. "You're not affected by my yin and yang qi? Do you have some kind of treasure on you?" The power of his yin-yang god sword art was enough for him to compete with those on the sovereign ranking. However, he discovered that his sword technique seemed to have lost its effect before Ling Xiao. He was truly shocked. No matter what treasure I have, it's enough as long as it can deal with you." Ling Xiao sneered and quickly flew up with the Stormwind movement art. A black hurricane raged in the area as shadows of his feet turned into black wind blades that drowned out Jiang Angguang. Ling Xiao raised his speed to the limit, wanting to take the initiative to attack. He couldn't afford to let Jiang Angguang attack again. His opponent's attack was too strange. If not for the primal chaos space in his mind, he would have been killed in just 2 moves. Ling Xiao's speed was unparalleled. Unless Feng Qingyang was here, ordinary wind attribute sovereigns wouldn't be able to match up to him. The surroundings were filled with hurricanes and countless black wind blades flew toward Jiang Angguang to corrode him. Jiang Angguang didn't panic in the slightest in the face of such a dense barrage of attacks. He simply changed his sword style, switching to an offensive and defensive move. Light shield, dark blade. Light and darkness revolved around him, and circular shields of light enveloped him in the middle. Dark swords appeared behind the shields of light and attacked in all directions. Rumble. Ling Xiao had already used all of his strength. He used 70 times his strength to turn Jiang Angguang's light shields and dark blades into dust. A series of deafening explosions rang out, and a lot of residual energy splashed in all directions. Jianghu was completely defenseless by Ling Xiao's sharp and domineering kicks. There were many footprints on his body, and even his defensive armor had cracked. Damn it, how can this little bastard be so fast? Even I can't catch him. Jianghu cursed and immediately switched from defense to offense. His sword technique rippled out, and streams of light and darkness energy flowed and surged. Each stream of sword chi was extremely terrifying, capable of cutting through all things and shattering the galaxy. He intended to disperse all the power of the hurricane. Yin-yang separation. These strands of sword chi were oppressive. Even Ling Xiao's hurricanes couldn't sweep them away. His body was cut by the strands of sword chi and bloody wounds appeared. Ling Xiao was forced to retreat far away. He didn't dare to continue attacking. After this round, Ling Xiao understood that he and Jianghu were in a stalemate. Unless they fought to the death, it would be difficult to determine who was stronger and who was weaker. Ling Xiao was shocked. The body of light and darkness is indeed powerful. His sword technique is even more strange and rare. With his strength, it won't be difficult for him to enter the sovereign ranking. Jianghu was also shocked. This little bastard is indeed capable. No wonder he could help the Heavenly Dragon Alliance destroy the Dragon Slayer Union. If we don't get rid of him today, he will definitely become a great threat to my Fiend Tiger clan in the future. Just as Ling Xiao and Jianghu were about to use their last bit of strength to kill each other, another person suddenly joined the battle. His target was Ling Xiao. This person was extremely fast and his attack power was terrifying. It was enough to make any peak sovereign tremble in fear. Ling Xiao's back became alert, and his hair stood on end. He didn't even think about it and immediately dodged the attack. However, the other party's attack followed him like a shadow. The power wrapped around him and he swore to chase after him. At the same time, Jianghu also took the opportunity to attack Ling Xiao with all his strength. Under the encirclement of these two forces, even if Ling Xiao was unparalleled in speed, he wouldn't be able to dodge it easily. Ling Xiao suddenly felt a formless pressure. That sense of danger triggered a special feeling in him. An inexplicable concept of sealing appeared, and he suddenly felt a sense of clarity that he hadn't been able to comprehend for a long time. Space seal. Ling Xiao roared and an inexplicable aura was produced. Chapter 1646. The sealing intent domain was a kind of intent domain that Ling Xiao had sensed when he was fighting the polar bear. It could seal the space around him for a short time, which would slow down the opponent's reaction. That would give him time to counterattack and kill his opponent. Ling Xiao had tried so hard but he couldn't comprehend this intent domain. However, as the two peerless experts were trying to seal him, he could finally grasp this feeling. At first, he thought that he could use the ice power to freeze the space to seal it or use his aura to subdue the opponent and then kill him. Now he understood that he had found the wrong direction. The sealing intent domain wasn't created that way. In fact, to seal the space he had to use his mind to urge the origin power he had cultivated to stop the flow of space. That way the opponent wouldn't be able to control all kinds of energy. In just a blink of an eye, it could make the opponent lose control of their energy. It would make them feel helpless. It would make them feel like they were placed in a space cage. They would be sealed, and couldn't even think of resisting. The polar bear had activated the power of ice, causing it to freeze all other primordial powers. That was why it felt like it was being sealed off. The deeper one's understanding of this sealing intent domain was, the stronger the sealing power would be. Ling Xiao had an initial understanding of this feeling. He instantly drew upon the primordial powers of metal, wood, ice, fire, and wind, causing them to completely stop around him. At the same time, it also created an invisible pressure in the surrounding space, causing the two people who were attacking him to suddenly feel as if they were being sealed. The one who had ambushed him was Ying Ma. He had used the 8 banners to attack Ling Xiao. He wanted to cooperate with Jianghu to kill Ling Xiao. Among so many people he hated Ling Xiao the most. If it weren't for Ling Xiao, his brothers wouldn't have died and the Dark Shadow clan wouldn't have been destroyed. Even if he had to die today he wanted to kill Ling Xiao first. However, when his and Jianghu's attacks were about to land on Ling Xiao, they discovered that there seemed to be some kind of power that was sealing off this space, causing their power to suddenly be stuck. They couldn't continue their attacks. Ling Xiao also seized this opportunity and attacked the two of them at the same time, not giving them any chance at all. Emperor Dragon Heaven Destroying Art's 8th move, 5 dragons merge. All of Ling Xiao's power burst out, and his ultimate move suddenly burst out. 5 dragons of different colors roared and rushed out, swallowing the shadow horse and Jianghu at the same time. Before the 5 dragons fused into one, each of them possessed great power, enough to wreak havoc and destroy everything. But after the 5 dragons fused into one, the power of that one strike was even more terrifying. Boom boom boom. A short blockade was enough to decide the outcome of a battle between true experts. Terrifying explosions blasted everything within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers into nothingness. Only various kinds of energy were ceaselessly churning and splashing. When everything vanished, Ling Xiao couldn't even breathe properly. He had used all of his power in this attack. He didn't leave anything to spare. He had to subdue the 2 of them. Sure enough, in the distance in 2 directions, there were 2 people who were already riddled with injuries. Divine blood was flowing violently and their bones were deep. Both of them were in an extremely miserable state. Moreover, their auras were extremely weak. Clearly they were heavily injured. They urged their god power to recover their bodies. At the same time they retreated at the same time. At this moment they were so afraid of Ling Xiao. They didn't think that Ling Xiao could have such formidable power in that strange sealing intent domain. It was so astounding. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and swept all the energy around him to restore his condition. Then he chased after Jianghu. In his eyes, Jianghu was far more of a threat than the shadow horse. However, Jianghu was very cunning. He always escaped to areas where many people were fighting. On one hand he let others obstruct Ling Xiao and on the other hand he could attack the people of the Tianyuan district. This bought him some time to recover. In this chaotic battle, no matter who was strong or weak, as long as they were enemies, they would do everything they could to kill them. Ling Xiao's soul avatar was unable to deal with Jianghu. He could only help the people of the Tianyuan district kill the people of the Shatian Tiger district. Now the battle had completely entered the climax. Jiang Yan was the strongest among them. He alone was able to fight against 2 people on the sovereign list, and he even had the upper hand. Yanwang Yan and Shi Gaoshan were fighting him at the same time. Both of them felt great pressure and were almost killed by Jiang Yan many times. In the end, Luo Dongxing had no choice but to join the battle. The 3 of them fought Jiang Yan at the same time. Only then could they suppress Jiang Yan. As for the other people on the sovereign list, it was up to Ling Taimeng and 2 or 3 other peak supremes to deal with them. The outcome of the battle between the apex experts couldn't be determined in a short time, but the battles of others were gradually becoming clear. After all, the Tianyuan district had gained the upper hand with a show of strength. Moreover, they had powerful reinforcements like Ling Xiao's real body and Wu Bufan, so the victory was already leaning towards the Tianyuan district. If it weren't for the fact that a few people in the Demon Tiger clan were particularly strong and had killed many supremes of the Tianyuan district, they would have long fallen into the enemy's hands. The battle didn't last long, but the sky was already dyed with blood, and cries of anguish could be heard everywhere. The number of supremes of the 2 great districts was decreasing. These were all overlord-level characters. Every loss of one of them meant a drop in the strength of their respective districts. More than 70 people from the Tianyuan district and the Heavenly Dragon Union had died, while the Heavenly Tiger district had lost nearly 200 people. The gap between them grew wider and wider. It was obvious that the Tianyuan district had completely devoured the Heavenly Tiger district. Each and every one of them had bloodshot eyes, and their power had erupted to the extreme. This part of the outer territory was already trembling. During this process, Ling Xiao's real body kept using the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop to collect divine souls. Whether it was the enemy's or his own, he collected all of them. With such divine soul power, it was enough for his divine soul doppelganger to advance further. Currently, the people of the Heavenly Tiger district had completely lost their fighting spirit and confidence. Most of them were in a situation where they were being besieged by 2 or 3 people. They had already begun to think of retreating. But their leader hadn't given the order, so they could only fight with all their might. At this moment, Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger had already caught up with Jianghu and was ready to fight to the death with him. But Baimo appeared in front of Jianghu and blocked Ling Xiao's attack for him. Baimo said to Jianghu while fighting Ling Xiao, "Let's retreat immediately. Otherwise we'll all be annihilated." Jianghu scanned the battlefield and understood that they no longer had any advantage. Helpless, he could only rush to his father's side and block a person for his father. He shouted in shock, "Father, our people can't hold on any longer." Trash, all of you are trash. If you can't even defeat these people from the Tianyuan region, how can you unify the heavenly region? Jiang Dian cursed in displeasure, and a black palm print ruthlessly pushed Yan Yanwang back. Your heavenly tiger region is too ambitious, aren't you afraid of holding on? Lao Dongxing countered Yanwang Yan's attack, sending wave after wave of flames towards Jiang Dian. I'll remember you all. The next time I see you, I'll definitely kill all of you. Jiang Dian also understood the situation and had no choice but to leave behind some harsh words. He immediately ordered, all of you retreat. I'll cover the rear for you. Jiang Dian was still quite responsible. He didn't take the lead to escape, but stayed behind to delay the army of the Tianyuan region and let the others leave first. When his people had already retreated behind him, a divine artifact appeared in his hand. This divine artifact was very nefarious, like a spear but also like a halberd. However, at the top of the divine artifact, there was a black skull, which was different from the head of a spear or a halberd. Calling it a scepter would be more appropriate. However, the scepter's body was a bit too long. On the body of the scepter, there were black snakes and demonic tigers, as well as many demons and spirits that appeared and wailed unceasingly. It gave off an extremely evil aura. Devil Soul Pagoda. Jiang Dian focused all of his power on the magic wand, and countless ghosts and malicious spirits suddenly appeared on the skull, pouncing in all directions. Whoa! These ghosts and malicious spirits seemed to come to life. Thousands of them appeared and directly devoured the consciousness of many of the Tianyuan region's sovereigns. Everyone be careful, this is the soul-devouring scepter. Don't let these evil things enter your EC, they will cause harm to your soul. Luo Dongxing was experienced and immediately warned everyone. The people of the Tianyuan region all paled. At their level, what they feared the most was not the destruction of their bodies, but the injury to their souls. This was the most difficult hidden injury to heal, so they absolutely could not let these evil spirits invade their souls. However, there were a dozen or so weaker supremes who were much slower in defending, allowing these malicious ghosts and spirits to barge into their sea of consciousness and injure their souls. They immediately held their heads and let out miserable screams. Their battle strength immediately decreased. The people of the Tianyuan region retreated one after another. At the same time, they did everything they could to exterminate these ghosts and malicious spirits. The people of the Heavenly Tiger region also took advantage of this time to escape at full speed. However, these evil things that were difficult to deal with for many people were not the least bit harmful to Ling Xiao. His Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop could help him block these malicious spirits and malicious spirits. It could also completely purify them into traces of soul power for him to absorb and refine. Jiang Dian also sensed Ling Xiao's strange intentions. He looked at him and raised his eyebrows, revealing a greedy look. He shouted, "It really is the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. Aha, today you are mine." In ancient times, the Devil Tiger clan had dealt with the Soul clan. Jiang Dian was also an ancestor-level figure of the Devil Tiger clan. Naturally, his knowledge was extraordinary. He immediately recognized the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop on Ling Xiao's forehead. He laughed loudly. He actually ignored the others and directly grabbed at Ling Xiao. Chapter 1647. Jiang Dian was ranked 18th on the sovereign list. He was a truly terrifying figure who stood at the peak of this world. The power he could unleash with his bare hands was incomparably majestic. It was not something that an ordinary supreme being could match. The black hand that was like a demonic cloud came crashing down, giving Ling Xiao a shocking feeling that he could not escape. Ling Xiao's real body couldn't move, but his spirit doppelganger dashed over at an extreme speed. His fists were like heavenly fire falling down from the heavens, carrying a torrential fist intent towards the demonic hand. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The fist and the palm clashed. Terrifying power trembled and a lot of power splashed in all directions. Ling Taiming and Luo Dongxing also rushed towards Ling Xiao's real body at this moment. They all knew what Ling Xiao's safety meant. They absolutely would not allow Jiang Dian to kill Ling Xiao. It was also because of the spiritual avatar's obstruction that the crisis of Ling Xiao's real body was temporarily alleviated. Ling Xiao secretly wiped off his cold sweat. The pressure that Jiang Dian gave him was too great. You have some tricks up your sleeves. Remember to protect this Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop well. I will definitely come for it next time. After Jiang Dian shouted, he gave up on attacking Ling Xiao's real body. Instead, he attacked Ling Xiao's spiritual avatar. No one expected Jiang Yan to change so quickly. His attack was also so fast that Ling Zhao's spiritual avatar could not react in time. The other party's soul-devouring staff directly shrouded the top of his head. This attack had already reached an unimaginable level. The power was as majestic as the sky. The soul-devouring staff had an innate sucking ability on the soul. Just as Ling Zhao's soul avatar reacted and wanted to turn into soul power to disappear in this space, it was trapped by the sucking and couldn't move. Bang! As the soul-devouring wand fell, Ling Zhao's divine soul doppelganger cracked instantly. Blood splattered in all directions. At the same time, his divine soul and physical body turned into strands of soul power that dispersed in all directions. Ling Zhao's divine soul was a body of flesh and blood. Its defense was comparable to any high-grade divine artifact. It was not something that ordinary people could hurt. But Jiang Dian's strike on the head forcefully blew up Ling Zhao's divine soul. This was definitely the first time that Ling Zhao's soul had suffered such a heavy blow. Even his real body was affected. He couldn't help but hold his head and scream. When Ling Zhao's divine soul doppelganger dissipated, the soul power all returned to Ling Zhao's real body. However, the soul-devouring staff in Jiang Dian's hand was emitting a demonic power that wrapped around and pulled Ling Zhao's soul power into the skull. Haha, this flesh and divine soul is more than enough to absorb dozens or even hundreds of Supreme Beings' divine souls. Good, very good. Jiang Dian laughed wildly and immediately retreated. Ling Taimeng and Luo Dongxing chased after him at the same time, but were unable to stop him. The people of the Sky Tiger region had already successfully retreated, and no one was able to keep Jiang Dian behind. How are you? Ling Taimeng called out to Ling Xiao anxiously. Luo Dongxing and Wu Bufan came to Ling Zhao's side and protected him in the middle. Their faces were full of worry. I won't die, Ling Xiao said with great difficulty. His divine soul doppelganger was destroyed, but there was still a part of his soul power left in his sea of consciousness. It was just that his divine soul had suffered a heavy blow, which made him temporarily unable to use his soul power to attack, or condense his flesh and divine soul to fight with others. Not only that, if his divine soul power could not be replenished in time, it would also affect his future advancement, causing great harm to him. Quick, hurry up and recover. I have some divine herbs that are beneficial to the divine soul. Take them and eat them. Ling Taimeng took out a few divine herbs that were effective for the divine soul. Luo Dongxing, Yanwang Yan, Shigaoshan, and the others also generously took out some divine herbs that were effective for healing the divine soul. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Thank you everyone, I can hold on." After saying that, he immediately extracted a few divine souls from the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop and refined them to help him heal the divine soul injury. After a while, his complexion also regained some color. When everyone saw this scene, they were completely relieved. Alright, now let's go back and meet with the two palace masters. We will report this victory to them and let them be happy. Yanwang Yan said excitedly. Shi Gaoshan also nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, thanks to medicine god Ling's reminder, we were able to win this battle. This time, those people from the Heavenly Tiger region will not dare to be arrogant again." The others also echoed one after another, but not many of them had a victorious smile on their faces. Although they won this battle, nearly 100 people died on their side and most of them were seriously injured. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for them to still laugh. The battle of the gods was cruel like this, it was either you die or I live. At their level, they were almost immortal existences. If there were no accidents, they could live for countless years. Now that they saw their companions die, they felt that at their level, it was still possible for them to die. They were not afraid of death, but they were afraid that the death of their friends and brothers would only leave them with sorrow. Fortunately, they were on the winning side. The Heavenly Tiger region had lost more people, more than half of their troops, which could be considered to have shaken the foundation of their power. After this battle, they believed that if they wanted to attack the people of the Tianyuan region again, they would have to think twice. Just as the group was about to return to Lian Haogong and Zhuo Xinghong's side, Lian Haogong and Zhuo Xinghong rushed over first. They were obviously worried about this battle, so they rushed over impatiently. When they saw that everyone was more or less in a sorry state, they all tensed up. "Where are the people of the Heavenly Tiger region?" Lian Haogong asked apprehensively. "Could it be that they failed?" Zhuo Xinghong said worriedly. "Haha, two palace masters, you look down on us too much. Those bastards of the Heavenly Tiger region were all beaten away by us, and they also lost more than half of their troops. We won this battle. Yin Wang Yin laughed with incomparable excitement. Shi Gaoshan also echoed with a smile. Yes, this battle was really satisfying. Those people of the Heavenly Tiger region were beaten silly by us from the beginning. Let's see if they dare to provoke us again. That's right, I thought that the people of the Heavenly Tiger region were so awesome, but it turns out that they are just a bunch of paper tigers. If they didn't escape quickly, we would have definitely killed them all. It's all thanks to Medicine God Ling's suggestion that we were able to catch them off guard. We should all be thanking him. That's right, Medicine God Ling is our Tianyuan region's lucky star. With this great victory, if the Heavenly Tiger region wants to invade us again, it would only be possible if they go all out. But we are not afraid of them. The people of the Tianyuan region spoke excitedly. Their eyes were filled with gratitude as they looked at Ling Xiao. At this moment, they were feeling proud of the victory they had obtained. Good, very good. Lian Haogong shouted excitedly. Zhuo Xinghong laughed heartily and said, We've finally vented our anger. This time we can go back and have a good celebration. I don't think we can relax on this matter. The strongest few of them are fine. With their ambition they might make a comeback very soon. Ling Xiao reminded from the side. At this moment his face was still a little pale, and his entire person looked rather weak. The divine soul was the foundation of a person. If it was injured, the impact would be extraordinary. That's right, the people from the Heavenly Tiger region won't retreat so easily. Maybe they will bring more people next time, so it's better for everyone to be more vigilant. King Yin echoed from the side. For a moment, everyone recovered from their excited state and calmed down a little. They all knew that Ling Xiao and King Yan's words were not wrong. The people from the Devil Tiger clan were not good scum. They had suffered a great loss this time, so they would definitely come back again. As Xiao Er's complexion is so bad, could it be that he suffered some serious injuries? Lian Haogong looked at Ling Xiao and asked worriedly. Ling Xiao shook his head and said with a faint smile, It's nothing serious, I can take care of it myself. You injured your divine soul. These two palace masters might have a divine pill to heal your divine soul. Ling Taimeng said from the side. What? Injuring your divine soul is a big deal. You can't be careless. I just happen to have a soul-recovering divine pill here, quickly consume it. Zhuo Xinghong exclaimed from the side. At the same time he took out 2 divine pills and handed them over to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao couldn't refuse in front of so many people, so he could only accept it and thank him. After that, the group of people retreated to a stable space. The people from the Tianyuan region and the Heavenly Dragon Alliance also began to split up, planning to return to their respective places for the time being. The many years of war could be considered to have come to an end for the time being. They could now return to the Heaven Realm in peace and rest for a while. Xiao, come back with us. Ling Taimeng called out to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao replied, Ancestor, I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't be going back with you for now. Brat, what do you want? In your current state it's hard for you to even protect yourself. Are you not going to listen to me, your ancestors' words? Ling Taimeng said in a deep voice. Ling Xiao was the only medicine god of the Kim people. His safety was of great importance, so Ling Taimeng didn't want Ling Xiao to take risks in the outer realm. Not to mention that Ling Xiao's divine soul was still injured, and it wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. Ling Xiao continued, Ancestor, don't worry, I'm more afraid of death than anyone else. I won't ask for trouble, I just want to take my friend around and go back soon. With my strength I can't beat him, but if I want to escape, no one can stop me. Brat, can't you just let people worry? That Jiang Dian has already decided on you and will send people to arrest you. If you dare to walk around in the outer realm, I'm afraid. Ling Taimeng continued to persuade. Ancestor, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. If I really can't do it, I'll immediately return. Ling Xiao said firmly. Forget it, Taimeng. Ling Xiao should have the same courage as him today. He dared to fight and charge forward in order to obtain the opportunity. Let him go. Luo Dongxing said on behalf of Ling Xiao. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.